Hey, this is my second, we don't talk about the first one, compilation on the channel. These are revenge stories. I hope you enjoy. My window's open, so if you heard the rain outside, you're welcome. Also, all of the author information will be in the description. I'll link the original videos, and you can find them in the descriptions of the original videos. Please enjoy. Ego, Volt, Anima, Vestra. I grew up with a kid named Len Briard. I don't think Len was ever really a kid, though. He was more grown up than half the adults in town. Whenever his parents argued, he'd do something to distract them. He would throw himself down the stairs, eat something inappropriate, or just throw a fit. This earned him a reputation of being both dumb and unruly. But I knew better. I could see Len for who he really was, and in a way, I think I was his only real friend. A lot of the kids on the playground would make fun of Len or force him to do stupid things. That's how he got his nickname, Dumb Again Len. He would encourage this image. It was the only thing he could truly control. But to me, he was just Len, and when all others looked away, I could see him finally let his guard down. We talked about the things he really loved. At age 8, he was self-teaching himself the piano, and he loved card tricks. He was clever and amazing at sleight of hand. Not too surprising, seeing as he tricked the entire world into thinking he was an idiot. When it was just the two of us, we'd play card games, all kinds of card games. Everything from blackjack to go fish, sometimes two-player spades. Len didn't have just any deck of cards. It was one of those dirty nude decks with raunchy women. He'd stolen it from his dad, who'd forgotten it in his pocket after a night of poker with his friends. I guess Len didn't want him to get in trouble. Len was uncomfortable with all the naked people, though, so he colored in clothes with a black Sharpie. Sometimes at recess, he'd tell me their made-up names and backstories, like the Queen of Spades, who he named Elise after the song. He told me she was a concert pianist, and one day he'd get so good at playing the piano that even she would take notice. "She'll take me away," Len said. "She'll teach me how to really play." I humored him. I asked him about all the people in the deck. Their names, their backstories, their dreams and wishes. He had an answer for everything. They turned from porn stars into chauffeurs, bankers, painters, and dancers. All it took was a Sharpie and some imagination. "I'm not stupid," Len said. "I know they're not really these people, I know." He looked up at me as the bell rang us back inside. Pitter-patter of hurried sneakers passed us by. "But I think this is who they wanted to be when they were small." That moment was my first taste of adulthood. It was the time I realized that not all kids grow up to be what they want to be. Len and I stayed friends all the way up to high school. I was having a hard time fitting in, and admittedly, a lot of it was because of Len. He was one bad day away from being placed in a special needs class, and the name-calling was getting to me. We were the, quote, hard buddies, end quote, and I got sick of being called the boyfriend to Dumb Again Len. It was high school, it was a social hellscape. I wanted Len and I to be friends forever, but it just didn't turn out that way. I got tired of standing in the way of the punches, kicks, and insults. After a while, I just stepped aside. On the outside, Len didn't seem to mind, but I knew better. He just did like he always did, sacrificing himself for the sake of others. I stopped walking with Len to school. I started taking the bus, and I saw it pass him by every morning. He never looked up at me, not once. He just kept his head down, fiddling with his playing cards. The Elise card was getting a bit worn out at the edges, but her Sharpie dress was as fancy as ever. By now, Len could play the piano well enough for a concert pianist to take notice. I could sometimes hear him play in the auditorium when the other students had gone home. I think he was playing for his Queen of Spades, hoping she'd come and take him away. As we inched closer to graduation, my thoughts were occupied with girls, cars, and sports. I was on the basketball team and having trouble choosing which girl to take to prom. My dad was giving me an, albeit cheap, car as a graduation present. He was damn proud of my varsity letter, having it as a centerpiece in the living room. It was an amazing time to be alive, and the days were passing me by so fast. I'll be honest, my thoughts rarely drifted back to where Len and other painful memories lived. My eyes would pass right through him in the hallways. It was only in those quiet moments when I was alone that I could feel a tinge of regret. On the night of the prom, I'd asked a girl named Fran to go with me. She'd insisted on picking me up. Her dad owned a limo service, so he would have the fanciest car in town to drive us. How could I say no? My parents were out of town that weekend, so when the doorbell rang, I was all dolled up and ready to rumble. I opened the door, grinning from ear to ear, and there was Len. I just stood there, floored. He was pale and thin, mostly from malnourishment. Seeing him this close and what he turned into gave me a whole new perspective of him. He looked miserable. Then again, deep down, I always knew he was. He had the same blue jacket as always, in that cheap plastic material. You okay, Len? I asked. Yeah, he said. Can I come in? Sure, I nodded. Come in. He stepped inside and wiped his shoes. He walked straight past me and sat down by the kitchen table. He pulled out his deck of cards and gestured for me to join him. My date will be here any minute, I said. I don't think you've never turned down a game before, chuckled Len. Is this gonna be the first? We both smiled. He didn't seem angry, and I had no reason to be either. In a way, it was nice to see him again. It felt right. Despite being completely unannounced, we'd started our childhoods together. Now we'd end them. He set up the table for a round of spades. It could take hours to play, so I raised my hand in protest. Len just shook his head. Just one round, he said. Winner takes it all. No bids? No bids. Just get as many tricks as you can. Sure. He set the cards down, and we started drawing. One by one, we drew and discarded our way through the entire deck. I drew the final deck of the card, the Queen of Spades herself, Elise. I had a hard time imagining her without the Sharpie dress by now. What are you gonna do after this? Len asked. I mean, after tonight. College, I said. Sports medicine. You got in. Minnesota. Go Huskies, I guess. Nah. Len won the trick with a king of hearts against my 6. What about you? I'm done, said Len. After this, I'm just done. Come on, man. I smiled. You got talent. Make it count. His clubs of 8 beat my 2. Nah. We played down to the final trick. By now, there was nothing more than spades left. I'd kept the queen for last. If he had an ace or a king, I'd be screwed. I hope you have a good one, said Len. Not just tonight, you know. Thanks, man. You too. He put down the jack of spades. I held up Elise. Len just leaned back and clapped. She'll come around someday. He smiled. Just not today. That's rough. I nodded. Good game. Something honked outside. It was time to go. Len shuffled his cards and followed me out. We hugged each other for the first time in years. We'll play again, right? Of course. Fran waved at me from the back window. I stepped into a limo, and Len stepped away into the night. Later that night, Len Bryard shot himself while holding the Queen of Spades. Apparently, he'd messed up the audition to the music school he'd applied to, all 4 of them. I guess he hated his fragile nerves so much, he had to kill them. There were only a handful of us at his funeral. I left the playing cards on his closed coffin. Someone played the piano, but not as well as he would have. But life has a way of moving on, whether you want it to or not. My date with Fran came and went. Then there was Anne, Rebecca, and Casey. Finally, there was Ida. There would be no one after Ida. We had our first and only child, Michelle, at the age of 25. I did get into sports medicine, and it paid well. I could afford to buy my family a house down by Frog Lake, 2 cars, 2 dogs, and the biggest TV in the neighborhood. We ate at a restaurant every Sunday, and we'd go to the movies every last Saturday of the month. We danced our lives into a wonderful routine. While there were plenty of kids like Len who never got to be what they wanted, at least I did. I was a husband, father, and a working man. There was nothing to complain about. As the years passed by me, I found myself at the night of my daughter's prom. Ida was beyond excited and busy taking photos. I was in a strange mood. Ida was having drinks with her friends later that evening, and I was going to drown my nostalgia in a few shots of whiskey. As I waved goodbye to Michelle and her date, I decided to take a walk. Ida humored me, despite never having seen me take a walk like that on my own. She figured I was just being emotional. In a way, I was. I took a walk down by the lake. There was an old chessboard set up there years ago that no one played at anymore. The pieces had long since been thrown into the lake, but the board itself was fine. The chairs too. I sat down, listening to the croaking frogs. Early summer smells brought up memories and feelings I'd hoped to forget. Moments later, the seat across from me was occupied. I would recognize that cheap blue jacket anywhere. A few stubborn strands of hair clung to patches of leathery skin. A dry mouth pulled back in a skeleton grin, shielding a black tongue. There were no eyes and a bullet hole in the side of his temple. His movements were forced, like a puppet pulled by an unknown force, limbs hanging lifelessly at his side, moving only in quick bursts. I didn't know what to do or say. I thought I was hallucinating, but he was right there. It was all so real and unceremonious, like a waking dream. As casual as someone sitting next to you on the bus, I could feel the stone tiles of the chessboard under my fingers, the cold wind blowing in over the lake. All these years, and Len came through for one more game on prom night. Spades. A voice, untouched by time. His head slumped over, and his mouth stayed still. I tried to meet his gaze, but there were no eyes to meet. I caught myself staring, losing track of time. Yeah, I agreed. Sure. One round, he said. Winner takes it all. I nodded. No bids. They were the same cards we'd played with all those years ago. Some were misshapen and bent, and there were spots of dirt. They were difficult to shuffle. Len raised them to his mouth as to blow away the dirt, but his lungs couldn't hold any air. Instead, he just stared at the deck, as if trying to remember how to breathe. He stretched, concentrated, and forced air into his body. It didn't stay inside him for long, as the cracks in his leathery skin made the wind howl through him like a rotting bagpipe. He painstakingly shuffled and dealt the cards. We played the first trick. My 10 of hearts beat his 8. You got a bright kid, wheezed Len. She good? Best in class. Michelle is a math whiz. I smiled. Len held on to his cards. I met his empty gaze. There was something there, something sinister, like an unspoken threat. That's not what I asked, he said. I asked if she was good. She's good, I said. You'd know if you met her. Fair enough. King of clubs. No way I could beat that. Card by card, the game continued. I had a hard time keeping my mind on my hand. Len was taking plenty of time choosing which card to play, and his broken fingers kept fumbling with the cards. It was hard to tell if he was just being deliberate or working against his decaying fingers. Frog Lake had gone quiet, and the birds had long since fled. Why did you do it, Len? I asked, playing a 9 of hearts. I lost. He said, the queen went with you. That doesn't mean you had to go. It did. I had always hoped Len would find peace. Instead, it seemed like he was stuck in the past, wearing the same tattered clothes and the same tattered face. Maybe no god or afterlife came to collect him. Maybe some people fall so far out of the collective mind that even death forgets about them. It was an even round until it came down to the final trick. I had no idea what Len had, but I knew neither of us played the Queen of Spades yet. I played my final and highest card, the Jack of Spades. The Queen might have been discarded when we first picked our cards, but I had my doubts. Something about Len was different. There was a smile there, somewhere beneath the rot. Of course, he played the Queen of Spades. Elise, the love of his life, finally came to him. "Winner takes it all," he croaked. "Good game." "Well played, Len," I said. "You earned that win." "Finally," he chuckled. "I get to be what I wanted." It was as if a force pulled him up from the chair. Like a bone-snapping puppet, old sinew and tissue crumbled as he moved. A trickle of dust rolled out of his sockets like tears from a grave. Finally, his skin dried up, his lips pushed back. In the blink of an eye, he decayed in front of me, spreading his dust in the wind. Specks of lens scattered all over Frog Lake, leaving nothing behind. His cards danced away in the wind, scattering along the lakeside. I walked back home and sat down by the dining room table, shaking like a leaf. I poured myself a shot of whiskey, spilling it over the counter. Ida was still out with her friends, leaving me alone in that big, empty house. I'd never really noticed the echo of my shoes against the kitchen tiles until now. 2 shots of whiskey passed, and I had to use the restroom. I did my business and washed my hands, catching a brief glimpse of myself in the bathroom mirror. I looked older. I tried to process what had happened, what I'd seen. Dumb again, Len. "Winner takes it all." The words were coming from me, but I wasn't the one who said them. It'd been forced out of my mouth, like a hiccup. A realization dawned on me. I couldn't feel my hands. I wasn't making these movements. I wasn't the one saying these words. I saw my mirror image twist and turn, growing older. My wrinkles grew deeper, my skin hardened. Second by second, I could see my life melt away, turning my image to that of my dead friend. Hollow eyes, crackling skin, patches of hair falling out. "I get to be what I always wanted." Looking down at my hands, I saw that nothing had really changed. The face in the mirror was my own, but in a way, it was different. A thin veneer hiding a rotten core. I could feel Len hiding just beneath the surface of my skin, itching to get out. I felt my hands dig something out of my pocket. My keychain. My legs were moving. I was out of control, and I couldn't even speak out in protest. The same invisible threads that had pulled Len along were now pulling at me, leaving me defenseless. My body stepped into the closet, reaching for a lockbox on the top shelf, such a small key to hide such a dangerous weapon. I checked my phone, loaded a clip, and saw my fingers scroll past name after name of friends, family, and acquaintances, smiling faces and nicknames. All the while, I was screaming inside, screaming to stop, to get me out, screaming to play another round, to listen, whatever it took. But that wasn't how Len was going to play this. He'd finally won, and he was going to claim his prize. As I heard the front door open, I felt my soul descend into a deep, primal panic, a hole in my mind where nothing but terror existed. Dumb again Len was going to take it all away from me, one bullet at a time. Then the front door opened, and I felt my body smile. "Make your choice," the large man said, saliva leaking down his ski mask from his watering mouth. The 3 who were with him didn't say much, as he trained the barrel of his gun between my wife and 8-year-old daughter, but the expression etched into their eyes was not the same as his. Neither my begging nor Sarah and Lindsay's tears made any difference in that exhilarated hunger behind the large man's gaze. If anything, it only filled him with more excitement. "Me!" I shouted. "Just kill me. If you want blood, take—" His boot made short work of my bargaining, leaving my head spinning in the process. "Choose one, or I'll choose for you," he said in a disturbingly calm voice. My mind couldn't accept what was happening, threatening to shudder under the weight of it. Being pulled from our sleep and dragged into the living room with our hands bound before being able to take in what was happening had left me in a certain degree of shock as it was. But I couldn't fathom what they even wanted. All 4 of the men were dressed in black from head to toe, with thick woolen masks covering their faces and padded jackets. They were all armed, two with shotguns, one with some sort of assault rifle, and the one directly threatening us with seemingly only the pistol he delighted in switching between my wife and daughter. They didn't appear to be interested in robbing us, only in forcing me to pick a sacrifice, something I was not willing to do. While the associates of the drooling individual with the wide and maniacal eyes did not seem as excited about this as he, they weren't exactly putting a stop to it either. "Please," I begged, my voice cracking from my splitting heart. "If you have to kill anyone, just—"
"That wouldn't exactly get the message across now, would it?"
the man said, as though this was an undeniable fact. "What message? I've never—" Again, his heavy boot met my jaw, silencing my words quickly.
"Now, Mr. Preg,"
he said, cocking his gun to assure me that he was serious.
"You're gonna do what you're told, or I'm gonna plug them both, you hear me?"
"What?" I asked, my spinning head attempting to grasp what he was saying. "Preg? My name is Baker, Terrence Baker, who is—"
Rick?
the shorter of the three behind the large man said, glancing at the phone he held.
"We, might, Really, Larry? You're gonna drop names over here?"
he said, seemingly uninterested in what the apparent Larry had to say.
"Aw, shit,"
the guy next to Larry said, looking at the screen his buddy held.
"You gotta see this, you gotta see this. Don't you move a damn muscle,"
he said to me before turning back to his little posse. They muttered back and forth in words I couldn't make out. That was until the big guy lost what little cool he had.
"What the fuck?"
he said, snatching the one with the phone by the collar, his words dropping out of earshot again.
"We gotta get the hell out of—" "Really? Oh, just leave. Pretend it never happened after you drop my damn name. What are you, simple? We can't just... We have to. No, I won't do this. I won't be a part of this shit. You'll be a part of what I tell you to be a part of."
They bantered back and forth like this for minutes on end, while I struggled to break my wrist loose from the zip ties. Sarah was trying to do the same, slowly shifting closer to me, likely to see if we could at least get one of us loose. Lindsay was almost hysterical, making me want nothing more than to wrap my arms around her and tell her everything was going to be all right, even if I didn't believe a word of it myself. When the debating quartet stopped talking, the large man turned to face us. We just froze, terrified. We were about to be punished for being caught trying to get free. While that wasn't entirely the case, the truth of things would be far worse.
"Got some good news and bad, buddy boy,"
he said with a heavy sigh, his eyes looking far less demented, perhaps even a bit saddened.
"Good news, you don't gotta choose after all."
My pulse raced even faster than before as I knew exactly where this was headed.
"Bad news, well, you heard some shit you shouldn't have, so..."
"We won't say anything,"
Sarah said, gasping for breath.
"Just let us..."
Neither the sharp pain breaching my chest nor my daughter shrieking out fully registered above the gunshot echoing through the room. The wide-eyed and shocked expression froze on my beautiful wife's face as the bullet tore through her skull, leaving my mind unable to form a rational thought. Somewhere outside of my muted senses, I saw the aim of the barrel shift from where it lingered to face my whimpering child. As she cried out harder than she ever had before, my legs took over for my vacant mind, firing me across the room like a well-aimed bullet. Another gunshot echoed right as my shivering body landed in front of my baby girl, with a blinding and swiftly dissipating agony tearing through my very being. I could only make out the distant and muffled sounds as my consciousness faded into the black. More gunshots and screams that seemed miles away to my fractured senses, but all fell silent and still soon after.
"It can't end like this,"
a voice spoke from within the darkness.
"You gonna just lay there and let go?"
"Who are you?" The voice sounded both familiar and foreign at the same time. I felt like I could seek comfort in it, while part of whatever I was now begged me to run from it.
"It isn't about me,"
it said.
"But you, will you allow them to win? To steal so much from you and carry on?"
"I can't. What the hell can I do?"
"Everything, Terry. Everything and anything, if you want."
"No, I just want to get back to them. To Sarah and Lynn
I can't. Live or die. Make your choice, buddy boy.
Don't say that.
You gotta pick one, kiddo. What's it gonna be?
Stop that.
It's that simple, bud. You don't even have to say it out loud, but you gotta pick.
What the hell do you want from me?
Something that'll help us both. A mutually beneficial transaction, so to speak. But you gotta let me in.
The voice continued to speak, saying words I would forget soon after. I recall a conviction building up within me that I'd never known, a determination more potent than even my desire to reach wherever those I love now found themselves. All I can remember after that was,
Wake up!
my mind and body may as well have been on separate continents when my eyes slowly drifted back to awareness. Everything around me was blurry, my pupils reluctant to focus on the bright lights surrounding where I lay. As the ambient beeping sounds reached my clouded ears, my brain hobbling far behind, desperately trying to keep up, I finally understood. Nurses and doctors alike came in and out of my room over the following hours, while my distant mind still fought to catch up. Over the coming days, I was informed about the coma I had been in for the better part of 7 months, along with the nature of my injuries. The scarring that covered most of my right side, my arm, leg, chest, back, and face had been caused by the fire. It would seem that the men who attacked my family attempted to cover up the evidence of their mistakes by leaving it in ash. If nothing else, my comatose state had allowed me to avoid a good deal of agonizing recovery from the severe burns over 40% of my body. Given the circumstances, though, they had not attempted any reconstructive surgery. Of course, the last thing I cared about at the time was being a good deal less pleasing to the eye, as my wife and daughter had not been as fortunate as I, according to the detective in charge of the case, who showed up some days after my reawakening. Sarah was beyond saving, and there was very little left of Lindsay. While all of this threatened to send my fractured heart and mind back into and beyond my only recently escaped coma, there was still more unsettling news to come. The nature of the damage to my brain. The bullet tore through the side of my forehead, almost obliterating the bone in that area before blowing through the other side, sending fragments and shrapnel ricocheting through my head. Most of the damage I suffered was to the ventrolateral frontal cortex, which apparently controls some cognitive function, language, and the like. While the doctor was surprised that I was not only able to speak, but to understand speech, he informed me that I would likely have to relearn how to fully function again. There was also some damage to the primary somatosensory cortex, secondary somatosensory cortex, anterior cingulate cortex, prefrontal cortex, and amygdala. This all sounded like Greek to me, even if my brain wasn't somewhat made of Swiss cheese now, I would think. The only positive side of this was that I would likely feel far less pain from here on out, with the receptors being out of commission. He didn't see it that way, of course, as pain is important to diagnosing problems and such, but with how much agony my heart and broken mind were experiencing, less physical distress sounded like something of a reprieve to me. Yes, I had a long way to go, as well as a very unpredictable quality of life in my future, but none of that compared to how much I longed to be with my wife and daughter again. Over the seemingly endless months that followed, I would, as the doctor predicted, have to train my body to obey my will again. It wasn't easy and felt like it would never end, but every step I took filled me with purpose. Between my physical and mental therapy, various surgeries were performed on my scarred flesh. Apparently, these operations would normally come with some less than pleasant recuperation, but given my recent lack of pain receptors, I continued to power through my relearning to function. In many ways, I found my limited physical sensation to be the only gift to come from this ordeal, though I did unknowingly break my right pinky from a fall at one point. The therapist didn't find it as funny as I did. At the time, my finger angled in the wrong direction after he helped me back to my feet, but it would become a running joke to us after that. Jeremy Pickman, a mid-20s well-built African-American kid with intricate tattoos lining his muscled arms, would grow to become a very close friend over that time. He pushed me when I had no push left and allowed me to break when my heart screamed out from the agony of my loss. I can't even say how many days I fell to the floor in tears, crumbling under the weight of everything. Jeremy wouldn't speak or attempt to talk me down. He would just sit beside me, wrap an arm around me and let me cry. Sometimes he would even join me in that. While he was in charge of quite literally getting me back on my feet again, he fully understood that the damages to my soul was not so easily mended. For such a young man, he had wisdom beyond his years. I can most definitely say that I would not have made it through that time without him. When I was finally ready to rejoin the land of the living, I was actually in the best shape of my life. The best physical shape, anyway. My scars were not quite as bad as they were when I awoke, but they were still quite noticeable. The surgeons did an incredible job, all things considered, but I would still get some uneasy glances from passersby on the street. My ravaged brain seemed to be operating far better than anyone expected, but I would still slip on certain words or have to search a little harder for memories here and there. I wouldn't be able to return to my job, as much of what I learned in college was quite muddled or lost to the shrapnel, carving through my skull. I was an architect before all of this, a job that I was not only exceptional at, but very much adored. Between the insurance on the house, as well as the life insurance on my wife and daughter, I wouldn't have any reasons to stress financially for some time, even with the ungodly medical bills, but none of that really mattered to me. I moved into a decently sized loft apartment in the city after my 18 months of recovery. I say moved, but I didn't actually own much of anything anymore, as the fire had consumed my belongings, just as it had my family. Though I didn't need much, being an unemployed widower, I would need to at least gather some necessities for the work ahead. The first thing I invested in was some chalkboard paint for at least one of the good-sized walls in my loft. Along with a far more limited sense of touch, I was enduring some focusing issues. My doctor felt certain this would pass, as my brain would likely still be repairing what it could for some time, but I didn't have time to wait for my head to get right. Though I hadn't figured out how to go about it, the only way I could endure life without my wife and precious daughter was to throw everything I had into bringing justice to those who took them from me. They had left no evidence behind, nor given much in the way of clues, from what I could remember anyway. All I knew was that we were not their intended targets. That much I figured out before they attempted to cover their tracks by silencing us. These thoughts were the first to christen my newly painted wall, along with just about anything else I could recall about them. The large man was the only one who talked, but his voice was very distinctive. Whether it was just a part of the persona he would use for such events, or if that hunger in his eyes was real, I couldn't know. Still, he reminded me of some old-school, shit-talking wrestler with the enthusiastic and menacing growl to his tone. To keep track of that thought, he would be labeled Macho Man on the wall. With Rick in parentheses, his associates, or lackeys, I had little to nothing to go on. They were all small compared to the apparent ringleader, but they were still bigger than average. Before my arduous physical therapy, I would look like a meth head next to any of them, but I was sure I could hold my own now if it came to a fight. For my family and I to have been an accidental hit, we would have to have some common ground with those they were seeking. My old address, 17 Marigold Drive, was similar enough to several other neighborhoods around the town I lived in, while it could have very well been another house on the same street. Maybe they simply had the wrong number. Given the expensive-looking padded, likely armored coats they wore, plus their ability to remain silent until snatching us from our sleep, they were likely highly trained and highly paid. With that in mind, they, or those who hired them, would have surely done their research. They would at least be familiar with the certain aspects of their targets, so I had to believe that they were looking for a man with a wife and a young daughter. I'm a fairly average-looking guy. Well, I was before the fire left me with more of a unique appearance. But physically, I could have easily fit the bill of any random guy around my age, give or take hair color and the like back then. The movies always show assassins being given pictures of their marks, but even if they had that much, being certain they were in the right place would likely save them from questioning any subtle differences. My name and my face wouldn't matter much if they knew they were in the right place. The name they called me, Mr. Preg, wasn't the most common, but something kept telling me that I shouldn't waste time digging myself into that rabbit hole. No, a similar address and a similar household. That was where I would begin. As I stepped back to stare at the information I'd scribbled across my wall, my eyes almost lost focus for a moment. Not only was just about every word a different size and shape, but they overlapped one another, some going up or diagonal, others side to side or even backward. While I assumed it was simply my muddled brain still attempting to get writing down again, I was still able to read everything I'd laid out. After a moment, it was as my eyes traced the distorted text that I noticed several words and sentences I did not recall writing. Though words like kill and burn were not surprising, given everything that still haunts me, things like stop fighting and let me in were a bit more puzzling. Those were confusing enough, but it was a sentence etched into the board in an almost unsettlingly foreign text that left my head spinning. I can help you find them. As I stared at these words, I became aware of a strange itching inside my head. The doctor had told me that I would likely experience chronic headaches for some time, or would if I had the ability to acknowledge the pain. While this sensation felt more like something moving inside my skull, I reasoned that it was likely a severe migraine that I couldn't fully register. It made sense that a ticking or vibrating would be all my Swiss cheese could make out. If nothing else, that odd feeling distracted me from my stare down with my erratic scribbles. The doc had prescribed some pills just in case I did begin to feel anything like pain. I hadn't filled them, as I had felt very little over the past year and a half, but this seemed as good a time as any to get out of my apartment for a time. I chose to walk to the pharmacy, as not only was driving on the busy city roads a headache in itself, but I hadn't driven since I awoke in that hospital bed. I'd retrained my body as much as I could, but that was something I wasn't quite comfortable enough with yet. Not surrounded by an abundance of traffic, anyway. While the mid-autumn weather wasn't particularly bitter, I kept the collar high on my coat and my hat tilted low, just to avoid the inherent stares my scarred face would earn as I strolled along. With my head in the clouds, I almost didn't notice that sensation of being watched, but when it struck me, I was unprepared for the source. With the slowly puttering traffic to my left and various storefront windows to my right, I assumed it to be something behind me that unsettled me. I turned back to see nothing more than many wandering pedestrians going about their own day. But as I looked back to the path ahead, my periphery locked on the one who glanced back. I tried to brush aside the strangely foreign expression on my reflection in the window of the pleasant little bakery, assuring myself that I was just seeing things, when that feeling grew stronger and stronger with every peek I took at the various shop windows. That itching in my head gave way to something more like claws digging into my brain. I ran. I refused to look to my side again, just focusing on my sprinting legs, weaving around those with whom I shared the sidewalk.
Calm down, Terry.
A distant voice murmured from within. Whether it was my own inner monologue attempting to ease my rapid pulse, or the voice belonging to whatever stared back at me through my distorted reflection, I had no idea. Whatever the case, I wouldn't listen. I just ran until my legs shuddered and my lungs begged me to stop. I stopped in place for a time, resting on a bench near the park, as my sprinting had led me far beyond my chosen destination. After a while, I backtracked to the pharmacy I had left in the dust while attempting to keep my scattered mind focused on the task at hand. As soon as I crossed the threshold to my apartment, I pulled open the lid of the pill bottle, knocked back a couple of my meds, and fetched a beer from my fridge to wash them down. I whipped my curtains closed as even my subtle reflection against the skyline seemed to be studying me. I flipped on the television, cranking the volume as loud as I could without a neighbor pounding on my door, and continued to attempt to distract my thoughts. Though the medication did ease the scratching in my skull, it didn't numb it completely. Still, a few more beers in, and I managed to brush away the faint whispering that accompanied the itch. When I passed out on my recently purchased comfortable chair is not nearly as relevant as how I found myself when I awoke. Not only was I standing directly in front of my sketchbook wall, but when the chalk slipped from my fingers, I noticed that a good deal more text had been added to my scribblings. Don't ignore me, we can help each other, and vengeance can be yours, were only a few of the sentences I could make out from the zigzagged and barely legible writing. Every word looked as though it was written by trembling fingers. Most overlapped or crisscrossed across themselves or other notes I had left. Though I had only recently relearned how to write again, my handwriting varying a good deal from my previous self, this style was not even close to either version of mine. Given the fact that I had seemingly sleepwalked to this spot before I sleep wrote, if that's even a thing, it was the words themselves more than the style that had me reeling. The clawing inside my head was far more aggressive than it had been on the street, as were the muddled whispers. While my pulse echoed through my ears, muffling the faint voice even more, I knew I couldn't continue to ignore it. As I reached for the bottle of little yellow pills, my hand froze, outstretched. I walked to the bathroom, the buttons of my shirt vibrating from my thundering chest. I gazed into the mirror, refusing to flip the light switch on until my eyes focused on my own gaze. When the fluorescent bulbs above my head flickered to life, the expression my reflection wore was not the same as the one on my face. The smile didn't even look like my own, even with the right side more upturned from the tighter flesh of my scars. The whispering escalated, but still not to the point I could make out a word as the man in the mirror shook his head, gesturing to his lips. With a tilt of the head toward the open door that would lead back to my wide living room, I understood what it wanted. The itching was more aggravated as I wandered back to the chalkboard wall, my mind floating somewhere above me. I just stared at the already crisscross scribbled words, feeling my fingers reach for the chalk. Somewhere in the distance, far away from my immediate realm of understanding, the voice still called out to me. For a moment I allowed myself to believe it was nothing more than a neighbor or conversations taking place in the street far below my loft. As the faint words aligned themselves with those my slightly numb fingers lined across the wall, those rationalizations became harder to reach. ICAHLPYU. I can help you. The first read. My mind was wrestling to maintain control of my hand, pulling the chalk pinched between my fingers, refusing to permit them to remain hostage to whatever this was. STPIGHTNG. Me. Stop fighting me. No, I whispered, my body shuddering violently as the claws dug into my senses. Let MHEPYO. Let me help you. No, I cried out, my trembling knees threatening to drop me to the floor. Leave me alone. Can't.
What the hell are you?
Friend. Whether it was my weakening will or my growing desire to seek out the truth of things, the fingers moved with more purpose than I had previously allowed them.
How?
I said, my chaotic mind betraying my ability to reason.
How can you help me?
I let my battle to regain control of my borrowed limb slip, permitting the puppeteer to do as it wished with it. I still wouldn't fully accept that anything more than my broken body and mind was at play here, but I suppose I felt I had nothing left to lose. When the single word reply to my question etched into the wall before my eyes, I almost felt my mouth water with possibilities. Revenge. I just glared at the letters my own fingers had lined, the fear of my waning sanity beginning to caress my thoughts. Was this the product of my inability to accept the loss of my wife and daughter, or what it appeared to be, that something else was attempting to help me? I'm losing it, I said to myself, my eyes not blinking from the foreign text my fingers had written.
This can't be real, I won't.
My spoken thoughts were interrupted by my hand once more acting of its own accord, scribbling more letters on the wall. 17 Marigold Lane. Again, I stood, stunned by the information presented to me. Marigold Lane. I whispered, my eyes watering from their refusal to blink. Not Marigold Drive. The jigsaw pieces scattered throughout my Swiss cheese brain shoveled across the surface, scrambling themselves together into a picture that made so much sense. It was the wrong house, I said softly. Before I knew it, I was sitting at my desk, my fingers striking the keys so quickly that I had to delete and retype them a few times to get them right. The thumping in my ears mimicked the pounding in my chest as the results of my search presented me with a variety of grim headlines. Murder in Suburbia, the first read. A Family in Ruin was the title of another article, but Vincent Eugene Pragg admits to lying about his testimony after the brutal murder of his wife was the one that caught my eye. Ezekiel Thon, a reclusive business owner, suspected of everything from money laundering to human trafficking. Pragg, an accountant for the rich and shameless, according to the article, had various dealings with the man and several of his associates. The article did not list how he had aided these people, only that he and his family had been relocated to the home in which his wife was murdered as part of the witness protection program. According to speculation, there must have been some sort of leak, perhaps a mole in whatever agency took care of situating the Praggs. I sat, staring at the screen, the words fading to a blur before my eyes. As my mind fought to wrap around the facts, Whoever this Thawne was, he was the one responsible for what happened the night I lost everything. While it was his moronic hired help that made the grave mistake before apparently getting the job done as intended, they were the metaphorical guns in the killer's hand. I lost it. The truth behind the events that ripped my life apart crashed into the surface of my brain like a drunken driver to a brick wall. I screamed out, my face tingling as the blood rushed to the flesh, flipping my desk and kicking the computer monitor before it hit the floor. I stomped my keyboard, crunching the plastic keys beneath my heel. I was aware of neither the jagged splits tearing into my socked feet, nor the toes I very likely broke on my initial assault against my monitor. My rage-fueled fit would not cease as I beat my fists upon my desk, splintering the wood with my blows. My entire body shook from the sheer physical strain of my attack on my belongings, finally dropping me to my knees, gasping for breath. I slowly grew aware of the pulsing in my feet and hands. Even if I couldn't feel the pain, my legs and arms were still trembling from my tantrum. The pounding on the floor, likely from my downstairs neighbor's broomstick, may have almost made me laugh at myself if I wasn't so exhausted at the time. "Sorry," I called out, struggling against my weakened extremities as I got to my feet. The thumping against the ceiling beneath me dissipated as I limped to the bathroom, mentally beating myself up. As I held my shivering hands beneath the cold water, my eyes met the stranger in the mirror again, this time with no apprehension, but the desire to accept his help. "Let me in," he mouthed, the distant echoing voice speaking the words from afar. "How?" I asked, ignoring the blood pooling in the sink. His lips formed words I couldn't make out, the voice too far off to make out. He didn't have to gesture to the wall this time. I hobbled back to the scribbled words, trailing crimson across the hardwood floor. As I consciously reached for the chalk, my puffy, swollen fingers could not tighten around it. I swore under my breath, fearing that I had inadvertently cut off my only line of communication with whatever this was. When I glanced back up to see my reddened hand already etching words into the wall, I allowed a smile to reach across my lips. "Invite me," I wrote. "How?" "Say my name." "Tell me." "I can't." "Why not?" "Rules." I cursed aloud. How could I invite whatever this was in if I didn't know its name? As the situation began to cause the heat to brush the skin on my face again, I felt my fingers reach to the wall again. "You know it." "I don't. How can..." "Dig deeper." We met in the other place. I stepped back, trailing my eyes across the jumbled text scribbled across my wall. I could feel my Swiss cheese digging around, pulling up ancient stones and lifting the corners of the carpet. Flashes of the time I spent distant from my mortal shell revealed only glimpses of what I saw there, the distant echoes of conversations reaching their tendrils to my ears. "You were lost too." "Yes." The distant voice grew closer. "Stripped to almost nothing." "Yes." "You helped me find my way back." "You can help me too." "I will." "Say it." It was right there. I could almost touch it. The voice drew closer. Why not this? I could feel a herd of cats tearing into my brain, the scratching reaching a veritable stampede of claws. "Say it." "I invite you in." The rips began to form a hole, widening slowly to reveal a blurry image. I battled to dial the focus lens in my mind, reaching out to spin it with every fiber of will my body and mind could muster. The darkness behind the veil blinked, softly at first but flickering quicker and quicker. A gentle breeze tossed the curtain, allowing the fog to clear. Just enough to... Malphus. A sudden and near-blinding light erupted from all around me, causing my skin to momentarily feel as though it was burning. Given the fact that I had not felt even the slightest sensation of pain in many months, even just a hint of this was agonizing. I fell to my knees, my scream blending with the one from deep within my Swiss cheese. My loft shuddered violently, or so it felt to my trembling goose flesh. I couldn't even hope to tell which was which at the time. The claws, which had once been little more than an annoying scratching in my head, now felt as though they were digging into the tissue, peeling it apart, like a moth breaching its cocoon. Time bled into an incomprehensible blur as every fiber of my mortal shell felt as though cracks and tears were forming across it. As the light grew brighter and brighter, my eyes burning even more than my flesh, the shock of this agonizing sensation replaced all that I knew. When the vibrant illumination turned to darkness before me, I honestly believed I was dead rather than passed out on the hardwood floor. When I came back to awareness, I was momentarily confused for a moment. I was sitting in my chair, a beer in my hand, and the bathroom mirror propped on a chair in front of me. There was still little flakes of drywall on the sides, seemingly left in the wake of it being yanked from the wall, but that wasn't nearly as disconcerting as the face of my reflection.
Thought this make it easier.
My image in the mirror said, chugging down a healthy amount of beer that was not unwelcome at the time.
Damn, I've missed this.
What are you? I asked, noticing that my left eye was no longer the light blue I was used to, but an almost glowing orange.
Still working that out myself. It's foggy, you know?
I found it strange that his voice differed a good deal from mine. Yes, he somehow had a different mind tucked away in my brain, but we still shared the same vocal cords. As more chilled ale spilled down my throat, I couldn't tell if the satisfied moan that vibrated my tongue was mine or his. Whatever the case, it couldn't be denied that we were both in need of a drink under the circumstances.
Malphus,
I said.
That's your name, right?
My reflection nodded, a half smile lifting the right side of my mouth.
And you don't remember any more than that? I mean, I do, just not much, you know? I remember the light, not much different from what you saw when you let me in. I had found someone, I think someone I'd lost, but then, I don't know. It's like, for a second I was just nothing, which is impossible, right?
How so?
Once you're something, you can't be nothing. Nothing doesn't exist, you see. If you exist, you can't not. Still, I can't explain it. I don't know how much time passed before I found myself caught in the wind, for lack of a better term.
Huh?
I didn't have a body, didn't have any kind of physical form at all, but I was still something. It was like I was caught in a tornado, soaring from one direction to the next with no control. After a time, after God knows how long, I managed to get a grip on it. I could control it, to a point. For what felt like years and milliseconds, at the same time, I just rode that wind, watching the world go by. Don't know how I found myself at your house, but it felt like I was almost drawn to it, you know? I saw what happened, saw what they did to you.
Something resembling pain struck my chest with those words. I even winced against the sensation, something I hadn't felt inspired to do since I awoke on that hospital bed. Not in this way, anyway. Though I couldn't register physical pain anymore, I felt that agonizing spike carved through my fractured heart.
I tried to help. I suppose it was some kind of instinct or something. But there was nothing I could do, whatever it was. My attempt to step in, or just the nature of what I am now. When you got shot, when I tried to stop that bullet from reaching your kid, just like you did, I got trapped.
Trapped?
That's the best way I can describe it. I got stuck to you, like that bullet pushed me into your head, leaving me no way back out. When you were in that coma, with one foot in this world and one in the other, I was there with you. I don't know how, but I knew I could help you find your way back. When you did, I was still left hovering between the two.
We just stared at one another, my reflection and me. I couldn't tell what he was thinking, regardless of the fact that we were roommates in my broken husk. But there was a sadness in his eyes. Well, his eye.
I was with you through everything. Your recovery, your pain, and tears. I felt them too. The longer I rode with you, the more I managed to sneak out. It wasn't much, but it was enough to let you know that I was in here. Though I don't entirely know what I am or what I was, I remembered bits and pieces. I remember that there was a way for us to help each other.
That I had to invite you.
Exactly.
I had no words to offer. While I had trouble wrapping my mind around the implications, I couldn't help but wonder if I was simply losing it. With everything I'd endured, it wouldn't exactly be a stretch of the imagination. Perhaps this was some sort of multiple personality disorder brought on by the mental and physical trauma that made far more sense than some entity hitchhiking in my brain. It was as these thoughts crossed the surface of my mind that my mental roommate spoke again.
I know what you're thinking. This can't be real, right?
I just looked back at him. my wandering thoughts crash landing back to ground level.
There's other stuff I remember how to do too.
With that, he laid the almost empty beer bottle on the coffee table, raised my bloody and swollen hand in front of my eyes, and left my jaw hanging limp again. As the split flesh began to seal itself back shut, the yellowing, purple, swollen tissue shrinking back to both its normal shade and size. I whipped my other hand up next to the one I couldn't break my gaze from, seeing that it too had resumed its regularly scheduled programming. I pulled the blood-soaked socks from my feet to see only the stains left by the crimson fluid, but not a hint of damage in sight.
It'd take a bit more work, given they've already healed as much as they can, but I think I can fix these too,
he said, rubbing a hand across the bumpy texture of the scarring on my face.
No,
I said, still mesmerized by the display of my apparently not being nuts.
Not until they pay for what they did. You sure? They're a reminder of what they took from me. Fair enough.
We talked back and forth for some hours that day. While we got no closer to any answers as to what he was before all of this, than how to track down the men who tore my life apart, we were both on the same page. The more we conversed, the more I not only grew fond of my new mental companion, but even found myself laughing for the first time in what felt like years by this point. Likely, the more beers we tossed back had a hand in that, but it was a sensation I hadn't realized I missed so much. While any break in the conversation would find my mind wandering back to my brooding state, Malphus had an uncanny ability to pull me back in. I had my suspicions about what he was before he found himself without a physical form, as did he, I suspect, but I wasn't afraid of him. Regardless of what I believed him to be in life, I wanted to help him as much as he hoped to assist me. I swore to myself that when my vengeance was behind me, I would do what I could to remake him before I took the final step to end my own suffering. I didn't inform him about my intention to rejoin my wife and daughter after the credits rolled on my quest to avenge their murders, but it wouldn't make a difference if I did. I had a feeling he'd try to talk me down from the ledge, which would just drag this out longer than necessary. No, my mind was made up. Once this was done, and after I had found a way to restore my new friend, I would have no reason to continue on in this world. Call me overly dramatic or a self-pitying fool if you must, but I had no attachment to this world anymore. Only my vengeance, and nothing more. Weeks would pass as we looked deeper into the death of Eliza Prague, as well as her husband's dealings with the elusive Mr. Thawne. We couldn't find much at first, but Malphus had some more hidden talents than neither of us realized until they presented themselves. Once we tracked down Samuel Jessup, the detective in charge of the Prague case, my roommate managed to convince him to be a little more forthcoming about the investigation than he had previously been inspired to be. While they didn't have much to go on, aside from what they seemed unable to prove, that Mr. Thawne had arranged for this man to be silenced, the detective did have some relevant information for us. Ezekiel Thawne had apparently been quite cooperative with the authorities, allowing them to search his various homes and inspect the contents of his computers to prove his innocence in this crime. Yes, nobody believed the man for a second, but he was apparently quite experienced in covering his tracks. Though this ended up being quite useless to the feds, it may prove quite the opposite for us. It can be taken for granted that he had far more properties than what he had led them to believe, but we had a variety of addresses to go on now. It's very possible that Thawne would be hiding out in some other part of the world to avoid any potential follow-ups, but Malphus and I were both of the opinions that would not be the case. Regardless of what the authorities suspected, that this was the man responsible for silencing Prague, as well as what he was covering up in the first place, he was playing the part of an innocent bystander right now. Someone with no reason to hide would look far more suspicious if he disappeared off the face of the earth while under investigation. With every day we spent looking into the various properties, Malphus grew stronger and more aware of his abilities. Given my lack of pain receptors, we did some test runs to see how quickly he could heal any potential injuries. We started simply, a slice here, a poke there, enough to break the skin deeply enough to warrant healing. That first day, after several hours of carving deeper and deeper wounds, I could tell he was wearing down. He sealed every one of them shut within seconds, but I could tell him tiring the longer it went on. A couple of days later, once he assured me he was in fit shape again, we took it to the next level. Even without the ability to feel it, it was no small task to lop off my left pinky. I splayed it out on the cutting board with the butcher's knife held high and ready to strike, but I froze up. Perhaps it was just the nature of self-mutilation, more so than the physical strain of it. After Malphus offered to take the wheel, I almost took him up on it, but I knew he would need his full focus to repair it if that would be a possibility. Biting down and almost tempted to close my eyes, I swiped the blade down as hard as I could, severing the finger, just below the central knuckle. It's a strange sensation, glaring down at a separated body part. I almost began to hyperventilate, a scream froze in my throat, but when the tissue steadily began to regrow, I almost started cackling like a madman. My roommate and I both burst out into a fit of insane laughter as the pinky regenerated, with its predecessor still oozing on the counter. We grew even more hysterical when I wrapped the discarded digit in a paper towel and tossed it in the trash like some spoiling leftovers.
How far you want to take this?
Malphus asked after we calmed down from our fit.
I guess as far as what we might be facing,
I said with a chuckle, still mesmerized by my left-hand finger.
They'll kill us when they figure out what we're there for. Or try to, anyway.
His voice grew more serious than it had since we met, so to speak. He was right, of course. Depending on whatever sort of security Thawne had, there could potentially be bullets flying left and right. I wasn't exactly trained in the art of stealth or anything of that nature, so we would have to be prepared to face whatever was waiting head-on. We were going to have to push our little experiment as far as we could if we would have a chance of reaching our end goal. While we continued our research into where to locate Thawne, we gathered up some supplies for testing the capabilities of my roommate. Guns, knives, a propane torch, a drill with various sized bits, and even a chainsaw were sitting on my dining table by the end of that week. That Saturday, we took the next step, removing my left hand at the wrist with the chainsaw. Though I felt little more than a violent vibration as we chewed through the tissue and bone, I almost passed out a few times just watching it. I yielded control of the arm that guided the tool to Malphus when I became incapable of controlling the shivering in my limb and lurching of my stomach. When the hand fell to the plastic we had lined the floor with, gushing just as much blood as the stump left in its wake, I dropped to my knees, spilling the contents of my gut beside it. We had determined, throughout many discussions, that the left arm would be the best place to start. Being right-handed, we had a better chance of seeing our plan through to the end if this didn't work. Of course, if my new friend's healing abilities had not grown strong enough to replace the missing parts, it was unlikely we would survive, but it still made the most sense. I could risk neither my prominent hand nor the ability to run if it came to it. As I gazed, slack-jawed and unblinking at my oozing wrist, I could feel my passenger straining to stop the blood flow. When the spilling crimson dissipated, it being replaced by something slowly growing from the grizzled wound, we both let out another burst of triumphant and mad laughter. Within seconds, a pale and pulsing hand had fully formed in place of the one we had removed. I could barely believe it. Yes, I had very much hoped that this experiment would end up as successful as the pinky finger, but I was bewildered nonetheless. Not only could I flex and move the fingers just as well as the one I had since birth, but the whole hand regrew quicker than the pinky had.
You're getting stronger,
I said, still gazing at my new hand.
Hell yes,
Malphus said, his words passing through my lips just as my own had.
You got more in you, or should we wait? We can do some more, just not too much. I'm getting there though.
For the next few hours, we drilled holes in my legs, chest, and left arm, all of which sealed up quicker than the last. I dug the knife into my gut, leaving it in place while we scorched my flesh in various places with the torch. Though the healing process maintained its rapid success, I could feel Malphus straining more as time progressed. We took the rest of that day, as well as the one that followed, for him to recuperate, focusing on our research. When Monday came, we headed out to pick up a new vehicle. I paid cash for a used truck, one that would be fit for off-road travel. I was a little nervous getting back behind the wheel after so long, but the muscle memory kicked back in before I knew it. We swung back by the apartment, loaded up some bags, and headed to the outskirts of the city for our next test. It seemed the best idea to get as far away from people as we could for this part. Not only would it be a bad idea to fire a gun in my loft, as the sound would quickly alert the authorities, but I didn't want to risk inadvertently firing into another apartment. Once we were far enough away, both from prying eyes and any potentially innocent victims, I found a good place to park before walking deep into the woods off the side of the road. As I stood there in the open clearing, somewhere in the middle of nowhere, I suddenly realized that I wasn't certain where to aim the first shot.
Go big or go home,
Malphus said with a chuckle.
If this works,
I said, attempting to control my nerves as I lifted the barrel to my temple. Would it regrow the parts that mute the pain?
I don't know, man. This is new territory for us both, I think. I guess we'll find out. Here goes nothing.
I don't know if it was me or my roommate who pulled the trigger, but everything went blank after I heard the hammer release. I have no way of knowing how much time passed before the lights flicked back on, but when I rose from the dirt, gasping for breath, my initial fear was not what I expected.
Malphus?
I said, feeling a strange sort of absence in my mind.
Are you still there?
My heart felt as though it wanted to push through my sternum over what was likely seconds at most.
Whoa,
The voice said from within my newly repaired skull, allowing my breathing to finally regulate once more.
now that was something different.
With a heavy and grateful sigh, I climbed back to my trembling legs, uncertain if we should push any further. I unconsciously dug the fingernail of my right forefinger into the flesh of my thumb, exhaling again when I registered nothing more than light pressure.
Keep going.
My friend said, his thoughts sounding exhausted, but energized at the same time.
Empty the clip.
Without giving myself a second guess or verifying that he was certain, I picked the gun back up, held it outstretched before me, with my thumb on the trigger, and fired every bullet it had left into my torso. Even without my pain receptors, it was a strange sensation, feeling the bullets that had not passed through me push themselves into the surface as the tissue reformed. It actually tickled a bit, causing us both to laugh again at the madness of it all. After another hour or so, and 3 more magazines having been emptied into my flesh in various places, my friend and I both felt satisfied that we had done enough testing. Between 40 or so bullets, the cordless drill, some serious burns, and amputation, all of which had been successfully healed without so much as light scarring, I felt confident that we could survive whatever Thawne threw at us. It wasn't until we made our way back into the city that one last idea came to me when I looked upon the outline of the skyscrapers ahead.
What do you think?
I asked, assuming my roommate could see what had caught our eye.
Go big,
He said.
or go home.
I replied. Of course, this was not something we could do until the city was asleep. We could neither risk falling on anyone, inadvertently sending them to an early grave, nor having any witnesses. I considered turning the truck around and seeking out a mountain rather than a building in the dead center of a crowded city, but neither of us wanted to have a climb back up the damn thing to reach the truck. We headed back to the loft, picking up a case of beer on the way. I had no intention of potentially dulling the senses or abilities of my friend, but if this one final test should be a success, I thought a celebration would be in order. Once I got back to my home, I thought it best to rest a bit before the hour was late enough for our last experiment. I didn't know about Malphus, but I was positively exhausted. I set an alarm for 3 in the morning, hoping that we would track down a good spot for a leap of faith before the world would awaken again. It didn't take me long to pass out, but I could feel the restlessness of my roommate as I drifted off. I could tell that he was nervous about this one. I was too. But I knew it had to be done if we were to have a hope of making it through this. When I awoke to find myself in a foreign location, I almost feared I had been abducted in the night, perhaps by the very man we sought out. It wasn't until I felt the cool wind caressing my otherwise somewhat numb face that I understood what was going on.
I couldn't sleep.
Malphus said in a monotone voice.
Figured I'd do the legwork while you were out. How high up are we?
I asked, choosing this question over the actual location of the building we stood upon.
23 floors, give or take. That should do it.
I walked towards the edge of the roof, my stomach climbing into my throat as I gazed over the side. While I could hear the occasional car drifting by from the other side of the building, the back alley I looked down on appeared deserted enough to leave no breadcrumbs behind should we walk away from this.
You sure about this?
Malphus asked.
Not remotely. Yeah.
I just gazed out at the world, breathing in the air like it was the last taste of oxygen that would ever reach my lungs. Regardless of all of our prior experiments, I was suddenly gripped by the idea that this would not go as smoothly as those attempts. Still, I wouldn't allow myself to back down from this. If the men who killed my wife and daughter were only a fraction of what we may face, I had a feeling that if we couldn't see the other side of this, we would be dead before we had a hope of seeing things through to the end. Dead here or dead there made no difference if we couldn't pull this off.
You ready?
I asked.
Run and jump or floppy fish?
He asked with a chuckle.
I could use a run,
I said, joining his laughter and backing away from the ledge. About 15 paces back, I stopped in place, my heart once more threatening to shoot from my chest like a cannonball. I closed my eyes, hearing the wind breathe around me, commanding my lungs to follow suit. When I blinked them back open, I allowed an arrogant smirk to reach across my lips, cackling like a crazy man as I pushed one foot in front of the other. My friend and I screamed out in unison as we quickly closed the gap, leaping across the border of the roof. As my body struck the wall of the opposing building, I felt my shoulder dislocate and my collarbone shatter. I pushed back with my legs, only sending myself back to the building I leaped from, my shoulder blades cracking against the bricks. From there, I crashed into a fire escape ladder, pinballing this way and that, more of my bones shattering with every hit. I felt the skin tear from my face and peel from my arms and legs. The sound of ripping cloth and snapping twigs echoed as I found more obstacles to slam into over my swift descent. The final sound of something akin to a water balloon filled with meat and bone exploding against brick and mortar was all I heard before I fell into the black. Somewhere in the darkness, I felt myself still falling, though I wasn't crashing against any obstacles this time, only drifting downwards through a seemingly endless expanse. I could neither slow nor cease my descent.
Don't let go, bud.
The familiar voice called out from far away.
I can't stop. You can, though. Ain't no rules here. Well, not the same as where you are anyway.
Though I had no form that I was aware of, I still felt hopelessness awaken from within whatever I was at the time. I cried out, the rage of having apparently failed in this most recent experiment threatening to break whatever was left of my will.
Can't end this way,
I whimpered.
It won't,
the voice spoke.
But I can't help you on this one. You gotta want it, kid.
I still couldn't stop, my desperation to hold on slipping. I almost wanted to resign myself to whatever was to come next, whatever lay beyond the world I left behind. As I allowed the despair to reach its tendrils deep into my soul, my conviction for my vengeance wavering, it was not the voice of my new friend that inspired me to hold on just a little while longer, but one I was certain I would never hear again.
Daddy.
That single word immediately prevented me from falling any further, freezing my wayward soul in place.
Lynn?
I called out.
Lindsay, baby girl, is that?
I didn't have a chance to finish my question before the lights flickered on again, yet another unfamiliar location greeting my eyes, which again struggled to focus. I shook my head in an attempt to fend off the almost paralyzing dizziness, blinking rapidly to clear my blurry vision.
That was quite an impressive display, Mr. Baker.
A disembodied voice said.
What? Where the... I wonder if you would be so kind as to share with me how you achieved such a feat.
The haze before me finally clearing up, I was finally able to make out my newfound surroundings. I was neither in the alley I dropped to from the rooftop nor my loft, but strapped to an inclined slender cot in a dimly lit room. The stainless steel table to my left held an array of quite intimidating looking bladed tools, while the two armed guards, dressed similarly to those who took my family and me captive, just glared at me from the front of the room. When some bright fluorescent bulbs flickered on above me, allowing me to take in the rest of the large circular room, several more armed men followed a short and disturbingly smooth-skinned slender man in a white coat through the lone door. The man in the lab coat looked like the quintessential mad scientist, with the light reflecting off his bald head and rimless glasses, an unsettling grin reaching across his thin lips.
Dr. Lynch will be performing an examination on you if you don't mind.
The voice that I could now see was coming from the speakers next to a large screen mounted above the door before me.
But should you have an interest in sharing how you managed to survive such a fall, we can forgo his procedure. That you, Thon?
I asked, having little doubt that the thin man the monitor showed me was the one I was seeking. Though he was sitting in a high-backed and honestly quite uncomfortable, yet fancy-looking chair, I could tell that he was both tall and slender. The dark shirt, vest, and tie he wore only accentuated how pale he was. He looked surprisingly young, maybe in his early 40s if I were to guess. Given what I had heard about the man, I had assumed him to be more of the elderly crime boss rather than some skinny, arrogant-looking middle-aged prick. His face was long and gaunt, a neatly trimmed black mustache almost drawn across his upper lip. His equally dark hair was perfectly parted on the left, looking as though so much product was applied to it that his scalp could very well be bulletproof. The bright emerald green of his eyes, though, there was something strangely unsettling about them, but I couldn't quite put my finger on what.
"It is indeed, my boy,"
he said, his every word lined with condescension.
"I've been keeping an eye on you since you awoke in that hospital. I had a feeling you may be inspired to plot some manner of vengeance for my mongrel's mistakes. I had no idea that you possessed such interesting talents, though. It is safe to say that, in recent weeks, I have been anticipating our meeting just as much as you have."
"How about you come on down and meet me face to face then?" I said with far more arrogance than I had a right to, especially given my current circumstances.
"Another time, perhaps,"
he replied,
"but rest assured that I can see everything."
Taking note of the cameras posted around the circumference of the room, I let out a sigh with the knowledge that he was likely many miles away, watching on safely from a distance. He was very likely staring at a similar screen to the one I gazed upon at the time, somewhere well out of reach, and I managed to break loose.
"I have, however, sent along a few old friends to watch over you in my stead."
It wasn't until then that I recognized the familiar hunger behind the eyes of one of the large men who still stood behind the door, along with that sinister grin lifting the thick fabric of his woolen mask.
"Well, hello there, Rick,"
I said, attempting to contain my burgeoning rage, my face tingling as the skin flushed. He granted me no reply, just a nod of recognition. I couldn't tell if any of the other goons in the room who were amongst those who ripped my life in two, but one way or another, I vowed I would see this man dead before the mad scientist could cut me into ribbons.
"You still there, Malphus?"
I asked within the confines of my mind, suddenly unsettled that he hadn't spoken up since I reawoke.
"I'm here, bud. What's the plan?"
Though I hadn't the remotest idea of how to get out of my current predicament, I knew that I could not grant Thawne the answers he sought, not if I still hoped to reach him before the dust settled.
"Whatever they do to us, don't heal. Not yet, anyway. I ain't gonna let you die. We're not dying here, but I can't let him see you at work. I'll keep you ticking, but I'll try not to make it obvious. Cool?"
Cool,
"This isn't going to go how you think, Thawne,"
I said, glaring contemptuously at the man on the screen.
"I'm not some sort of miracle cure. Dear boy, I watched your body repair itself after you practically blew apart upon hitting the pavement. Do not think of me as a fool. No mortal man could have survived that, not without a mark on them."
It wasn't until then that I thought to take a look at myself. As he said, I didn't have a scratch on me. My shirt and shoes have been removed, but my tattered jeans still wore the crimson stains left in the wake of my fall. Some of the scarring left over the night that left me a widower had even cleared up, presumably from the tissue being torn and regrown.
"Dr. Lynch,"
Thawne said,
"you may begin. Start slowly, of course, but feel no need to restrain yourself from there."
The still grinning lips of the mad scientist peeled further back, revealing gleamingly white, likely false teeth. My old buddy, Rick, moved in closer, wearing his rabid smile as the old man reached for the table, retrieving a simple scalpel. His first swipe moved so quickly, I barely registered it at first. It wasn't until I felt my still burning face scream with a sudden spike of agony that I realized this was going to be a far more brutal experience than my experiments of the last few days. "Shit," I said internally, trying to distract my senses as my left cheek was split in the same way as my right.
"I felt it too,"
Malphus replied.
"I think we might have damaged more than we intended with that fall. Can you block the pain?" "I don't know, bud. I gotta use everything I got to keep us in one piece, especially if I can't seal us up just yet."
As another swipe sliced through my chest, followed by two more in quick succession, I just bit down, hoping that I could handle how far this may go.
"You can do this, Terry,"
my roommate said, his words lined with compassion.
"You know I can fix it. You just gotta give me the word. Stick to the plan. These bastards can't hurt me any worse than they already have."
When the man in the lab coat cursed in frustration, likely from the wounds not closing up as expected, he raised the scalpel high, slamming it down into my chest over and over again. I couldn't prevent an agonized wail from reaching my lips when he buried his blade deep into my flesh, twisting it from one side to the other. Whether it was because I had felt so little physical sensation for so long, or that the pain was truly this intense, I couldn't say. Whatever the case, I fought to distance my mind from my body as much as I could, bracing myself with every cut and tear.
He's not healing.
The doc cried out, carving his knife through my midsection.
What are you playing at, Mr. Baker?
Thawne asked, his expression lined with as much frustration as his lab dog.
I'm not playing,
I said, wincing with every word.
I'm not what you think. I am not a gullible idiot boy. I watched you fall. I watched your body repair. Do not play games with—
I was trying to kill myself, you ignorant prick. I don't know what the hell happened after that. We just glared at one another, his unblinking eyes fixed on my watering ones, still reeling from the numerous wounds carved into me. It felt like a ridiculous staring contest between teenagers rather than a hostage facing his captor, but I wouldn't back down.
Take it to the next level, Dr. Lynch,
Thawne said, his lip twitching as he stared down his nose at me. Even when the snarling goon in the white coat slammed a thick and jagged blade on my forearm, pulling it back and forth as he sawed into my limb, I refused to break my gaze from the man on the screen. The stocky man in the woolen mask continued to drool from my periphery, seemingly getting off on this brutal display, but I still would not look away. I would not allow myself to wince, even when the blade began to rip through my other arm, its previous victim dangling from the strap it was affixed to. By the time the only strap holding me in place was the one across my chest, my amputated limbs hanging in varying angles, my head was quite loopy, but my gaze was still transfixed. Thawne gave a heavy sigh, finally turning away from me and shaking his head in disgust.
You're losing too much blood,
Malphus said, his voice strained from keeping us alive.
I can't keep us going much longer if you don't put us back together.
Just a little while longer, I replied, my conviction waning. I knew that if we gave Thawne what he wanted, I would be likely to spend months strapped to that damned cot, being dissected over and over again until he got his answers. Not only that, but my chances of achieving my goal, while he sought out his, would have little chance of coming to fruition.
Shall I continue?
The bald man asked, heaving with labored breath. Thawne seemed to consider his words for a moment, stealing glances at me in between turning away. It would seem he didn't quite have the stomach for his own experiment.
No,
He said with another defeated exhale.
Finish him off and dispose of.
As Rig drew and raised his rifle, a satisfied smile replacing the hungered one, his employer practically screamed out,
Wait.
The grin fell from the face of the one who ripped my life in two, his gun arm dropping lifelessly to his side. Thawne lifted himself from his chair and vanished from the screen, so quickly that I barely saw him move. The minutes trickled by as every breath felt more and more difficult to achieve. I could tell that Malphus was struggling as much as I was at the time, but I had no idea what my captor was planning next. As the armed men in the room gathered up and began indulging in some side conversation, the doctor, distracted by cleaning up his tools, I knew we would have to make our move soon. When Thawne appeared back on the screen, pulling someone else into view with him, my struggling heart began to beat so rapidly it may well have forced every ounce of blood I had left out of my many gaping wounds.
Daddy,
My beautiful baby girl called out, tears spilling down her face.
what did you do to him?
Do you feel a little more inspired to reveal your secrets now?
Thawne said, gripping the shoulder of my daughter so tightly that she screamed even harder. The second I saw her face, my roommate needed no word to hasten his work. The primal scream that left my mouth echoed through the circular room, instantly catching the attention of every other inhabitant. Something triggered within me that I had never felt before, as though the essence of Malphus and I truly became one for the first time. Thawne shrieked a victorious wail as each of my limbs reformed within seconds before pushing me free from the cot, bursting through the strap across my chest like tissue paper. The sounds of multiple guns discharging joined my battle cry as I leaped upon the one who started all of this.
Look away, baby girl,
I said, glancing up to meet her glassy eyes.
Daddy's coming to get you.
When she turned away, I pushed the beefy assassin hard against the wall, his head connecting with a loud thud, knocking him out cold in the process. This was good. He would not die just yet, nor would the man in the lab coat crawling across the floor to get to the exit. I rammed my foot into his gut, launching him next to his fallen comrade. As bullets tore through my flesh, the holes sealing themselves shut, spitting the fragmented shells onto the floor, I moved from one of my attackers to the next. I made quick work of them, punching my fists through their tactical vests and into the candy center, blending their gushing blood with my own. I tore out throats, peeled away limbs like the wings of a fly, and shattered bones beneath my heels. Two of them ran for the door, but they would not reach their mark. As one of them fumbled to press his finger to the pad on the locking mechanism, I sped toward him, swiftly pushing his head against the heavy steel door, flattening it like a cockroach. His associate provided the scream. The one who fell limp to the floor was unable to utter until I silenced him in the same manner, with the only sounds remaining in the wake of my assault being the blood dripping to the crimson pool at my feet. I took one final glance at the screen. Dawn stared back, slack-jawed at me, my dear Lynn still covering her face with her back to me. Though I could tell that Malphus was exhausted, assuring me that we could likely not take much more punishment without taking some time to recover, I gave my abductor a wink and a smirk. He pulled what appeared to be some sort of radio from a table I couldn't see, ordering more troops to head to my location. But I couldn't run just yet. Not without convincing the two, I left breathing to grant me some answers. Before the screen faded to black, I offered him one last thing to look forward to.
See you soon, bud.
Whether that sentiment came from me or Malphus, I can't say, but we were on the same page. Whatever the case, I had no time to waste. I had to assume that Thawne would not remain where he was for much longer. He was likely already enacting his plan to escape, so I had to get my answers quickly.
Wake up,
I said, peeling the woolen mask from the face of my wife's killer. His thick and shaggy blonde hair fell across the thick eyebrows above his tightly closed eyelids. The wide nose that looked to have suffered more than a few breaks over the years twitched ever so slightly, as did his wide mouth that was still lined with saliva.
Quit faking it,
I whispered directly into one of his cauliflower ears. If you don't open those eyes, I'll start peeling parts off of you until you do. He didn't seem to require any further convincing, quickly revealing those bloodshot eyes the second the words left my mouth.
It was a job, man.
He bargained, his body mimicking the spasm of his nose and mouth.
Wasn't nothing personal.
It took every ounce of self-control I had left not to push my blood-soaked thumbs into his skull. Barely maintaining my composure, I lifted him from the floor, slamming his back down onto the cot from which my discarded limbs still dangled. He continued to beg and bargain, something that was quite reminiscent of our first meeting, though our circumstances had reversed.
Just tell me where Thawne is, and I'll let you go. I can't. He'll kill me.
Those words being enough to assure me that he did indeed know where his employer was located. I would have no more use for the man in the lab coat who was moaning back to awareness.
And what do you think I will do?
I said calmly, swiftly forcing my heel against the face of the doctor who butchered me, bursting his skull across the wall.
Jesus!
The room's only other living occupant shrieked, seemingly having lost his taste for the sight of blood.
Where is he? Here, he's in the building. Don't lie to me,
I said, battling to keep my cool.
I'm not. It's the truth. Even he isn't arrogant enough to be in the same place he's torturing someone. I'm not some gullible victim. Not anymore. Tell me It's the truth, I swear to Christ it is. He's cocky as hell. Thawne thinks he's immortal. He always... Where in the building? The top floor, the penthouse.
I turned back to the door, fully understanding that I had no time to waste. Though I wanted to make him suffer for what he did to me, he didn't deserve a quick death. All that mattered was getting to Lindsay. I would reach her, and Thawne, then my vengeance be damned. As I pulled the limp arm of the man who previously attempted to unlock the door to this chamber of horrors, pressing his thumb to the pad as he had intended, I gave one final glance to the quivering shell of a man on the cot.
If I ever see you again,
I said through gritted teeth as the door drifted open,
I will introduce you to a pain you can barely fathom.
As I left him behind, sobbing like a frightened child in a pool of my own blood, I began to run down the long hallway ahead of me. The sound of a good many footfalls approaching from where I was headed assured me that reaching my target would be no simple task. But I wouldn't stop. I couldn't stop. I was fighting for something far more important than my vengeance now.
You still good?
I asked my traveling companion.
A bit winded, but I got this. Ain't backing down now. Let's finish this.
To the end then. As countless silhouettes reflected on the wall of the curve ahead, I turned my run into a full-on sprint, baring my teeth like a feral jackal. Within seconds, gunfire echoed once more, bullets ripping through my flesh, but I would not allow myself to acknowledge the pain. I would not allow it to slow me down. Though the hallway was wide enough for 4 large people to comfortably walk side by side, there was no order to the mob ahead. They practically fell over one another as they fought to reach me. That was, of course, until the blood began to flow. I quickly tore through the first wave, hunching over to thrust the claws that sprouted from my fingertips into their flesh, their Kevlar providing little protection against my wrath. The more bits and pieces of their associates that spilled to the concrete floor and slapped to the walls, the more the crowd began to thin. Not only was I swiftly lessening their numbers, but as they witnessed my wounds sealing shut before their eyes, they knew I could not be stopped. Those who ran from me only succeeded in showing me the path to follow, but they were not my target. They could all escape with their lives for all I cared. As they led me to both an elevator and a staircase, some falling over in their attempts to seal themselves behind the sliding door of the lift, and others tripping up the steps, I leaped over those who cowered on the concrete. I continued to chase after those bounding up the steps, finally reaching the ground floor of what appeared to be some sort of mansion. While most headed for the open door to the outside world, I tackled the whimpering man closest to me, pushing him to the wall and rearing back with my claws.
Thon, where is he? He's gone, man. Where?
I screamed, thrusting my hand through the wall next to his head.
A helicopter out back.
I shrieked a sound I didn't know myself to be capable of, an anguished squeal lined with fury and pain.
Did he take her? Her? The girl!
I screamed, tearing into the wall on the other side of him.
Did he take her with him? No, upstairs, 4th floor.
With that, I allowed him to fall to the floor, sprinting to the staircase at the rear of the room. It took little time to reach the top floor, passing by nothing more than the occasional cowering guards, begging to be spared. When I pushed through the heavy double doors that led into the penthouse, what instantly caught my eyes caused my thumping heart to shatter again.
Oh, God, no.
I whimpered, falling to my knees next to my precious little girl. The ornate knife protruded from her chest. The pool of blood around her grew larger by the second. Her normally rosy cheeks looked so pale and lifeless. I had taken too long to reach her.
Malphus, what do I do? How can I fix this?
Only silence greeted me for what felt like an eternity, until a familiar sentence caused my heart to skip several beats.
Let me in.
With those 3 words, I understood exactly what he meant. I leaned in, pulling the blade from my daughter's chest, and lifted her from the floor, pulling her close. I had no idea how this would work, but I felt safe in the knowledge that my friend would. It's hard to describe the sensation of him leaving me. It felt as though my skeleton was painlessly peeling through the flesh and muscle tissue. It was like a significant part of my being was separating, leaving a strange sort of hollow in its stead. Once my equilibrium regulated, I leaned in, praying to everything holy that she could still hear me.
You have to give him permission.
I softly whispered into her ear.
You have to invite him. It'll be okay, baby girl. Daddy's got you now.
I was trembling all over as I gazed upon the lifeless husk of my little girl. This had to work. I couldn't lose her again. Was this whole ordeal just some sort of cruel joke, where whatever forces that lay beyond human reach toying with me?
Please come back to me.
I begged, my tears blending with the crimson stains across my chest. I felt deflated as the fragment of hope I held onto spilled to the floor in streams of salt water and blood. As I felt my fractured heart split in two, a slight twitch against my arm almost inspired it to leap into my throat. Lindsay began to shiver so violently, I feared that her little bones would shatter. Though her eyes were still shut, a subtle light began to glow from behind them. A scream echoed from her mouth, growing louder and louder before steadily simmering down, forming a single word.
Daddy?
As one of Lindsay's beautiful big hazel eyes blinked back open, along with a subtly glowing orange one, a trembling smile reached across her lips. I glanced at her chest, seeing no trace of the gaping wound left in the wake of the dagger I pulled free from it. I pulled her close, holding her tightly as her weakened arms reached around my back. This brief moment of jubilation at the rebirth of my beloved daughter came to a quick and sudden conclusion when a familiar voice spoke from behind me.
So that's your secret then?
I spun to face the man who had ordered the execution of my family, pushing myself in front of Lindsay.
Just let us go, Thon. Dear boy,
he said, nodding to two men I hadn't noticed.
I will do no such thing.
One of the bulky men trained his rifle on me, while the other, my old friend I had left bleeding in the basement, only grinned as he glanced down at what he held. I know very little about firearms. I couldn't tell you the first thing about any of the weapons that had been fired on me that day, aside from the fact that bullets fucking hurt. That being said, it didn't take much knowledge of various types of weaponry to recognize a flamethrower.
Run, baby girl,
I whispered.
Run and don't look back.
But, Daddy, I
won't lose you again. Just go. Malphus will keep you safe.
With tears still streaming down her face, she ran to the back of the room, through a door, and out of my sight.
You won't escape,
Thon said, the arrogance having returned to his voice.
You do understand that, right? Whatever happens from here.
I said, the trembling in my own voice giving way to a cockiness I was certain I could not back up.
I won't let you get to her. Dear boy,
he said, giving a nod to the man with the flamethrower.
You have no concept of your limitations.
I still glared at him through the flames as they began to consume me. The pain was immediate, and more intolerable than anything I had experienced thus far, anything physical, that is. What Thon failed to understand, as I charged towards him, my rage pushing the bubbling and splitting of my flesh aside, was that he could not bring me any more suffering than he already had. Of course, what I failed to realize, as my target quickly pulled the guard from his left before him, was that I would be unable to tell who was who by the time my eyeballs burst from the intense heat. Regardless of that fact, whoever it was I wrapped my arms around, my strength dwindling as my muscle tissue peeled and separated from the bone, screamed louder than I did as they too became consumed by the flames. We both fell to the floor, my senses registering nothing else as my consciousness once more drifted into the black. As I made my descent for the third time, certain that this would be my last, I felt content in the knowledge that my beautiful little girl would be all right. My ex-roommate would make quick work of those who remained in the world I left behind. She would see tomorrow, and many more days to come. It was that very thought that allowed me to let loose my grip on the life I once had, allowing the darkness to finally claim the prize that had slipped its grasp one too many times. I did enough. I could let go. I was at peace. Finally, at peace.
You're not serious.
A voice sarcastically spoke from the black.
What? You're just gonna ditch out on your kid without a fight? Are you serious? We've come too far for you to just throw in the towel now, bud. You have got to be joking. I'm dead, burned to a damn crisp. What else can I do? You can quit this little pity party and use some common sense for one. What exactly is that supposed to mean? Who do you think you're talking to right now? Huh? Wait. Quite the little spitfire, your little girl. Chip off the old block, I dare say. She didn't. Don't worry, bud. I didn't let her go too far. Didn't want her any more traumatized than she already is. I hadn't even realized I stopped falling, nor had I noticed the light drawing closer by the second. Got a little present waiting for you when you wake up. Oh yeah, one more thing. Gonna need that invitation again. Gotta make it official and all. Malphus,
I said, my being soaring swiftly toward the light.
I invite you in. Again.
As blurry shapes began to reform my new eyes, I could feel my body still repairing itself. I glanced to my side to see Lindsay standing there, with blood spattered across her dress and her hands held over her face.
Is she okay?
I asked, my rapid heartbeat dusting off the cinders.
Ain't her blood,
Malphus said with a chuckle.
Why is she covering her face?
I asked as my body spasmed, life returning to my limbs while the new skin grew.
Your clothes burned off before your skin did, but didn't want her to see you like that. Seeing you all crispy was bad enough. Nobody should see their parents in their birthday suits.
When I regained the ability to sit up straight, my roommate pointed out the clothes he'd laid out for me.
Took the liberty of grabbing some things from the closet. Might be a tight fit, but better than nothing.
As I got to my feet, pulling up the neatly pressed dress pants, I took note of the present Malphus spoke of. The sight of both my old buddy, Rick, and Thawne tied down to chairs side by side, both of them beaten and bloody, brought me a smile I didn't know I had in me.
Oh,
I said, trying not to chuckle.
You shouldn't have. I didn't get you anything. That ain't entirely true, bud.
Malphus said, with something mischievous in his voice.
I got a bit of a favor to ask before this next part.
At first, I was almost reluctant about what he asked me to do for him. It wasn't a matter of trust, of course. Nothing he had shown me over these months we had spent together had given me any reason not to trust him. I was simply uncertain if what he wanted would go as planned, given what we had learned about Thawne. Regardless of that, I agreed to his request. It was bittersweet in more ways than I could even begin to express, but he assured me that this could end up mutually beneficial in the long run.
Shall we finish this now?
I asked, glaring down at Thawne, whose glassy and swollen eyes stared into mine, while I was tempted to peel the duct tape from his mouth to allow him to speak his final words. As I retrieved the ornate knife from the floor, still lined with my daughter's blood, I had heard more than enough of anything he had to say.
It's about time I returned this to you,
I said, allowing the light to reflect against the crimson-crusted blade.
Daddy?
Lindsay said, still holding her hands on her face.
Go to the other room, baby girl. I'll be there in just a little while.
I gave her a warm smile as she hesitantly pulled her hands away, revealing her own beaming grin behind them. She didn't so much as glance at the two strapped to the chairs, nor any of the other corners the wide room held as she ran to the back door. I just watched her until the door sealed shut, turning my attention back to the whimpering man-child before me. His muffled moans and shaking head seemed to signify he was in a certain degree of denial of his own mortality, but I made sure to clear up his illusions to the contrary as I slowly pushed it deep into his chest. I just watched on as he coughed, squeezing blood from behind the tape around his mouth as he twitched and spasmed, his eyelids losing their battle to remain open. I would not look away until his final breath was spent. Rick was wrestling against the tight bindings holding him in place, attempting to scream from his sealed mouth, but I wasn't ready for him, not just yet.
You sure about this?
I asked my roommate as Thawne's body slumped lifelessly in his chair.
They said he thought he was immortal. You sure this will end him? He ain't no immortal, just turned the clock back some is all. Nah, bud, he's gone. That's just an empty meat suit now. Well, it's been a trip, my friend. Hey, I ain't bailing on you, just moving out. I'm coming into some money though, it'll be more than enough to share.
With that, I once more felt that bizarre sensation of my mind and body being vacated by one of their occupants. As Thawne's hopefully abandoned shell raised, its nose breathing in the fresh oxygen, I felt my back tense up with the fear that he was still lurking in there somewhere. When the head raised to face me, the swollen and split tissue around the twin orange eyes shrinking and sealing back shut, a single wink assured me that it was my friend at the wheel, and not its former owner. I peeled away the duct tape and quickly got to work on cutting the ropes around his midsection, arms, and legs.
It smells kind of funny in here,
he said in a voice more akin to the one I heard in my mind, rather than the one that ordered me to be butchered.
This is gonna take some getting used to.
We talked back and forth for a moment, both of us ignoring the muffled whimpering of the man still strapped to a chair. Once Malphus began to adjust more to his new living quarters, He threw on some fresh clothes he grabbed from the large closet, while I went into the back room to explain what was going on to my daughter. She was apprehensive at first when the man who wore her abductor's face knelt to look into her eyes, but a smile slowly reached across her lips as they gazed at one another. She reached her arms around his neck, no longer seeing the man who took her mother from her, but the one we both owed her freedom to. After a time, they released their grip on one another, and she turned to face me again, embracing me even more enthusiastically than she had our mutual friend. We both shed tears as we held each other, the day's brutal events fading into as much of a blur as the continued whining of the man I still had business with.
Go with Uncle Malphus,
I said, finally letting my grip loose on my precious baby girl.
I'll be out there in a little bit.
Again, she wrapped her arms around his neck as he lifted her from the floor. He offered me a smile and a nod before walking out of the room, whispering to Lindsay to close her eyes until he said it was safe. She buried her little face in the nape of his neck, and I felt my heart swell with the knowledge that this nightmare was almost over. Once I was certain they were out of earshot, I turned my attention back to the man with freshly soiled cargo pants.
You could have walked out of here free and clear. You realize that, right?
I pulled the tape from his mouth, allowing him the brief opportunity to bargain for his pitiful life. His words were predictable at first, but when I once more picked the blood-soaked knife up from the floor, his pleas turned to threats. He wasn't wrong when he warned me that I was no longer able to patch myself back up if he got loose. Of course, if he hadn't managed to break free of his bindings by this point, he wouldn't have the strength to accomplish much of anything soon. Before I returned to my little girl and the unexpected friend I had made through this grueling journey, I fulfilled the promise I made to the man who murdered my wife, down in that dungeon in which I was cut to pieces. The look in his eyes before the work was done assured me that he had indeed never imagined such pain could exist in this world. After another change of clothes and a quick wipe down of the blood splashed across my face and hands, I left the high-priced secluded mansion behind, taking the passenger seat of the Mercedes my friend had handpicked from the garage. As we drove off, Malphus assured me that he had already arranged for the house to be cleaned, having been able to retrieve some lingering memories from his body's previous owner. He reached out to some of the man's contacts who specialized in such things. Not only that, but his search into the back room in the old man's brain allowed him to know where the hell we were located and how to reach my loft some miles away. Lynn was sound asleep by the time we reached the apartment I planned to vacate very soon. It was time to leave this temporary abandonment of my sanity behind and rebuild a future I never could have imagined I would find again. After he dropped me off, Malphus assured me that we would see one another again soon. I bid him farewell, lined with gratitude that inspired my eyes to well up once again.
Don't go getting mushy on me, bud,
he said, his own eyes shimmering in the glow of the street lamps. As I carried my daughter through the door of the loft in which I had almost allowed my fractured heart to shatter completely, she began to stir in my arms. When I flicked the light switch to avoid inadvertently stumbling over anything while I made my way across the wide room, her eyes blinked back open.
What's that?
She asked, an exhausted yawn following her words. I followed her gaze to the chaotically scattered and overlapping words scribbled across my wall. I chuckled at the bizarre display I had only seen through my pain-lined vision, honestly perplexed that any version of me had been able to make out a single word.
Nothing that matters anymore, baby girl.
She was out again before her head met the pillow of my bed, as was I only moments after stretching out on my couch. Not only had the day's events taken a significant toll on me, but the agony that had haunted me since I awoke in that hospital bed, what felt like many years ago, had finally released its hold on me. I would still mourn for my wife, as Lynn would for her mother, but that pain was easier to bear with us being together again. More tears would be shed over the months that followed, but pain gave way to acceptance, eventually. Malphus was true to his word, as I had no doubt he would be. We relocated to a new town in a new state, with new identities to boot. Once my friend had milked everything he could from the man whose meat suit he had taken for his own, he found a new host. He assured me that this body was vacated by another awful individual, but one with far fewer authorities sniffing around for any dirt that could incriminate him. He did set up generously funded accounts for both of us before he vacated Thawne, allowing his corpse to be found by those who hoped to lock him away and toss the key down a deep well. Though he has ventures of his own, some involving some old friends he left behind before he was left floating in oblivion, Uncle Malphus has been a significant part of Lindsay's life. Even if he's gone for months at times, he sticks around for just as long when he comes around. We have a guest house out back specifically for him. Though I will always miss my beloved Sarah, just as our daughter will, we now look to the future with hope, joy, and love. Something that we would have never found without the writing on the wall. My mother and father were killed in a terrible car accident when I was 6 years old. Since then, I have been raised by my aunt and uncle in Texas, along with my older cousin. It took me a while to adjust to this new arrangement, but in time, I came to accept my aunt and uncle as parental figures. But the person I was closest with was my cousin Lacey, but we were more like brother and sister. Living in Texas, we often went hunting and fishing. My uncle taught us both to be expert marksmen when it came to hog hunting. This comes in handy in southern United States, where these wild pigs are considered pests due to their effect on the ecosystem. By the time I was 13, I had become a terrific shooter. My uncle sometimes joked that I would become a police sniper. Over time, my cousin and I both developed an interest in computers. This was in the late 90s and early 2000s when the internet was a much newer phenomenon, and the idea of an information superhighway was very fascinating to both of us. Lacey is 2 years older than me and thus graduated high school sooner. She was accepted into the University of Texas with a scholarship in computer sciences. As for me, my initial enthusiasm in computers has since waned into casual interest. My ultimate passion was in sports journalism, and I would end up attending the University of Southern California with a scholarship in that field. In the summer of 2006, I finished my sophomore year, while Lucy had graduated from college and was now working for a large technical firm in Houston. It was summer break, and I hadn't seen her in a while, so I flew into town to visit for a few days. After spending a couple hours catching up, she brought up a subject that has since come back to haunt me. She referred to it as the dark web. One of her coworkers had been bragging about spending time there, claiming to have purchased drugs on numerous occasions, and also watching some very hardcore videos that could not be found anywhere on the regular internet. Lacey learned that this part of the web could only be accessed if you were a really good hacker. This predated Tor software by several years. Hacking had become a hobby of hers, and she decided to check it out. I figured, what the hell, right? What could be so bad about this dark web? Well, plenty, as it would turn out. As we went browsing, we both lost count of how many hitman advertisements, drug dealers, and animal torture videos we saw. Some videos were live streams of what seemed to be genuine rapes, which caused both of us to cringe. We even saw things like crush porn. Apparently, there are people out there who are sexually aroused by the sight of baby animals being crushed under stiletto heels. Despite all these horrors, Lacey had a strange fascination with this place, but I had already lost interest. Eventually, she came across a link titled TJ's Horror Shop. It sounded corny as hell, but Lucy clicked on it anyway. She was greeted by a message informing her that a show was going to be taking place that night, but that it was, quote, members only, end quote. The page gave her the option of registering, and she did just that. Southern Nerd 04 was the username she chose, if I remember correctly, and the website accepted her registration. She seemed eager to see what this was all about, but I felt very uneasy. From what I had seen so far, these people on the dark web are the type who hide their true colors, and I didn't want to see Lacey associating with people like that. After her registration went through, we were greeted by a digital clock, gradually counting down to the beginning of the live stream. It felt like an eternity. The clock eventually reached 0, and the screen lit up. We saw a man wearing a skull mask, skeleton gloves, and dressed in leather. He was twiddling his fingers like Mr. Burns, and we heard him speak in a deep, distorted voice.
Greetings, everyone, and welcome back to TJ's Horror Shop. For all the newcomers, it is my pleasure to welcome you into my house of horrors.
It seemed like a silly little show, but given everything else we had seen on the dark web, I wasn't convinced that something truly sinister was out of the question.
Tonight's first victim.
2 other men who were also wearing masks and dressed in leather dragged a third person in front of the camera. His hands were tied behind his back, and there was a bag over his head, like he was some kind of hostage.
Andrew Fleming of Charlotte, North Carolina, 43 years old, divorced, father of a son and daughter. He's been selected as the first victim of tonight's bloodbath.
I began feeling sick to my stomach, and I noticed Lacey was beginning to look nervous.
For those of you who are new, my viewers are the ones who get to pick how our victims meet their demise. Your username is selected at random. After your name is chosen, a box will appear on your screen to offer you several choices. The option you select is the method in which this poor bastard will die.
One of the henchmen ripped the bag off the hostage's head. The man was sobbing in terror and was pathetically begging for his life. I sincerely hoped this was all just an act, but I was becoming more and more convinced otherwise.
Now, let the selection process begin.
On the left side of the screen, all the usernames of those watching began to briefly flash up at random. Some kind of algorithm was using some sort of lottery system to select who would determine this man's fate. Eventually, it settled on the username Who Gives a Shit 771.
Who Gives a Shit 771? One of our favorite guests.
TJ shouted in glee.
How will Mr. Fleming's life come to a horrifying end? Let's find out.
A box appeared, showing the following options. A. Strangulation. B. Mutilation by chainsaw. C. Repeated gunshots. The user chose the third option.
Very well. Let the carnage begin.
One of the masked henchmen appeared from off-screen armed with a sawed-off shotgun. He aimed at the man's genitalia and fired. Lacey and I both gasped in shock and horror while Mr. Fleming howled in extreme agony. The henchman lifted the man up and shot him in both kneecaps, causing him to drop back down to the floor and continue begging for mercy, his pleas falling on deaf ears. The henchman then took out a 9mm pistol and emptied the entire clip into his back. I couldn't bear to watch anymore. I looked away from the computer and lost my lunch. I heard one more gunshot and the man's screaming stopped.
What a delightfully gruesome display. Now, on to our next guest.
The other guys dragged another hostage into view, also bound with a bag over their head. The bag was removed to reveal a young woman not much older than me.
Melissa Cartwright of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, 24 years old and single. You will be our next victim. Now, let's see who decides your fate.
As before, the slot on the left of our screen began flashing usernames at random. Much to our horror, it settled on the username Lacey had chosen. Tears began welling up in her eyes.
Lacey, shut this damn thing off.
I shouted.
Southern Nerd 04, a newcomer. We're happy to welcome you into our gruesome family. Now, you must choose how Miss Cartwright dies.
The small box reappeared, but with several different options than before. Flaying, electrocution, or incineration. Lacey sat frozen.
Lacey, get off this page now.
I said with a mixture of fear and anger. Several minutes passed and TJ had grown impatient.
Well, Southern Nerd, we are waiting.
Lacey began frantically pressing buttons, hoping to escape from this awful place.
If you don't choose in the next 20 seconds, you will be on our next show.
TJ said menacingly. For a moment, Lacey appeared to be considering one of the murder options, but before she could choose, I ripped the power cord from its outlet and shut the damn computer off. Lacey broke down sobbing while I rushed over to comfort her.
You don't think they'll find me, do you?
She said fearfully. I don't know. I stayed with Lacey for a few more days before flying back to Los Angeles. To be honest, I wanted classes to resume, but it was the middle of July. The whole situation with those wackos on the dark web appeared to have blown over. Or so I thought. Wednesday, July 19, 2006, 10:47 p.m. I returned to my apartment and flopped down on my bed. I opened up my laptop and was met with a horrifying sight. My generic desktop background had been replaced with an image of a skull mask, the same type of mask worn by TJ and his cronies in that terrible live stream. A video box appeared and a message began to play.
Hello there, Jason. It's me, TJ.
Shivers went down my spine. How did he learn my name? How the fuck did he hack into my laptop?
I believe we have a hostage here that might be of interest to you.
The camera angle changed. No, it can't be. Lacey. She was bound and gagged and sobbing in the corner of the room where TJ was filming. There were cuts and bruises on her face.
Remember when I told your cousin here that she would be a part of our next show? I'm a man of my word, Jason. She had a choice and she refused to answer the call, and now you will pay the ultimate price.
He bent down and pet her hair very creepily.
Or will she?
I sat motionless, waiting to hear what he would say next.
I've decided to make things interesting for our next show. Your cousin will have a chance to survive if and only if you eliminate this man.
A photograph of a middle-aged man appeared on my screen. Raymond Marshall, 53 years old, of Los Angeles, California.
No particular reason why I chose this random person, except for the fact he happens to live near you. And now you have a simple choice. Will you murder one person to potentially save another?
I stared at my laptop, unable to move or speak. I wanted to save Lucy, but was it worth murdering another innocent person?
20 seconds, Jason. Tick, tock, tick, tock.
I heard TJ taunting. Not much time to consider things. A very awful predicament to be in. TJ began to count out loud.
10, 9, 8, 7.
Yes, I will do it. I finally managed to force out. I regretted it almost instantly.
So, you've agreed to play along. Very well then. You have until the end of our show tonight to carry this out, which will be in a couple hours. Be warned, one of my henchmen is currently in Los Angeles, and he's watching your every move. You know, in case you try to chicken out. Oh, and we are also monitoring your communications, so don't even think about warning your target or calling the police.
I was trapped. There was no way out of this. I would have to become a murderer if Lacey was going to live, and the thought of it sickened me.
If you haven't eliminated your target in 2 hours, my henchman will kill you. Shouldn't be a problem. Your cousin tells me you're an excellent shooter.
TJ sent me his address. My target is a 15-minute drive away. Part of me wanted to commit suicide right then and there, but I knew I would be viewed as chickening out, and that would surely get Lacey killed. No, I had to do this. I took a quick shower, then went out to my apartment building's parking garage, taking my laptop with me. I opened up the toolbox in the bed of my pickup truck and pulled out my hunting rifle. I stared quietly at the weapon. I brought it with me when I drove out to California 2 years ago. I had used it many times for hog hunting, but I hadn't had much time for hunting much of anything since moving here. However, I had cleaned it recently, and I had plenty of ammunition. I tossed the rifle into the back seat of my truck.
Put this on.
I heard a voice say. Startled, I turned around and saw a tall man in a hooded sweatshirt wearing a skull mask.
Let me guess, you're that psychopath's puppet.
I said sarcastically.
Put this on.
He repeated in a more aggressive tone. He was holding a headset in his outstretched hand. I took it from him.
This headset has a small camera planted inside. It will provide visual information that you have carried out your task. Any attempt to tamper with it, and I will kill you.
They had all their bases covered. Such a lovely crowd to hang out with, I said as I climbed into my truck. I saw him turn around and walk away. I couldn't see him or his vehicle anywhere in sight. With that, I started the ignition and began to drive to the address TJ had sent me. All the while, I saw a dark SUV with tinted windows tailing me the whole way. I tried to make out a license plate, but it was late at night, and I couldn't see it. I eventually arrived at the street where my intended target lived. His house was directly across the street from a park. I decided it would be easier to hide from my target if I parked my truck over there. Meanwhile, the SUV that had been tailing me made a sharp U-turn and parked itself on the other side of the street. They weren't kidding that he was watching my every move. I opened up my laptop and waited for a video box to appear on the desktop, which is how TJ said he would contact me when they neared the end of their disgusting little show. At about 1:20 a.m., that's exactly what happened.
Welcome back again, loyal viewers. We have had quite an entertaining show so far tonight. We've got quite a finale in store for you.
He went off camera and dragged a woman in front of it, hands tied and mouth covered in duct tape. It was Lacey.
Will a man end one person's life to possibly save another? Let's find out. Off to Los Angeles we go.
In the video box, the image of TJ was replaced with the camera feed from the headset his henchman had tried to give me earlier. I knew this was my cue to look over at my target's house across the street. I rolled my window down low enough for the muzzle to stick out. TJ's henchman got out of his SUV and walked up the driveway. Apparently the man I was assigned to kill was a night owl. All the lights in his house were on, and I swore I could hear his TV blaring. Maybe he lived alone. The masked man rang the doorbell and stepped off to the side of the house to hide. A man arrived at the door.
Hello? Who's there?
He took a couple steps outside. This was it, my moment of truth. I gathered every ounce of strength and fortitude I could muster and pulled the trigger. It was a direct hit right between the eyes. Raymond Marshall was dead before he hit the ground. The henchman emerged from the side of the house and walked up to the corpse and examined it. After doing so, he looked in my direction and gave some kind of hand gesture, presumably a signal of verification.
Well, there you have it. Our friend did indeed have it in him to commit this murder. Since I am in a generous mood, I will not kill his cousin.
I heard TJ say on my laptop. The henchman got back into his SUV and drove off into the night. I watched as he drove away. I breathed a sigh of relief, but that relief was short-lived. I saw TJ walk off camera, and another one of his cronies walked into view, armed with a shotgun. After a slight hesitation, he shot Lacey dead. I was in utter shock and disbelief, even though I had done exactly what this monster had ordered me to do, and my cousin was still murdered. I had committed an act I found to be reprehensible, and it was all for nothing. I spent the next 2 days sobbing in despair in my bedroom. My uncle called and told me that he and my aunt had filed a missing persons report. They had tried to contact Lacey for several days, but couldn't get a hold of her. I feigned ignorance about what happened because I just couldn't bring myself to tell them. I lay in my bed, pondering what to do next. Those bastards had to be punished. But how? After all, one doesn't maintain a murder show on the dark web without being masterful at covering their tracks. But even the most careful criminals slip up eventually. Then I remembered something. The headset I had worn that night. The one with the camera installed. Could it possibly still have footage on it? Maybe not. They probably deleted it by now. But I decided it was worth a shot. It's not like I had any other options. I hadn't taken computer lessons in a while, but I remember the basic hacking tricks Lacey had taught me. I put the headset next to my laptop and went to work. It was a pain in the ass, but after several hours, I finally figured out how to hack into the camera. I expected to see nothing but a black screen, but to my surprise, I discovered a memory file in the camera. I clicked the file, and yes, footage from the murder. They had slipped up and forgotten to delete the memory. But that was only the starting point. I needed more if I was going to track him down. The henchman had his mask on the whole time, making it damn near impossible to identify him. The video reached the point where the henchman drove off, and I noticed something. There was a short moment where the vehicle passed under a bright street lamp before disappearing into the darkness. I saw a license plate, but the image quality was too blurry. I hacked in a little more to see if I could clear up the resolution, and it worked. The picture was now clear. It was a Nevada license plate. I was one step closer. I typed the plate number into the database. The vehicle was a 2002 Toyota 4Runner, registered to a man named Zachary Parker of Reno, Nevada, about a 7-hour drive north. I was also able to acquire his address, and I was now on the trail of my cousin's killers. You're going down, TJ. I'll make sure of that, even if it kills me. I packed food, rope, and duct tape, as well as a handgun that I used for home defense, and a hunting knife that I had brought with me when I moved out here. Before departing LA, I stopped at a local store to pick up mace and a taser gun. I was loaded and prepared to exact revenge against these psychopaths. I told my roommates that I was taking a short trip and that I'd be back in a few days, but truthfully, I had no idea if I would be coming back at all. These were some bad characters I was dealing with. I was expecting to lose my own life, but if I brought them down in the process, it would be worth it. I would prevent further deaths and avenge Lacey. I departed at about noon, but heavy traffic added another hour to my trip. I reached Reno at around 10 o'clock at night. Since I lacked familiarity with the area, it took me another hour to find the address of the SUV driver. Eventually, I arrived on a quiet street in a nice-looking neighborhood. It was a single-story, medium-sized house, similar in appearance to the one I had grown up in over in Texas. There it was in the driveway, the black Toyota 4Runner with that same license plate number. I was a nervous wreck, and it took me several deep breaths to calm myself down. Eventually, I worked up enough courage, grabbed my duffel bag and stepped out of my truck. Slowly and quietly, I snuck up to the house, hoping against hope that nobody would notice me. Suddenly, the garage door began to open up. I ducked to the side of the house to keep myself out of sight. A man stepped out from the garage entrance and climbed into the SUV to start it up. But he wasn't going anywhere. He simply moved his vehicle into the garage before shutting it off. I heard the sound of the vehicle door open and shut again. This is where I took my chance. I bolted from my hiding spot and snuck into the garage at the corner, using the SUV as concealment. The man didn't notice me. He reclosed the garage door, shut off the lights, and walked back into the house. I stayed crouched in the corner for another half hour, believing he might be going to bed soon since it was late at night. Eventually, I made it to the door leading into the garage and opened it as quietly as I could. I had entered the laundry room and there was another door, which I also opened. I was now in a dark hallway. At the end was a bedroom with its door partially open and the light on. I heard the sound of a shower shutting off. A few minutes later, I heard gargling noises. These were the longest few minutes of my life as I waited for the right moment to strike. I slowly crept down the dark hallway, careful not to make a sound. I set down the duffel bag and pulled out my taser. I heard a slight creaking noise of the man sitting down on his bed. That's when I made my move. I burst through the bedroom door and shot the man in the chest with a taser gun. I made sure he was electrocuted for a good, long time because I wanted him to suffer. Plus, I wanted to ensure that he wouldn't be able to fight back when I used the rope to bind him to his bedroom chair. Some time passed and he recovered from his disorientation. It took him a moment to realize he was tied up and he began shaking frantically. Then he looked up at me and let out a gasp.
What the hell are you doing here? How the fuck did you find me?
You got sloppy, I said tersely. Bet you never thought you'd see me again, did you? He glared at me contemptuously. Names and locations, dickface.
I'm not telling you shit,
he said defiantly. Fine, I got plenty of time. In the meantime, we're going to see just how much you can take. See how tough you really are. He gulped nervously. We can do this the easy way, or the hard way, Zachary.
Names! Go fuck yourself,
he shouted. I pulled out my handgun and shot him in his kneecap. He screamed like a banshee and I couldn't help but feel satisfaction at watching him suffer.
Not so tough when your victims fight back, are you?
Start talking, asshole.
Go to hell.
Maybe I will, but I'm taking you bastards down with me. I then pulled out my pepper spray and blasted him squarely in the face, which led to more screaming. I made sure he got a large dosage. His eyes watered like a faucet and mucus began dripping out his nose.
Talk. You're getting nothing from me.
All right then. Looks like I need to up the ante. I reached once more into the duffel bag and pulled out the hunting knife. Let's see. Your fingers, your toes, or your family jewels. He stared at me silently, sweating profusely. I'll settle with the family jewels. I moved in closer and began to press the knife against his crotch.
All right, I'll talk.
I pulled back and smiled with satisfaction. That's more like it.
He spilled the beans on the names and addresses of every one of his co-workers. He even gave the address of the abandoned warehouse where they hold their live streams. He said they were planning to have another show tomorrow night. As much as I hated this man, I didn't actually want to kill him. I would have preferred Zachary and his buddies to be kept alive to suffer in prison forever, but I also couldn't take the chance that he would break free and would warn his friends that I was trailing them. I pressed the gun to his temple and pulled the trigger. A loud bang rang out, and I saw his head slump, oozing blood and brain matter onto the carpet. I stood there for a moment, watching Zachary's limp corpse. It was a lot for me to take in. Yes, he deserved it. I doubt anyone would argue otherwise. Still, this was the first time I had ever willingly taken a human life, and I felt a little overwhelmed. But I had to expunge that feeling. I couldn't afford to be a bleeding heart, not with these bastards, and I would have to be prepared to take more lives if necessary. Just then, I heard a whimpering noise. It was coming from Zachary's closet. I pressed my ear against the door and could hear what sounded like children crying. It was a heartbreaking sound.
Has this man been keeping you hostage?
I asked.
Yes.
I heard the voice of a young boy respond from the other side of the door.
Don't worry, I'm gonna get you help.
I looked around Zachary's bedroom and saw his cell phone on top of his nightstand. I used his cell phone to contact the police and inform them of the children being held captive. Eventually, I drove away from the house, discreetly in the dead of night. Somehow, none of his neighbors heard anything. I spent the better part of the following day staking out the abandoned warehouse Zachary told me about. I couldn't keep my mind focused on anything else except bringing these bastards down. Eventually, the sun began to set, and I decided to make a move on the factory, whether TJ and his cronies had arrived or not. My truck was hidden in some bushes behind the building, so I was confident they wouldn't spot it. I took the rear entrance, hoping it would draw less attention. I had my sniper rifle, a flashlight, hunting knife, and taser with me. If what I had seen from the livestream was any indication, they always came armed. I opened the back door slowly, but it still creaked loudly. I tried to maintain my bravado, but that creaking noise made me fear I had alerted them to my presence. I chose to press forward despite my fears, my rifle pointed in front of me at all times. The factory was dim and quiet. Every little noise I heard made me shiver, but I wasn't going to turn back now. I had come too far down the tracks to abort at this point. There was a musty smell in the air, but it soon gave way to the smell of death. I recognized it instantly. Spend as much time hunting wild hogs as I have, and you become very familiar with the smell of decaying flesh. I traced the stench to a door at the end of a hallway. I opened it up and shined my flashlight into a pitch-black room, sweeping the beam across a pile of dead bodies, some of whom were children. I then shone the light to the other side of the room and saw 3 people bound and gagged in a corner, a man and 2 women. Using my hunting knife, I cut the ropes binding them.
Are you a cop?
Asked one of the female captives.
No, I'm just here to help.
I replied. Then I pointed at the dead bodies.
Last night's victims? Yeah, they haven't gotten around to burying them yet. They're running some kind of sick internet show here, and we were next in line,
said the male captive. The other female hostage was too traumatized to speak. I can't say I blame her.
You 3 get on out of here and head for the police station. We're shutting them down,
I said.
You sure you'll be okay?
The male hostage asked.
I'll be fine, just don't tell them about me. Now go.
Without missing a beat, the trio bolted out of there and out of the rear entrance. I decided to leave the door to this room open, just to give them a shock when they arrived. I reached the main area of the factory. It was largely empty aside from a few desks, a computer with a webcam, and some extension cords. I noticed a stepladder leading up to the catwalk above. I decided this would be a good place to hide while I continued to wait for their arrival. The wait would not be very long. Less than 10 minutes later, 4 men entered the building through the front door. They weren't wearing their masks, and they were all armed with shotguns. As expected,
The leader was tall, lean, and had blonde hair.
Where the hell is Zachary? Have you been able to get a hold of him yet?
The blonde-haired man shouted in frustration. I quickly deduced this was TJ.
I've been trying to get a hold of him all day, but... But what? I drove by his house earlier today. The place was crawling with cops. When I asked a cop what happened, they said he was found dead in his bedroom. Maybe someone found out about all the kids he was holding captive.
TJ let out an exasperated sigh.
Fine, we'll just have to do it without him. I should have known bringing him on board was a mistake. He always was a little careless.
Oh, you have no idea, TJ. I quietly muttered to myself from my hiding spot. TJ approached the desk with the computer and turned it on.
Bring out those 3 hostages. We'll begin tonight's show in about half an hour. You got it, boss.
One of the other men said as he disappeared down the hallway. I readied my hunting rifle from my perch on the catwalk. The moment of confrontation was arriving. TJ fiddled around on the computer for a bit when he suddenly heard a loud scream.
What the fuck was that?
TJ said. The henchman reappeared, looking frantic and sweating.
The hostages, they're gone. What do you mean, they're gone?
TJ asked incredulously.
They're gone. The storage room door was wide open. I walked in and they weren't there. The ropes had been cut.
I saw TJ put his head in his hands.
How the fuck did... Never mind. If those people somehow escaped, they're bringing the cops back here with them. We'd better leave now.
I wasn't going to give them that chance. I aimed the rifle at the henchman's chest and fired. He yelped in pain and dropped to the floor. TJ and his 2 remaining accomplices began frantically looking around, hoping to find the person who shot their friend. One of them walked directly in front of my sightline, and I had a clear shot at the back of his head. I fired and watched his head split open as he fell dead to the floor. Now it was down to 2. The last of TJ's cronies rushed to his friend's side, and I blasted him in the right knee before shooting him once more in the head. But this victory was short-lived. I heard a gunshot ricochet behind me. TJ had spotted me. I got up and ran as fast as I could across the catwalk. I heard another gunshot, then another. He pumped the shotgun once more, but I heard a clicking noise when he pulled the trigger. Using this opportunity, I shot TJ twice in his left leg, and he was down like the rest of them. I climbed down from the nearest ladder to get back to floor level. TJ was groaning in pain and holding onto his leg. I decided to give him a little more fun as I approached him. I fired another round, this time into his shoulder. I took out the hunting rifle and made an underhand toss. It landed to his right leg. Finally, I tased the bastard and made him squirm and flop like a fish on dry land.
Oh, how the mighty have fallen,
I said smugly. Once TJ regained his composure, he looked up at me.
Hey, you! Surprised to see me, you son of a bitch. But how did you... Wait, don't tell me Zachary. Like you said, he was always a little careless, and this time it came back to bite you in the ass. You were the one that killed him.
He got what he deserved.
All right, but what about Raymond Marshall's murder? You'll still go to prison for that.
No, I won't.
Oh, really? And what makes you say that?
Because you aren't going to say anything. I pointed the muzzle at his forehead.
No, please, spare me.
He sounded so pathetic. I saw a puddle form near his crotch. The bastard was pissing himself in fear.
Spare you? Did you spare my cousin? Did you spare anyone who pleaded for mercy? No, you give no mercy, you shall receive no mercy.
I pulled the trigger and ended his life. All of them were dead now. The nightmare was over. I heard sirens approaching off in the distance. I quietly exited the factory and returned to my stakeout spot. I spent the next few hours in my truck, watching the cops tape off the facility and coroners removing the corpses of TJ and his cronies. More arrived in hazmat suits to remove the dead bodies I had seen in the storage room. Eventually, they sent digging crews to excavate the remains of the victims they had buried. It was during all this commotion that I was able to drive away unnoticed. It was a very long drive back to LA. I spent some of that time listening to the radio. The story was all over the news. When I heard reports about the men being eliminated by a, quote, unknown assailant with no available description, end quote, I knew the 3 hostages I'd cut loose had kept their promise. I was in the clear. Eventually, Lacey's remains were identified, and my aunt and uncle received some much-needed closure. It's been a long time since that incident. Occasionally, I have thought about turning myself in for Raymond Marshall's death, but I always rationalized that his death was on their hands and that I was an unwilling pawn. Take it from me, the deep web is a dark, despicable place. I will never go there again, and neither should you. As anyone who is or has been the nerdy kid growing up can attest to, you can't help but assume the worst when the biggest bloke in class suddenly walks up to you. It took him calling me by my name several times for me to stop pretending like I was reading the blank pages of my notebook. Instead of barraging me with all the usual insults about my glasses, my clothes, or my bowl cut, however, he just grinned down at me and asked, "Oi, newbie, you play caps?" I shook my head. My folks and I had just moved to town barely a month ago, so I obviously wasn't familiar with the local trends. Bottle caps, or just caps, was apparently an infamous kids game that had recently made its resurgence and was being played across the entire school. I say infamous because many parents saw it as a gateway into subsequent gambling habits, and actively encouraged teachers to be on the lookout for students participating in it. Ironically, that only added to the game's sort of underground appeal. Their concerns weren't unfounded, as kids would often be coaxed by their peers into wagering their allowances or other possessions. The rules are deceptively simple. At the start of a game, each player grabs 4 random bottle caps from the set. Each cap would have a number written on the inside of it, showing the amount of points said cap is worth. The numbers can be 5, 10, 15, 20, or 25. The players then take turns guessing how many points the other has. Every time they are wrong, their opponent must tell them to guess either higher or lower during their next turn. If a player suspects that they are being misdirected, they can call their opponent out. A player wins by either guessing the exact number of points their opponent has, catching them lying, or being called out for lying when they actually weren't. Regardless of the outcome, both players flip their caps at the end of the game, revealing their score and proving that they haven't cheated. Needless to say, I lost my lunch money that day. But a few pounds was a small price to pay for the thrill of taking part in something I wasn't supposed to. That's how it started. After a few weeks, my own parents could hardly recognize me. I'd stopped studying, which my grades inevitably began to reflect. The only reason I went to school was to play caps with the lads. Probably beginning to suspect what was going on, my mum started packing my lunch instead of giving me money. Unfortunately, that only resulted in me sneaking stuff out of the house that I could gamble with instead. I was much too young to grasp the concept of serious addiction, let alone realize that I was spiraling headfirst towards it. The others convinced me to stop attending classes altogether. We'd spend our weekdays behind an abandoned gym, where we'd smoke, scribble pricks on the wall, and of course, play caps. But there was also another reason we went there. Once in a while, this kooky old man from across the street would come down and pay us a visit. In hindsight, the guy was clearly unwell. He was grossly malnourished, somehow appearing skinnier and skinnier each time we saw him. His face was covered in scabs and lesions, and his eyes were perpetually bloodshot. He never gave us his name, so we just called him Mr. Sag on account of his propensity for wearing absurdly oversized jumpers. According to him, he and his friends were the ones who originally came up with our favorite activity back when they were around our age. Usually he'd just sit there and watch us play for a few hours before going back inside. On occasion, however, he'd challenge one of us to a game, always brandishing the same crumpled 50-pound note and promising it to whoever beats him. It was an obscene amount of money from the perspective of a 12-year-old back in the early 90s. Not that we'd ever know. You would think that, for a game so reliant on chance, one of us was bound to get lucky eventually, but the shifty old nutter always managed to weasel out in the end. Every time it seemed like he was about to lose, he'd suddenly make a random guess which just so happened to be the correct one. We were convinced that he was cheating, but we couldn't figure out how. The bottle caps we used were all from the same brand of Coke. There shouldn't have been any way of differentiating between them. He was either being helped by someone or had one hell of an eye for detail. Perhaps it was time that we tilted the odds in our favor a little bit as well. Cheating at caps is considered a local taboo and a reliable way of getting your teeth kicked in if caught. Given the circumstances, however, we figure the turnabout is fair play. A functional set consists of 4 caps from each of the 5 respective values, totaling at 20 per set. Giving each of them some sort of distinguishing mark would have been too obvious, especially if old Mr. Sag really was that perceptive. To mine and everyone else's surprise, it was I who came up with the idea we eventually ended up going with. The plan was to make a new rigged set made up of 16 caps worth the same amount of points, in this case 10, and only 4 of a different one, 15. Only those 4 would have been marked in some ideally inconspicuous way so that we could search them out from the rest. The idea was that you'd always know what your opponent has regardless of what they pick, while also being able to ensure that there aren't more than 4 caps of a single value between you two, since that would have given it away. The trap was set. All that was left now was for our guest of honor to make his appearance. Mr. Sag showed up late the following afternoon. He greeted us with a wave and assumed his usual sitting spot, an improvised bench made out of plywood and a few cinder blocks for support. Cooper, the oldest kid in our group, didn't seem keen on waiting for a challenge to be extended. He strode up to the old man and demanded the rematch that he felt he was owed. Mr. Sag offered him a passive, neutral smile, then shrugged his shoulders and joined us at the table. The rest of us took a few steps back, having just replaced the real set with a trick one and trying not to look too obviously giddy about it. The bottle caps were laid out between them. Even from a glance, I could already tell the 4 marked ones from the rest. 3 of them were lightly scratched in different places, while the 4th had parts of its logo smeared. We tried to make the imperfections look as benign and accidental as possible. As per the rules, both players took turns shuffling the order before selecting their caps. Cooper waited for his venerable opponent to pick first. I could tell that the old man had 3 10s and a 15. In response, Cooper quickly snatched the remaining 15 and 1 10. Both checked their caps, or pretended to in the case of one of them. The game was officially underway. Cooper was the first to guess.
25.
He smugly proclaimed, despite it being wrong. He might have likely figured that winning on his first turn might have been a bit too suspicious. The man rechecked his score and shook his head, all the while maintaining his calm smile. He replied. His voice was so weak and raspy that it sounded like he was constantly struggling for air. It was his turn to guess.
How about 70?
Cooper made a clicking noise with his tongue, leaned back, and gave him the thumbs down. The whole game only lasted 3 rounds. Mr. Sag came dangerously close to hitting his mark on both his subsequent attempts, forcing Cooper to just pull the trigger and get it over with.
45.
And just like that, it was over. I couldn't believe it. The plan actually worked. Cooper shot me a sly glance, his grin wider than ever, which I couldn't help but reciprocate. He extended his hand towards the dumbstruck man standing across from him, expecting his due reward. We were all taken aback as the man's sullen grimace suddenly turned to laughter. He cackled, wheezed, and then cackled some more. I'm not sure what sort of reaction we expected, but it certainly wasn't that. Before a now confused Cooper had the chance to retract his hands, Mr. Sag had grabbed it with both of his. He shook the boy's entire arm and then triumphantly slapped the coveted 50-pound note down in front of him. I had never seen the old man this lively before. He seemed genuinely overjoyed to have lost, as though a tremendous weight had been lifted off his shoulders. We looked on in stunned silence as he made his way over to the nearby intersection, laughing and cheering all the while. It was surreal watching him just stand there, tapping his feet against the pavement in celebratory fashion as the other pedestrians circled past him. He appeared to be waiting for something. Cars slowed down, thinking he intended on crossing. The scraggly old geezer just waved them off with a smile.
Think we broke 'em, boys,
Cooper said in a self-satisfied tone, and then proceeded to wave his prize in each of our faces. I should have known better than to expect my contribution to be acknowledged. All of a sudden, Mr. Sag spun around theatrically. Our eyes locked. He smirked, gave a bow, and to our absolute horror, jumped backwards in front of an oncoming truck. The driver had no time to react. The initial collision sent the ragged man tumbling down beneath the wheels, where his body was effortlessly crushed under the massive vehicle's weight. There was a crunch, followed by a wet, squelching noise that caused me to look away. All around me, there were screams of panic and confusion.
Ambulance! Somebody call an ambulance!
A woman yelled. It was clearly much too late for that, though. The rest of the kids were quick to scatter. I felt Cooper grab me by the elbow and try to pull me back, but my body wouldn't move. It was like my soles were nailed to the ground. After a few attempts, he gave up and sprinted off as well. To this day, I'm not sure what compelled me to stay. Maybe it was shock, or perhaps it was a feeling of guilt. Whatever the case, step by timid step, I inched forward towards the scene of the crash. Childishly, a part of me still held out hope that it was all going to turn out okay in the end. Such hopes were promptly dashed as soon as I squeezed through the crowd of concerned and morbidly curious adults that had gathered around the victim. Splattered against the black tarmac was an unrecognizable pile of meat. The limbs that were still attached were bent in angles too painful to describe. There were bones protruding through the man's oversized sweater. I didn't even want to imagine what his body looked like underneath. His waist and stomach region were completely flattened, separating him in two. All that was left behind was a smear of entrails stretching up the road. His head was the only part of him that had somehow remained relatively intact. His face was turned towards the sky, expression eerie and hauntingly void of emotion. Suddenly, his lips began to move.
Please, let me go.
He repeated, chanting it over and over like a mantra. The fact that he was still alive at all was a miracle, although from the miserable sod's perspective, it was clearly anything but. My stomach turned as the man's bulging, bloodshot eyes singled me out from the other bystanders. A warm trail of urine ran down my leg. His grimace twisted with anger.
You!
He hissed through broken teeth.
You cheating little shit. What have you done? She won't let me go. She'll never let me go because of you.
The horrified crowd turned to look down at me. It was too much. I let out a scream and shoved past them, running away as fast as my short legs could carry me. I never told anybody about what happened that day, not even my parents. It sort of remained this unspoken secret that everybody involved knew not to talk about. Ironically, the whole experience might have done the majority of us good since we quit playing caps and started attending classes again. Or, at least, that might have been the case if my story ended there. Years went by. I was a few days removed from my 17th birthday. It was Sunday and I had the apartment to myself for once, which didn't happen very often. I was planning on spending the evening eating crisps and watching the most raunchy rubbish TV show I could find when, suddenly, the phone rang. With nobody else around, I begrudgingly rolled off the sofa and sauntered over to pick it up. It was Cooper. It took me a minute to recognize his voice. We hadn't spoken in over 3 years, not for any particular reason, we just grew apart. Although he tried to maintain a friendly tone at first, it was clear that there was more brimming beneath the surface. It didn't take long for the desperation to leak through. His voice cracked, and I could practically hear him holding back his tears. He started telling me how sorry he was and that he had no other choice. I did my best to encourage him to be less vague, but it made no difference. He just kept on apologizing. I decided to just wait for him to calm down before trying to make sense of his babbling.
Listen,
He finally said,
you're at your place, right? Go check if your door and windows are locked and call the cops. Tell them that somebody's trying to break in or something. Just trust me, please.
I made an effort to extract more information, but my concerns remained unacknowledged. He kept insisting that I wouldn't believe him, and that telling me would only make me think that he was playing a prank on me. He asked if my folks were around. I said no.
Good. Fuck. Okay.
Panic was starting to set in again.
Okay, I'll call the cops for you. Just make sure everything's locked tight and find a place to hide. Or, you know what? Better yet, go over to your neighbors, but do it fast. You don't want to be trapped outside when he gets there. Go now.
And just like that, he hung up. I slowly placed the headset down, shut off all the lights, and walked up to the nearest window. It was pitch black outside. Droplets of rain trickled down the glass. Perhaps Cooper's insistence on remaining vague had been the right call, since it made me take the threat way more seriously than I likely would have otherwise. I paced back and forth, considering my options. I lived on the first floor, so, while unlikely, it was definitely possible for somebody to break a window and climb in if they wanted to. I glanced down the cramped entrance hall. Our upstairs neighbors were a kindly older couple that would have invited me in without question, especially after explaining the situation to them. Screw it, I thought. I'd watched enough horror movies to know what happens to that one skeptic guy who insists on ignoring all the warning signs until it's too late. I grabbed the keys off the table and headed for the door. Unfortunately, that was about as far as I got. Smarter men than me have debated just how far you can pervert the human form until it is no longer considered human. I'm not exactly qualified to determine where the line needs to be drawn, but there is one thing that I do know for certain. The thing standing on the other side of that threshold, bathed in the harsh light of the staircase corridor, was definitely not human. At least, not anymore. Its calcified hand shot forth and slapped against the inside of the door before I had the chance to slam it shut. I jolted back. Blocking my only conventional means of escape was this misshapen husk of a figure. It was naked, apart from the grimy overcoat draped over its frame, the front of which hung open to reveal shriveled, almost mummified-looking flesh. Its body was held together by copper wire, and there were pieces of rebar connecting its upper torso to its pelvis. I had no idea of how it still had use of its legs, considering that the metal bars were the only thing linking them to the rest of its skeleton. But as undeniably grotesque as the fusion of bone, gray flesh, and rusted metal was, it was its face that caused my chest to tighten. It wore a face that I instantly recognized, despite its atrophied state. "Mr. Seg, is that you?" The old man, or at least what was left of him, didn't say anything. Not at first. He only smiled, dry lips cracking as he did so. Just then did I notice that he was dragging some sort of tool behind. As his feet shuffled past the welcome mat, I saw it more clearly. He was wielding a crowbar.
Your little friend told me where to find you. He told me everything.
His voice was even weaker than I remembered, now barely above a whisper.
He told me how the whole thing was your idea from the start.
When I tried to protest, he struck the wall with his improvised weapon, chipping it and causing me to cower in fear. I considered screaming for help, but I had a feeling that he would have taken even less kindly to that.
"Sit,"
he demanded. I swallowed the lump in my throat, lowering myself onto the living room carpet. Mr. Sag nodded and gently closed the front door behind himself. We were drenched in darkness. The sole source of light was the TV, which still droned on in the background. As terrifying as the man's appearance was, only being able to make out his crooked outline was arguably even worse. The walking cadaver stood by the entrance hall for a good while before finally shambling towards me. Each labored step sent chills running down my spine. My mind cycled through the different and progressively bleaker scenarios. His joints made a disgusting pop as he knelt down directly in front of me. My nose burned, assaulted by the stench of mold and decay. One half of his ghastly face became illuminated by the bluish light emanating from the TV, whereas the rest of him remained shrouded. He then reached into his pockets, producing bottle cap after bottle cap, and placing them down between us. Is that what all this is about? Look, I'm sorry, we were just kids. We didn't know any better." The gaunt man shook his head. He cared little for my excuses. After having arranged all 20 caps, he pulled back and waited for me to shuffle them. It's not like I had much of a choice. The ultimatum was clear. Win and presumably get to live, lose or refuse to play and get your brains bashed in by an undead, crowbar-wielding maniac. The rancid abomination sitting across from me and I both selected our 4 caps and then discreetly confirmed our scores. My ears pulsated in tandem with the thumping in my chest. I had pulled a 10, a 20, and 2 25s, meaning that my total score was 80. Round numbers are generally not considered ideal since they are easiest to guess. I was already off to a bad start. Mr. Sag took the liberty of going first.
50.
A predictable choice, not too close, but not too far off as I would have liked. Now it was up to me to decide whether it was worth steering him away from the mark. Hiya, I confessed after a few agonizing seconds of deliberation. He nodded. It was my turn. I didn't know where to start, so I just went with 50 as well. Low, he murmured. To my knowledge, nobody had ever beaten him fair and square. I very much doubted that I was going to be the first. The goal was to survive long enough to come up with some sort of escape plan. 60 was his subsequent guess. Hiya, I replied with even less confidence than before. I should have lied, but for some reason I once again found myself unable to. It was my turn again. 30. There wasn't a single feature of his that I could reliably read. It was like playing against a statue. Low. If he was being truthful, then my only remaining choices were 20, which is the lowest possible score one can have, and 25, assuming, of course, that he hadn't been leading me astray from the start. 70. I was pushed against a corner. How was I expected to keep a straight face with the pale mask of death staring literally right at me? His next turn would have almost certainly been my last if I didn't think of a way to stall him. I could have pretended like he was wrong, but there was this lingering feeling in my gut that he would have known regardless if I was willing to admit it right away or not. Suddenly, I recalled something, a detail that I've been clinging on to ever since what happened at that intersection. I doubted that bringing it up was going to make a difference, but it was worth a shot, especially if it bought me some time. Who is she? I saw him tense up despite the timidness of my inquiry. Noticing his reaction, I pressed the matter further, this time with a marginally more empathetic pitch to my tone. Back then, you said that she won't let you go. What does that mean? Mr. Sag looked down at the unfortunate state of his body. He ran a finger along the wires that bound its shriveled tissue together. There was a deep sense of regret and melancholy reflected in his sunken eyes. I was a boy, about the same age as you were when we first met. I was tired of always losing. He paused after every sentence, as if expecting some malevolent force to strike him down. When nothing happened, he carried on. Always the loser, never the winner. He chuckled dryly. But then, she came to me. He leaned in, cupping one side of his mouth while his clouded pupils darted warily about. His breath caused bile to rise to the back of my throat. I felt compelled to also check my surroundings, but saw nothing in the darkness that encompassed us. Then my eyes fell upon the crowbar that lay across his lap untended. My palm began to itch. Lady Luck, he whispered. She offered me a deal, and I took it. Now she won't let me go until... Knowing that I was unlikely to get another opening, I reached forth, snatched the steel bar, and dug its bent claw into the side of the corpse's neck. It was enough to knock him over. I crawled back until my shoulders hit a wall, and then slowly rose to my feet. There was no blood. It was like his skin was made of paper. Once the initial shock had subsided, and I noticed him reaching for the tool embedded in his neck, I grabbed one of Mum's decorative pots from the counter and smashed it against his skull before running for the door. I stumbled down the single flight of stairs and, to my surprise and great relief, found 2 officers waiting for me at the bottom. All 3 of us heard the sound of glass shattering. When the cops went up to investigate, they only found a broken window. They searched the alleyways and then the whole block, but, predictably, discovered nobody matching my intruder's description. Of course, I spared them the more unbelievable parts of my account. They would have probably assumed that I was high if I told them that some Frankenstein's monster-looking bastard had broken into my home and forced me to play caps with him. I never heard from Cooper again. He was the one who rang the cops, so I can only presume that they had some questions for him as well. If they did, I was never informed of the outcome. He had moved several times since we lost contact, so I had no idea where to find him. For all I know, Mr. Sag could have gone back and finished the job, though I doubt that. If he just wanted to straight up kill either of us, he would have done it. In fact, I don't think he was ever the real villain to begin with. He was but a symptom of something far more malevolent that's still out there, preying on the unsuspecting and gullible among us. It's been over 2 decades. I've been through a divorce, married again, and had 2 kids that are currently in their preteens. This is the first time I'm telling my story exactly how it happened. Why am I bringing it up now, you ask? It was my turn to drive the kids to school this morning. My daughter had forgotten her backpack, so I went up to her room to fetch it. When I picked it off the floor, however, I felt something jiggle in one of the side pockets. The sound was all too familiar. I looked inside. What I found were exactly 20 bottle caps, each with a number written on the inside of it. I think we'll need to have a talk. I closed the blinds and turned off my phone. The TV that was always on now sat lifeless in the corner. I hated the silence, but I had no choice. They'd already come knocking on my door once. They'd be coming back. Ignoring wouldn't be an option the second time. A Bristol County judge would make sure of it. I needed a cigarette. It was nostalgic, having to find a good place to sneak one. I was 16 when my father caught me in the basement. As if the rancid smog overhead wasn't evidence enough, I'd left a burn mark on a cushion trying to shuffle the butt away. He had me put that couch through its first cleaning in decades, and at the end, he looked at it proudly and said I'd done good. Then he threw it out. Camping in my narrow, cluttered pantry was far less comfortable, but its window hid behind the crown of a large tree, perfectly out of sight. I sat propped against my refrigerator, the cold door on my back a refreshing break from the dry summer air. There was a static setting in. It stuck to my arm as it flipped open the notepad in my lap, my chicken scratch illegible in the shaded overcast, the long list of names and addresses. There was another to cross out. My bracelet danced as I scratched the pen along the page. The blue, pink, and yellow beads a stark contrast to the dry blood still smeared on my fist. It wasn't my fault. I was sure it was him this time. I wiped the blood against my jeans, and with it, the memory. Hurrying a cigarette to my lips, but stopping before I lit up. The bracelet I'd almost forgotten. I slid it off and rested it gently upon the windowsill. Police sirens wailing somewhere nearby. I was ready now. Katie hated when I smoked, ever since she was little. I used to stand out behind the shed on the weekends she was here, adding to the pile of butts I'd left back there. I wasn't discreet anymore. My poor and neglected yard was carelessly decorated in my vice. The little white sticks tangled in the overgrown grass where furniture lay in disarray from winds long before the ones currently swirling about. A light gust brushed past my limp hand, sending ash and smoke back inside. It seared the cuts on my knuckles. I considered reaching into the freezer for some ice, but was too lazy to dig through the stock of keto-friendly meals. I don't have it in me to throw them out, and the damn things have such a long shelf life. I had what I needed, anyway. Sweet, sweet nicotine. I gave a long draw and savored it. Then came the knocks on my front door. I knew it was a matter of time, but I had hoped for more. I was so angry with myself. The junkie's lead made more sense than the mailman's. Guy gets high and gets into his car. I bet that's what happened. It seemed so obvious. Another bang on the door had my mind running through the options. I could slip out the back door, run to Dad's. His house was empty and would give me at least one more day to cross names off my list. There was a Pontiac for sale up in Dover that matched what my niece said she saw. Jack! I was too late. I slid the bracelet back on my wrist as more knocking rang loud. The muffled voice calling for me. One more cigarette would have been nice. Before they hauled me off. Instead, I emerged from my hiding spot and marched past the many bags of clothes and toys I never donated, straight toward the handcuffs that were waiting for me on the front porch. I failed her. Again. I opened the door. My brother was standing there with his phone to his ear, frantic as ever. "I've been calling you." I scanned the street behind him. Phone's dead. "Yeah, no shit. Was it dead last night too?" We stood in momentary silence, the wind whistling around us. His hair stuck up in the back and his beard was thicker than mine now. "Can I come in?" he asked. I stepped aside, a rush of air followed behind him, pushing back as I sealed the door shut. One of Katie's jackets had blown off its hook. I put it back. "Wasn't sure you were home." Danny called from the living room. I would have preferred somewhere away from the windows, but he'd already taken a seat on the couch. If I'd known he was coming, I would have cleaned up a bit. Long abandoned laundry lay upon chairs, pizza boxes stacked under the coffee table. The truck's in the garage, I said. This storm is supposed to get real bad. Last thing I need is a tree through my windshield. I dropped into the armchair across from him and saw him throw a cursory glance at my notepad on the table. How's Ella? I asked. She's hanging in there. We're thinking about a vacation, but money's tight. Keeping her busy with soccer for now. Wish she'd stop playing, so scared though. Anytime the ball comes near her, she flinches. I was like that too. Give it time. His eyes narrowed. This isn't nerves, Jack. She saw it happen. Might help if her uncle would show up. Let her know he doesn't blame her. That was the problem. Maybe I did. She's the oldest. She should have known better than to tempt Katie the way she had. It's not easy keeping those thoughts to myself. It's why conversations with Danny were like opposing magnets, and why I was never around to catch a soccer game. I told you, you've got to give me more notice than the day before, I explained. I know, and I have. You said it was too much to notice, and you forgot, remember? I didn't like the way he was looking at me. My baby brother, arms crossed with an unwavering gaze. His tired eyes were sunken in from the weight of his own burdens, and yet they were more concerned for me. Pity for poor, pathetic Jack. I wanted to wipe it off his face. He'd deny it, of course. He's a white lie kind of guy, spare hurt feelings if you can. But I knew what he was thinking. Years of detecting Dad's ire gave me a strong mental radar. Problem was, Danny had it too. He broke off with another peek at my hand. There was still evidence of dried blood. I'll get you a schedule, he said. Jules made magnets for all the parents. They're good people. I think you'd like them, and I could use the help. I don't know shit about soccer. He forced a smile, but the heat of his watchful eye had me at a simmer, and I was already an easy boil. Can't be worse than Dad chewing me out on the bench every night, I said. Danny paused. You need to go see him. Why? So he can tell me it was my fault? Because he doesn't have long, Jack. He looks like shit. He had a bit of our mother in his voice and in his face, at least from what I can remember. He went on. Look, you want to shut me out? Fine. The girls and I will be here when you're ready, but Dad won't be. And if you don't, is this what you came here for? Lecture me about family. I don't give you any grief for putting your girl's savings on horses, letting you live on my couch for a year. For what? So you can tell me how to live my life? I don't need your advice. So if that's all you got, you can get going now. The words hung in the air. I already wished I could take them back. Danny's eyes reverted to what I always knew them to be. Meek, vulnerable, longing. Like when he came home with a black eye his freshman year, and Dad ordered me to deal with it, preaching from his gospel of how to be a man. A man protects his family. I beat the shit out of the punk who'd hurt my brother, but this was different. No amount of brute force could fix this. What I needed to do was much simpler and much harder at the same time. Actually, there's something else. Danny begun. It was clear he was working out how he wanted to proceed. His sigh coated in hesitation. I got a call from my buddy Hector. He still works at his dad's shop. Some guy came in a little while ago looking for an estimate on his car. Said he was hoping to sell it. He stopped at the look on my face. A Pontiac? Not just that. He rubbed his hands together while I fidgeted with the bracelet, waiting for him to come out with it. The front bumper, he said. There's a big dent. My body tensed. A tingle ran down my arms, numbing the pain in my hand. Why the fuck are we sitting here? I asked. Call Hector back. He already arranged a meeting for us. Guy has no idea who we are. He thinks we're coming to look at the car. That it's the same one Dad drove when we were kids. Dad actually drove an old Chevy, and I'll never forget it. His lessons on how to drive manually made me wish I never got my license in the first place. The Pontiac man was going to wish the same. Okay, then what? I said. You think he's just going to invite us in for coffee and confess? Not everyone's as bad a host as you, Jack. He dodged the look I threw at him and checked his phone to see who was calling. "We'll stay casual," he continued. "Ask about the car and see what he says about the dent. If it seems like he's lying, we'll push the right way." He nudged toward my scarred hand. I was already envisioning myself holding the guy down and repeatedly punching his face. I could hear the sound of his skull cracking. "And what if it's him? What do we do?" Danny put on his bravest face. "That's up to you." It was a bad idea. Danny wasn't cut out for something like this. Even as the words came out of his mouth, they felt forced. I invited him to join me on my first mission, thinking his own daughter's struggles would embolden him, but he argued with me, said I was being too reckless, that the car wasn't enough of a match to the one Ella had described. I went without him and didn't show the same restraint. "What time are we meeting?" I asked, checking the clock out of habit. It had been stuck at 2:09 for months. I needed batteries for the remote. Danny let out another quick sigh. "Sunday." "Bullshit, let's go now." "I can't. Jules and I are taking the girls up to their grandparents for the weekend. We'll go as soon as I get back, I promise. I'll call when I put the girls to bed." If I had that long, I hadn't just shouted Katie's name at the last guy, I made him repeat it. When the cops came back, they'll be asking questions they already know the answer to, and I won't waste my breath lying. I should have told Danny exactly what he was walking into, but he was wary enough as it was. If he knew, he'd probably call the whole thing off. I needed another cigarette. "Fine," I said. "Give me the address. I'll go myself." "No, you won't. You're going to sit here, rot your damn lungs out, and wait for me to come back. Listen, you're right. You were there for me when no one else was, when I was throwing my damn life away. This is me returning the favor." He held his stare until his phone rang again. "I gotta go. Julia's mother's expecting us for dinner. If I'm the reason we're late, you'll be going by yourself after all." It was striking how much he had grown in the last few years. All that debt, the gambling, rock bottom served him well. I wouldn't bet on the same for myself. I wasn't just at the bottom. I was digging a deeper hole. I conceded to Danny a weak nod and watched as he answered a third call and said he was on his way. When we hung up, I noticed he was lingering. "What now?" I wondered. "Do you mind if I take a look? It's just Scarlett's growing faster than we can afford, and now her bathing suit doesn't fit. She's all excited to swim this weekend." "Weatherman says we're all swimming this weekend." He needed confirmation. "Go ahead," I added. I hung back as Danny rummaged through the black trash bags piled up in the dining room. It was her sweater last time, the one she always wore. Not that it mattered. Whenever he took anything, it was like I lost another piece of her. I wouldn't admit that to him, or that I was suspicious of his money issues. It always starts small. The better brother would have pushed. Instead, I put the bracelet on the table and ripped another butt while I waited. Some of the beads were missing from when it got stuck in my sleeve and I'd run it through the wash. I would have replaced them with Katie's, but they never found it. Danny returned with more than expected. He had a bright pink bathing suit draped over his shoulder and several other shirts in his grasp. One immediately caught my eye, a heathered blue top with a sea lion across the chest. There were still stains at the bottom. He noticed my stare. "Money's tight, huh?" I said. He let out a dry chuckle. He knew what I was thinking. "Believe it or not, some people choose their families." I bit my tongue and ushered him out into a blinding gray afternoon. Rustling leaves dominated the air, along with the scrapes of barrels swept down the street. Sunday night, he reminded me. It was more of a threat. "Yeah, tell the girls I said hi." Danny turned back, his face scrunched, his hair already ruffling. "Tell them yourself." I closed the door, and everything was silent. Katie's purple fleece dropped to the floor again. A pilled sleeve outstretched in my direction. I held it for a second before putting it back this time. I wasn't waiting until Sunday. Hector and his father did work on my car once, a few years back. I couldn't remember the name of the place, only that it was in Westfield somewhere. A quick internet search told me that town had 8 auto bodies. Only one had Hector Sr. Green Street Auto was about half an hour out. I wasn't familiar with the area, but I'd traveled through a few weeks back. Some asshole had been weaving in and out of traffic on I-95. When I saw what he was driving, I skipped my exit and followed him onto I-90. We'd raced in the fast lane for a while, and there was a moment when I second-guessed myself. What were the chances this was the guy? The longer we drove, the more I thought about turning back, but the beads on my wrist flashed under the passing orange lights, pushing me onward. I tailed the Pontiac all the way to the outskirts and into an apartment complex tucked into the woods. He was a young kid, a teenager. The sagging jeans and the sideways hat were enough for me to hit him, but it was the stony look on his face that did it. This self-indulgent strut. It was gone in an instant, his hat exploding off his head when I tackled him to the pavement. I wanted him to fight back, but he kept asking what he had done. So I told him. He swore he'd just gotten his license and that it was his father's old car. When I said I wanted to talk to him, he said, "Me too." His father had suffered a heart attack earlier this year, well before Katie. I threw him $100 and left him weeping. I couldn't dwell on it. There was another Pontiac in Topsfield. Hector's shop was closed when I arrived. From across the street, I could see staff tidying up in a mad dash to get out of there, their flags and signs swinging madly in the gale. All the time I'd had to come up with a plan, and I hadn't. I worried that if I spoke to Hector, he'd call Danny. I couldn't risk it, nor could I risk alarming any residents whose homes I was idling in front of. My truck was of the few on the block, occupying a spot for which I did not have a permit. An invader to those who would soon be home from work. I sweat beneath my windbreaker. I needed to make a move. As I unbuckled, an older gentleman emerged from the offices and hobbled into the lot. He couldn't have been much older than me, maybe 50. A mechanic had followed him out, other mechanics nearby shooting them sideways glances. I watched the two men have what appeared to be a contentious conversation. Hands waving, arms crossed, the scale of their back and forth tipped heavily in the mechanic's favor. His lengthy explanations met with sharp replies. The older gentleman heard enough, stepping aside to make a phone call. He looked nervous. Before I could get a better look, a dog walker strolling past spooked me lower in my seat, staring at my car on the way by. When I came back up, the men in the lot had already vanished behind a row of cars. I feared this was a waste of time. I had no idea what I was doing or who I was looking for. Just a brown, dented Pontiac. It pulled out of the lot a few moments later, that older gentleman in the driver's seat. The pudgy scowl beneath his shiny, bald head imprinted in my mind. This was the guy. I shifted the gears but was halted this time by a police cruiser rolling by. How far would they be looking for me? They could run my plate. I'd never forgive myself if they took me in when I was this close. The Pontiac turned left at an intersection. Once the cruiser turned right, I cut off the car behind me and sped down the road. The lights, green to yellow to red. I couldn't miss it. I swerved hard across the intersection, bringing oncoming traffic to an abrupt stop. Their horns meant nothing to me. All I heard was the broken crank arm of Katie's bike sliding along the truck bed. When I double-checked my rear view for the cruiser, I could feel Dad's slap on the back of my head. Keep going. My target wasn't far ahead, only a few cars between us. I kept my eye on it, my sweaty shirt sticking to the seat, the beads glued to my wrist. The nerve this guy had touring through town in that thing. The mark of what he'd done out in the open for all to see. No wonder he was looking to get rid of it. I followed him a few more lights until the road split us into wavy hills and farmlands, patterned greens under a darkening, vengeful sky. My rage incarnate. We had the road to ourselves out here, between towers of trees swinging in the storm, warning me to turn back, as if it were an option. The Pontiac turned down a dirt road and was swallowed up somewhere inside the thick green, past an ornate wooden sign posted at the entrance. Welcome to Grant Far. I wouldn't be welcome soon. The crank arm in the back continued to rattle as I crept down the bumpy road. I bet he thought I'd never find him here. I couldn't wait to see the look on his face when he figured out who I was. I emerged from the trees to find a grand farmhouse at the head of distant plains, run down, yet still pleasant in front of a gray backdrop, with lavender columns fixed inside pink railings of a wraparound porch. The paint, chipped and dirty, peach-colored flowers in the front garden clinging to life, and a barn up the hill in a far worse shape. The Pontiac disappeared somewhere behind it. Didn't seem like anyone else was around, just some cows and chickens. The crisp stillness, something I was all too familiar with. The path swung around the back of the barn, where several other cars were junked along the edge of the hill. I parked beside a rusty old Buick and strode in with a wave, my eyes immediately drawn to a pink bike in the corner. If I believed in signs, I'd say this was one. The man turned from his workbench and looked startled, as though caught doing something he shouldn't. He had a shoebox in his hands and was in the middle of rummaging through it, tossing something concealed back into the box. From this close, I could see that he wasn't as old as I'd thought, but rather worn and weathered. His chubby cheeks sagged, with nicks beneath the 5 o'clock shadow. He coughed and collected himself.
Can I help you? Sorry to wander in like this.
I began affably.
Hector told me you were looking to get rid of this car and gave me your information.
Oh. His face scrunched, eyes unblinking. He put the box down beside a flower pot, some of those pinks and oranges sprouting out. His face was turning the same color.
I thought we said Sunday.
We did, but I had something come up at work that'll be keeping me out of town for a while. Figured I'd stop by before I left.
Right. It's just, now's not really a good time. I got to take care of some things around the farm before it gets too bad out there. Tell you what, why don't you come back tomorrow and we can talk about it?
I'm heading out first thing in the morning.
Ah, gotcha.
It must be tough letting her go. She's a beauty.
She's had some work done, but money's tight. Gotta make sacrifices, you know?
He stood there with his arms crossed and kept shuffling in place like he was waiting for me to leave. I softened my tone.
Look, I don't mean to bother you. I couldn't pass up the opportunity. I've been searching for this car for years. It looks exactly like the one my father used to drive. Name's Doug, by the way.
He shook my hand. His eyes lingered a bit upon the scrapes and bruises.
Ian, what do you do for work, Doug?
I work oil fields. I said. Dad and Danny worked in oil. I stock engine oil in aisle 5.
I can see that. Not easy work, I bet.
Not at all. Ian kept glancing out the barn over my shoulder.
Well, don't suppose you'd like to take it out for a test drive?
Like fate itself was on my side. Why kill him here when I could drive him out to the middle of these woods first?
A little rain never hurt anybody,
I said. Would it be all right if I take a look first? He gestured toward the car. I ran my hand along the side of it, brushing past the many stories it held, the scratches and marks from decades past. The driver's side handle creaked and there was some foggy rust on the edge of the mirror.
66?
I asked as I continued inspecting.
67, GTO.
It was strange, the way he said it, like answering a question in class. I reached the hood of the car and opened it up. Some rust in there as well, but it seemed fine. Ian flinched when I slammed it shut.
How many miles?
He thought about it and gave a bashful shrug.
Sorry, I hardly ever drive it.
He started rifling off some of the things he did know, but I'd stopped listening. The front bumper. I knelt down to touch it. There was a cavernous indent the size of a baseball. It made me burn, my teeth clenching the inside of my lips, my breathing picking up. It took everything in me to keep it tempered.
It was an accident,
Ian explained. I could feel him behind me.
Thought I was in reverse, hit a pole.
The way he chuckled after he said it, I could have killed him right there. That pedal sat in my truck waiting for me. For him. I stood up and dusted myself off.
Must have been a pretty big pull.
He swished his tongue along the inside of his mouth, the sweat dripping down his bald head, leaving streaks of dirt in its wake. Heavy wind against the side of the barn filled the brief gap.
Say, why don't we get you out on the road before things get any worse? All this talk, you really got to feel it for yourself.
Mind if I call my brother first? He's sorry he couldn't make it. I know he's got questions as well.
Of course.
Things outside were indeed worse. From up on the hill, I had a clear shot of the strength of the storm. The entirety of the surrounding forest slanted with wind. Rain soaked through a hole in the bottom of my shoe, giving an uncomfortable squish every other step. I reached in the bed of my truck for the usual scrap of metal, sleek and blue. The pedal, heavy and jagged. The only part of her bike I kept. It always elicited the same memory, the very first time I rested her foot upon it. I swallowed my grief and instead saw flashes of what I'd been using it for, what I was going to do now. I held it firmly, the bracelet swinging along the edge of my wrist, barely hanging on. I couldn't tell anymore if it was holding me back or guiding me forward. A distant pop stole my attention, followed by 3 more. I hiked around the barn and saw the SUV parked outside the farmhouse and 3 children tailing their mother, each with groceries in hand. The youngest, a little girl with bright blonde hair, was crying behind her brothers, hiding from the rebuke her mother hurled back at her. She stopped to gaze up at me, trying to figure out who I was. For a moment, I lost myself, like I was waiting for reality to set in after waking up. I put down the crank arm before Ian stumbled out, shielding his eyes from sweeping bouts of dirt. He tried waving to his daughter, but her mother yanked her onward. She tugged so hard the girl dropped her bag. Cans and containers rolled off and picked up speed in the wind. They dashed to retrieve them.
Know what? Why don't you stay for dinner?
Ian said.
Give us time to discuss getting you out of here in that Pontiac. Just do me a favor and don't say anything about it in front of my wife. I haven't quite filled her in yet.
The black sky opened up and sprayed us with a fresh drizzle. We stood side by side and watched his family stumble into their home. His young daughter kept shooting us glances over her shoulder as she was dragged off. My mind furiously racing. I couldn't do this right now. I'd have to evade capture another night and come back tomorrow, before Danny had the chance to convince me otherwise. After all, Ian was a perfectly pleasant guy, a father. But the longer I gazed out at that little girl, the more enraged I became. I was a father too. He took that from me.
Okay,
I said.
what's for dinner?
On the surface, the grants were characters plucked out of a hearty sitcom. Helen, genial and radiant, exactly how I remember my own mother to have been before she left. The kids, Noah, Luke, and Zoe, respectful and well-mannered, far more harmonious than Danny and I ever were. Ian was a lucky man. I'd make sure his family wasn't around when I bashed his head in. The smell of garlic hit me when we walked in, reminding me of my grandmother's cooking. A sauce stewed on the stove beside the tub of boiling water. Helen was behind the center island, unpacking groceries and tasking her children to get started with the vegetables. Katie would never. She didn't want to eat her meals, but the Grant boys were quick to their mother's side, paying no mind to the screen door snapping shut behind me. Only little Zoe seemed to care, her teary face peeking from around the dining room table where a line of those pink flowers sat in the corner.
Got room for 2 more?
Ian announced. He hung our damp jackets on a hook above a row of bloated duffel bags. They were going somewhere.
Everyone, this is Doug. He's going to ride out this storm with us.
I greeted them with an awkward hello. It was strange knowing they were the ones who would later identify me to the police. Helen glanced between her husband and me, her smile stale.
What brings you by, Doug?
He asked.
And Doug's here to look at the floor downstairs.
Ian said. Helen shot him a look of reproof, like Emily had when I swore I was sticking to Katie's diet. The 2 of them stood rigid while their children continued bustling around them. Noah, tall, lanky, thin mustache, peeling carrots while young Luke dumped the shavings into the trash. Zoe was still ducking behind the table, throwing me strange glances from around the corner. It didn't bother me. It was the kind of wariness to strangers I'd always instilled in Katie.
Everything all right, Zoe?
Ian asked. The half of her face that was peeking out disappeared behind the tablecloth. A swift chop of Helen's knife killed the serenity.
She cried the entire time.
She said.
I couldn't get half the things we needed.
What happened?
She thinks you're not coming.
Ian called his daughter over and got down to her level, brushing the hair out of her rosy face.
Zoe, I told you, Daddy has some work to do first, okay? I'm going to meet you guys there.
You promise?
He hesitated.
I promise.
He pulled her in for a kiss on the forehead. I looked away. Watching him console her, Helen may as well have driven that knife into me instead. I surveyed their home and noticed how strangely bare it was, like they'd just moved in or been robbed. There were long stretches of wall without furniture, shelves lacking photos, and a smooth marble mantel entirely unadorned. The adjacent living room had only half a sectional, facing an empty TV stand. I spotted color tokens where the TV should have been, sobriety chips. I had an idea what Ian might have been sneaking in the barn. It seemed Helen did too.
How's the car coming along?
He asked, cold. caustic. Ian looked at me first.
Almost ready.
Good. You should come with us in the morning then. You know I hate driving in the rain.
He stopped with the knife and waited for his response. He was checking a text on his shitty old flip phone, suddenly jolting and clearing his throat.
Actually, I was thinking it might be better if you left tonight. Once the storm passes, skip all the traffic. I got the guys coming early tomorrow. It's going to be hectic here.
For the floor, right?
That's right. Should only take a couple days.
He snorted.
I'm sure something else will come up.
The microwave behind her chirped. She flung the knife into the sink and turned her back to us. Noah and Luke stayed focused on the carrots, doing their best to ignore the obvious tension around them. It was clear from their faces that they couldn't. Ian flashed them a smile.
Noah, make sure you get to that ice cream shop as soon as you can, yeah? Plenty of kids around that lake looking for jobs this summer. And Luke, don't forget your summer reading books.
The boys simply nodded, a familiar appeasement. My father's lectures had long been white noise to me. You get so tired of hearing you're a failure that you stop listening. But unlike my father, Ian frowned and let it go. He was mere inches away from his family, and yet the distance between them seemed so far. I reveled in it. The illusion unveiled. They didn't love him. They endured him. It made what I was doing much easier. Ian stifled a cough with a closed fist to his mouth.
Okay, well, Doug and I are going to head downstairs to look at the floor. Let us know when dinner's ready, yeah?
Helen withdrew without a word and started clearing the flower pots from the table. She summoned help from Zoe, who pouted and sluggishly obliged. Now there's Katie, I thought. I lost myself in a moment of reminiscence, watching Zoe struggle to carry them, the way Katie struggled to hold the plastic trays of her frozen meals. I sprung forward to give Zoe a hand. When she gasped and let go of the pot, a crisp shatter spreading shards all along the floor, her glossy green eyes glued to me like a ghost finally seen. Helen was furious.
Zoe, how many times do I have to tell you? 2 hands.
A whimper turned into sobs and Zoe was off, her little stomps following her down a hallway and out of sight. A painful mirroring of that last day. Helen apologized and dug into a closet for the broom while I gathered some of the larger pieces.
It's okay,
I said.
I get it. My daughter isn't much older than she is.
I didn't mean to say it in the present tense. I didn't mean to mention her at all.
This isn't like her though. Something's going on with her lately.
Her words were dripping with indignation, a conspiracy theory unheeded, the source of the underlying hostility. Ian stared down at his feet, his hands on his hips. He looked pale, and I'm sure I did too, because whether their daughter was going through something or not, I didn't know. I didn't care. It was my bracelet that had paralyzed her. She recognized it, and in doing so, recognized me. I'd been sneaking around this entire time believing I was a wolf in sheep's clothing. What if I was the sheep? The Grant's basement was fully finished and undoubtedly the nicest part of their home. There was a bar on the left and a seat of sofas on the right facing a large, flat-screen TV. Framed pictures of various athletes decorated the off-white walls, none more striking than the bright neon sign hanging above the pool table at the far end. A relaxing space, and yet I could hardly breathe. This was where Ian unwound after leaving Katie for dead. Though the crank arm was far out of reach, I had no problem cracking him with an 8-ball instead.
Vinyl,
He grilled with a tap of his heel.
looks like wood, far more durable.
It's nice.
Not when it domes.
There was a bulge in the center of the room. It creaked when we got near.
Here, take a seat. Let's have a drink.
He checked behind the bar as though expecting someone to be there, and then fetched 2 glasses and a bottle of whiskey. More of those flower pots sat on the shelves between various types of liquor, of which there were plenty. I preferred a more prolonged and smoky poison to the burning fire in my throat, and it was clear when I took a shot.
Not much of a drinker, huh?
Ian laughed.
No, not really. Good for you. 8 months sober myself.
2 glasses on the counter behind him told me otherwise. A thin line of whiskey still sat inside one. Ian poured me another, but I waved him off.
You smoke? How about a cigar? That's more like it.
I said, if we were stuck in respite, it may as well have been over a cigar. Ian downed the shot himself and slid the glass aside.
And don't tell my wife about that either."
He was unknowingly filling in pieces to the puzzle, and the picture it showed further fueled my rage. A relapsed drunk, barreling down Highland Avenue, hitting a child and panicking. I wanted to reach across the bar and wring my hands around his neck when he dug somewhere in front of him for a couple cigars.
Padron, 1926 series. My dad, God rest his soul, used to keep one in a box right next to the TV. Said he was saving it for when the Cubs won the World Series.
It was getting harder to fake nice.
And did he? No, died a year before they won. I smoked it for him.
He cut them and handed me one.
I'm sorry to hear that. It's all right. We had plenty to celebrate. What about you? You close with your old man?
My pause said more than I needed to, more than I ever had to anyone. But in a way, it felt easier opening up to him about it. The soothing ear of a stranger, untainted by judgment or bias. I rolled the cigar between my fingers.
My father was pretty hard on me growing up,
I said.
I don't think I was strong enough to handle it. 40 years old and I'm still not strong enough. Ain't easy being a dad. We do what we think is best. A man protects his family. That's what mine always said. Only thing I needed protection from was him. Ain't easy being a son either. My boys would tell you that.
Ian said. Bet they'd come see you if you were dying. Its head snapped up. Ash fell upon the counter while he stewed in the unease.
What's stomping you?
I don't want to see that any more than he wants to see me. A disapproving nod.
Well, not that it's any of my business, but I spent all my life following my dad's compass thinking it was the only way to live. And for a while, it worked. Got the house, got married, had the boys. It all happened the way it was supposed to. And then Zoe was born, and it was like I knew nothing.
He took a deep inhale of his cigar and was staring off. His thoughts shifted.
I come down here most nights when I can't sleep. Put on a movie or something. Zoe would sneak out of bed and make her way down. I'd let her stay for a little while. I wasn't always around very much. It was the only time I really got to see her, you know? But every time she'd fuss. Just a little longer, just a little more. I can't say no to her. I'm sure you know what that's like.
I gripped my cigar tightly as he held the lighter out for me. Without thinking, I took my bracelet off before taking the first puff. It was deliberate and conspicuous. Ian blinked and moved on.
Anyway, we started getting calls from Zoe's school. She's fallen asleep in class, talking back, stuff like that. So when her mother caught us down here one night, she practically grounded us both.
He coughed through his laughter and took a moment to recover.
I told Zoe no more. She's got to stay in bed. She fights with me about it. I raise my voice. She storms off. It was a big thing. Didn't stop her though. Not my little girl. She'd crawl behind the bar here and just hide all night. She thinks she's getting away with it, but that damn floor lets me know when she's here. Now, I know it's not right. I know she needs her sleep. But I'd be lying if I said I didn't stay up all night waiting to hear that squeak.
He exhaled the thick cloud of smoke, and with it, his harbored regret. I knew exactly how he felt. The only way I could get Katie to eat those goddamn keto meals her mother insisted upon was to take her out on her bike after dinner. She'd fly down the sidewalk, block by block, turning back with wide eyes as she waited for me to catch up. My inner voice nagged me the whole way, my father forever in my ear. This isn't safe. It wasn't until she'd had a seizure while riding that I finally listened to him. Like Ian, I put an end to the one thing I had with my daughter. And like Ian, I pretended not to notice her bike in a different position on the nights her Uncle Danny had to watch her so I could work late. I saw that he was calling and let it ring.
What's up with that?
Ian said with a nudge to the bar top. The colorful beads stood out upon the dark wood. I shuffled in my seat. I didn't want to talk about it, the only thing worse than talking about my father. But something about his story must have softened me. I wasn't sure I wanted that either.
My daughter made it for me. You're a better man than I am, let me tell you. Damn near ripped these flowers out of their pots when I found them here. Glada something or other. Supposed to symbolize strength of character. Bad enough my wife loves that shit. Now Zoe's getting into it. The things we do.
Do they know what you did?
Just doing what mine didn't.
though you might want to prepare yourself," I teased. Zoe had her eye on it earlier. I searched for a flicker of panic in his eyes, but saw only amusement. "Huh, she knows better than to ask me to wear something like that." A playful pat on the shoulder, a chuckle, two pals having a good old time. I resisted the urge to smash the bottle over his head. Instead, I spun the beads.
"Why'd you take it off?"
he asked. "Promise I wouldn't smoke when I wore it." Ian's curious face faded into a frown. He dug inside his pocket for a red chip and smacked it onto the bar.
"Guess they're just things, huh?"
"Guess so." I sent a dense billow of smoke to the ceiling, and together we sat stoic in the cloudy haze. The cigar lost its appeal. All I could taste were the reservations I'd been trying to suppress. That perhaps I had it backwards. As much as I had enjoyed witnessing Ian's family struggle while he was alive, what if his death made things worse? Would Noah miss his father's guidance, the same stern push I needed at his age? One that Luke would never have? Would Zoe grow up feeling permanently abandoned? Looking for Ian at her recitals, her graduation, her wedding, the way Katie always looked for me? If I was going to do this, I needed to believe they were better off without him, and I needed to get us far, far away from here. My phone lit up again and broke our reverie.
"You can answer that, you know." "It's nothing,"
I said.
"Just my brother checking in."
Ian took a drag and rubbed his forehead with the knuckle of his thumb.
"I can't sell you guys that car."
"I'd be happy to offer my truck in the deal. She'll get you to that lake in any weather."
"I'm not going to the lake, Doug."
He let it sink in. This man had everything I wanted, everything I'd lost, everything he'd taken from me, and he was abandoning it?
"What about your family? You saw what it was like. They're already gone."
His voice trembled, the pain seeping through his shield of smoke.
"Coming down here in the middle of the night? I wasn't watching movies. I came down here to drink. Even after Helen kicked me out and took me back. That's why she's so sour about you being here, you know? Probably thinks you're one of my old drinking buddies, like I'm back at it or something."
"Are you?" He glanced at me sideways.
"There's a sickness in me, and it's only a matter of time before it takes me. Zoe never made me a bracelet, but coming down here all those nights, he was saving my life, and she don't even know it. Sooner or later, she's going to find out. They all will."
"What? That you're not who they think you are?" He threw back another shot of whiskey with a wince and shudder, cheeks red, eyes welling.
"That I'm exactly who they think I am."
It was a fear we shared. My brother, my nieces, my sick, dying father. I couldn't bear the looks on their faces, that furrow of pity and disappointment. All it did was remind me that I was an unforgivable failure, and though I wasn't running away, was shutting everybody out any different? It's the reason I've been hunting down the Pontiac owners for weeks, and why I was probably going to jail no matter what happened tonight. I had to kill this man. It was the only way to make things right, the only way I could ever face my family again. Ian looked at me now, the same way they always did, his brown eyes flashing me that same somber stare. It really pissed me off.
"Why now?"
I asked.
"What made you decide to run away all of a sudden?"
I was daring him to confess, to tell me what really happened that day. But before he opened his mouth to speak, the door upstairs opened, Helen's frantic voice calling down.
Is Zoe down there with you guys?
Ian wiped his eyes.
"No, why?"
She's not in her room. I can't find her anywhere.
"Okay, be right up."
He poured one last shot and held it in his shaking hand. They locked in a gaze. It begged him, taunted him even. He swiftly slammed it back onto the bar and got up. I grabbed my bracelet and followed. Some of the whiskey had splashed on it.
"She's not up there?"
Noah and Luke shook their heads from over the upstairs railing. Their mother tapped her heels in the doorway below, arms crossed.
"She's probably hiding,"
Ian assured her.
Hiding from what?
He tilted his head.
Right, this is my fault.
Helen said.
They're just flowers. You didn't have to yell at her like that.
Oh, but I do. I'm the only one who does anything. I don't mind being the bad cop, but it doesn't work if it's only me.
An uncomfortable pause. Ian broke it with another series of coughs that he tried tempering with pounds to his chest. The whiskey in his breath filled the air.
Were you drinking, Ian?
He remained silent and still. I thought about selling him out, but didn't need to. Helen huffed in disgust and called up to her boys.
Grab your things. We're leaving now.
But we didn't eat yet.
Luke, now.
Noah ushered him away, a trail of his echoed complaints stymied behind the closed door. Helen was already walking away. Thought you didn't like driving in the rain, Ian said to her back. She whirled around.
Safer out there than here. You couldn't wait one more night? This dinner was your idea. You asked for it.
And I still want it, more than anything.
Her body wanted to believe it, her head and shoulders hanging low, yearning for his touch, but her mind wouldn't allow it.
Not some things,
she whispered.
We're done being second.
Ian's eyes darted in disbelief as she vanished around the corner. I felt compelled to say something, the way everyone had for me when Emily left. Granted, the pain of our separation stretched over an extended period of time, prolonged but diluted. Helen left Ian with whiplash, the finality unfolding before him in an instant.
We should check the barn,
he said. He walked off. Despite his large frame, it felt like I was trailing a sad child. It wasn't as enjoyable as it should have been. Night had fallen, and the storm was hitting its peak. The wind pushed us back as we trudged up the muddy hill, my windbreaker flapping beneath my arms. Ian stumbled and cursed his way up, so I grabbed hold of his arm. We pushed our way into the barn and shut the storm out behind us. Ian leaned against the Pontiac and coughed so hard I thought he might collapse. You all right?
I'm fine. Zoe, hon, are you in here?
The wind slashed against the barn, jostling every creaking nail and panel. We were alone, the perfect opportunity for me to take him out. I wouldn't even need the saw on the bench or the bat in the corner. He was vulnerable in more ways than one, visibly flustered, a desperate peer inside the Pontiac, a second peek beside the workbench. She was gone, and he was completely defeated.
I don't know what to do,
he said. It was the most genuine he sounded all day. I could feel his worry bubbling inside of me, reigniting the anxiety I'd had when I noticed Katie was no longer pedaling in the driveway, when I stormed outside and didn't see her in the street, sprinting down Highland Avenue to find a panicked crowd encircling a little girl in a blue shirt, spotted with blood. What would Ian look like when they found him? I studied him as he rested against the workbench, pale and sticky, noticing that the little pink bike was no longer propped beside it.
Her bike is gone,
I told him. He checked and then looked at me curiously. Had I given myself away? He pushed himself upright and limped toward the Pontiac.
Ready for that test drive?
He said.
Hope you know how to drive stick.
He tossed me the keys and dove into the passenger seat. I lingered behind, awestruck. This Pontiac was all I'd thought about since Katie's been gone. The thing I saw when I stared up at my ceiling, unable to sleep. And I was going to get behind the wheel. I was going to chase down Ian's daughter in the car that took mine away from me.
Can't see shit out here.
Things were bad enough without Ian screaming in my ear. Rain hit the hood like bullets, and the wipers left dirty streaks along the windshield. The wheel fought to veer right, and my numb hands were struggling to keep it steady. Each bump caused the beads to tickle against my wrist. So much for having work done. This car would have killed him before I did. I couldn't believe I was doing this. Danny never would have let it get this far. My father, on the other hand, would have killed Ian hours ago. His voice in my head was getting louder and more impatient. Stop wasting time. We drove a mile down the main road and turned back the other direction. The houses were sparse, each mailbox appearing at random until we broke out from the trees and found nothing but fields on either side, covered in darkness. I could hardly see beyond the headlights and mist. Ian fell silent, his gaze out the window, his pain tangible and suffocating.
Your girl ever do anything like this?
He asked. My chest tightened.
Yeah. Zoe's stubborn, but she's never this reckless. I think she knows.
Knows what?
That I'm leaving.
The pitter-patter on the hood seemed to fluctuate with our mood. Now a soothing rhythm of taps. Maybe he was right. I knew my mother was going to leave. Didn't make it any easier. Excited slaps upon my shoulder startled me.
There she is.
Up ahead, the shine of pink metal flickered in the headlights. Zoe wasn't pedaling along, she was fleeing. Her little legs pushed mechanically against the incline of the road, and the surging winds blowing past. It almost knocked her over. She didn't bother looking back and continued to pick up speed in the off-road gravel.
Fucking kid, pull up next to her,
Ian said. My foot felt heavy on the accelerator, powerful. I never took my eye off Zoe. Even from where I sat behind a rain-splattered windshield, peering past misty high beams, I lost myself in her. The back of her blonde head, hair sloppy and soaked over her drenched shirt, tiny elbows wobbling with each stride, butt off the seat. She could have been her. I stepped harder on the gas.
Whoa, careful now,
Ian said. Yellow lines zipped past as we drew near.
Doug, slow down.
How fast was he driving that day? Did he even see her? My little girl? Perfect in every way? Left in the road like trash? Her bike twisted and warped beside scattered bits of plastic and metal? I wanted him to know that pain, to suffer the way I was, to see the shell of his angel fallen and lifeless. I flew 55 past a sign that read 40. Ian still shouting and grabbing. Zoe just ahead of me now. All I had to do was turn the wheel a little to the right. I felt Ian's hand clasped around my wrist, pressed the bracelet hard against my skin. I drove past her. The brakes screeched as I parked on the side of the road.
The hell's the matter with you?
Ian shouted. It was like Dad's voice escaped my brain. I kept my hands on the wheel and stared ahead as the rain pedaled off the roof. I couldn't speak. A cry was trying to make its way out again. Ian slammed the door on his way out and rushed over to where Zoe sat waiting for him. From the rear view, I watched him pick her up off the bike and hold her in his arms. They rocked for a moment, the rainy wind at their backs. I wondered what he was saying in her ear, how he made the world slow down for her, the way I had when Katie rode into traffic in a disoriented stupor. When they pulled apart, Zoe nodded to her father and clung to him once more. This was all she wanted. The only thing she ever wanted. I wanted it too. Ian stuffed Zoe in back and stabbed his hand toward me.
Keys.
Rain was pounding against the ground behind him, his shoes sunken into the mud. The white noise of the storm disappeared when he closed the door again, leaving me and Zoe in muggy silence when he fetched her bike. She was shivering in the back seat. If it had been me, my father would have left me out in the flood and forced me to walk back. A fair and fitting punishment. But Ian wasn't like my father, and neither was I. I writhed out of my jacket and leaned back to drape it over her.
It wasn't very smart running off like that. You could have been seriously hurt.
I'd forgotten how good it felt to parent. Ian fought the wind on his way back to the car, rolling the bike along and fumbling with the keys for the trunk. My hands were impatient, seeking comfort in the other. My soggy skin still coarse and calloused. My fingers danced along my palm and reached for their usual blanket, but the bracelet was nowhere to be found, just an empty wrist. I shot up in a panic, searching my lap and the floor to see if it had broken, but found nothing. A madman, cursing to myself in a frenzy, spinning back to the sound of crunching nylon in the back seat. Zoe's arm, pale and thin, was poking out from under the jacket, holding the bracelet. It must have gotten caught in the sleeve again. I snatched it from her harder than I meant to.
Thanks,
I added hastily. She was so small inside my jacket, shivering and blue. Her little voice shook past chattering teeth.
Please, don't hurt my daddy.
I jerked all the way around to face her, her green eyes piercing mine. She stayed staring, mouth agape. Ian's hurried return interrupted before I could press further.
Holy shit, it's bad out there,
he said.
Here, let's go.
He jabbed the keys into my chest and held on me a beat. I was still floored. How did she know? I let another pair of headlights zip by before setting back off into the storm. I could feel both of their attention on me. Zoe stared through the mirror, Ian's panic beside me. I'm sure he'd known some sort of reckoning would come one day, but why tell Zoe? Had it come out during one of their late-night hangouts? Had he thrown back some shots in another admirable display of sobriety? My head spun like the broken shrubbery swirling all around us, my arms shaking like the signs and streetlights. Why did Ian invite me to stay if he knew I was here to kill him? The screen door swung against the farmhouse, oscillating with the currents. It was pitch black, the torrential downpour diminishing the lights in the windows. Helen stood atop the steps, anxiously awaiting our return. The boys already packed into the SUV. She wasn't bluffing.
Wait here,
Ian said to me. He ran Zoe to her mother, who took her by the hand and tried heading off. When Zoe resisted and broke free, she grabbed Ian's leg and held on tight, sparking another argument between her parents. Their muffled shouting charged between waving hands and shaking heads. They let themselves continue to soak under the cover of their porch.
Zoe, get in the car now.
Helen yelled. Zoe wriggled free from her reaching hand. Ian tried a calmer approach, peeling her off and imploring her to go with her mother. But she wouldn't listen. Her messy, wet hair covering her face. She left him no choice. Ian had to get stern with her, the one thing he said he couldn't do, and exactly what I had done when Katie begged to join her cousin at the park. Where Katie folded, Zoe kept fighting and had to be dragged to the car by her father, who picked her up and forced her into the RAV4, closing the door on her sobbing face. Helen got in before he could get to her, leaving him to plead at her window, first for his wife and then back to Zoe, whose face was pressed against the glass, hands smacking, breath fogging.
It's going to be okay, baby,
Ian shouted.
I'll see you in...
The car peeled out the driveway and disappeared between the trees. Ian remained in a state of sulk, lowering his head and allowing the rain to wash over him. I knew that look, the realization that you were never going to see your child again. I couldn't let it stop me from going through with this. We were beyond contrition. This was happening. Ian got back in the Pontiac and directed me to park in the barn. I heard a crack in his voice and ignored that too. I didn't care about Noah or Luke or Zoe or their mother. I'd never see them again. When the court takes me out in my jumpsuit and shackles, I'll keep my head down and take solace in knowing that justice was served, in more ways than one. Danny and the girls, they'd wear the appropriate faces, but deep down, they'd be glad I did it. And before they hauled me off, Dad would hug me in the way Ian hugged Zoe for the last time. He wouldn't need to tell me he was proud. I'd know he was, if he lived long enough to see it. The little light above the barn door was my only bearing. We passed my truck and made refuge inside.
You should move it in here,
Ian said, not in his usual fatherly tone, more subdued. He got out and hit a switch on his workbench. Hanging tools had fallen, loose papers were strewn about, and the shoebox had tipped over, its contents lying in dirt from broken flower pots. Ian bent down to retrieve some things, the lights flickering upon him. A spotlight, my cue. I hustled for the truck bed where that piece of Katie's broken bike sat waiting in a puddle, and when I charged back into the barn, I found Ian digging through the shoebox. He had his phone to his ear and was cussing under his breath. He nearly dropped it when he heard my command.
Hang up and turn the fuck around.
He rotated slowly, face red, eyes focused, not dissimilar to how I braced Dad's wrath. The phone in his limp hand lit up, his call being returned. He put it down on the workbench where it vibrated beside the shoebox. I didn't know what was in there, but I didn't want him reaching for that either. I gripped the crank arm tighter and stepped closer, a deep rumble booming overhead. Ian's breaths were short, the little huffs whistling out his nose. I could tell he was searching for all the courage he could muster. He was going to need it.
You going to hit me with that?
He said.
Tell me what happened that day, and maybe I won't.
He threw up his hands.
She came right out onto the street, didn't even look. It was like she was asleep.
Her seizures, it was possible, but I couldn't hold her condition accountable. It was him. It had to be him.
Why'd you leave her there? Were you drunk?
Ian scoffed.
I haven't had a drink in 8 months.
I swung at the Pontiac side mirror. It came off with a crack and shatter.
Tell me the truth, or I swear to fucking God your kids won't recognize you when I'm done. Leave my kids out of it,
Ian said.
This is between you and me. Is it because your daughter seems to know what's going on?
A regretful shake of his head.
I was talking to a friend about it downstairs. When I heard the floor that night, I thought Zoe was coming in. She was leaving. She heard the whole thing.
He tailed off into short, crisp coughs. I didn't wait for him to recover.
If you knew who I was, why did you invite me to stay? Would you have left if I hadn't?
The thunder was getting closer, more frequent. The lamp on the workbench fizzled with each clap, loose bolts and screws rattling together. Some fell over the edge from Ian's phone buzzing once again. It occurred to me that Helen may have decided to turn around, something I was not prepared to deal with, nor Ian, whose worried eyes darted between me and the phone.
How did you know it was me?
I wondered. The flaps on his cheeks shuddered. When he reached for the box again, I took another step closer. He held it steadily in front of him and then pulled out a bracelet identical to mine, flashing the same blue, pink, and yellow beads. It was Katie's. I'd searched everywhere for it, and here it was, stored away in an old shoebox like some innocuous memento, or a token of a memory once cherished, now long forgotten. Seeing it in Ian's hands made me seethe.
You took her bracelet, you sick fuck?
A loud crack of thunder shook the barn. Ian caressed the bracelet in his hand.
Must have been going pretty fast that day. It was stuck to the grill.
A searing flash of red overcame me, pulsing through my temples. I lunged forward and swung at his legs. He fell to the ground with a howl. No one would hear it over the storm. The way he struggled to pick himself up, panting and in pain, it was exactly how I imagined it to be. He jumped when I slammed the pedal against the workbench. His delay earned him a second swing, this time to the knee. He wailed in agony, so I screamed louder.
Her name!
A strike.
Is Katie.
Another.
You should have stopped.
Again.
You should have helped her.
And again. Ian writhed in the dirt like a sloth, his bloody shirt untucked, belly hanging out. He moaned something I couldn't hear over the thumps of rain hitting the barn, the thunder still rolling overhead. I leaned in close.
Did you look back? When you drove away, did you even look to see what you had done?
I grabbed him by what little hair he had left, some of it pulled out in my grasp.
Answer me. I saw. Didn't see you, though.
A twitch ran down my neck. Something else took over me, all the humanity within me leaving my body. I shoved him aside and followed up with several more swings, this time against the back of his head. He fell face first to the ground and made sounds I hadn't heard with any of the others. The side of his face was coated in more blood than I'd ever seen. His cries cut up into deep, guttural heaves, barely escaping a bloody gurgle. He tried crawling but gave up and sank to the floor, his soul seeping out of him with each wheezing breath. As I hovered above him, his limp arm attempting to reach out to me, I no longer saw the drunk who killed my daughter. I saw Katie herself, on the ground, gasping for air, begging for mercy, reaching for me, her bracelet lying in the dirt between us. I was panicking. I didn't feel better yet, and there wasn't much life left in him for me to take. I searched for the traces of Katie that still hung in the air like stars, her giddy-up laughter, untamed and infectious, her bright green eyes, wanting and warm, her hands, small but powerful, gripping mine with as much protection as she sought for herself. These little stars were all I had, and they were fading. Hunting her killer was the only thing keeping them alive. What would be left of her once this was over? Ian hacked up whatever was in his chest and spit it out beside him. In his outstretched hand was a thin thread between holding on and letting go, daring to be tugged. He looked up at me from an eye nearly swollen shut, and in them was something familiar. The same faraway look my father wore the last time I saw him. Tired, lethargic, ready to die. The likely reason Ian hadn't sent me away today. He'd already been planning a permanent escape. Maybe I was the perfect vehicle to get him there. An infuriating thought. It wasn't revenge if he welcomed it. He'd robbed me of my redemption, and without it there was nothing here for me. I huffed in place, a menacing silhouette towering over him, the crank arm slipping from my grasp. I could have fled. I could have left him to die exactly the way he had left my little girl, his body lying awkwardly in the glow of the lamp, bent and broken like her bike was. Outside, the storm had fizzled out. Distant lightning still lit up pockets of darkness far beyond, showing me the way home. There was nothing for me there either, just a pair of handcuffs.
Do it, Jack.
The use of my actual name was less jarring than how little he sounded like himself, his raspy whimper not much louder than the continuous buzz of his phone. I wasn't going to give him what he wanted. He needed to suffer, in a way that hurt him more than my violence.
Answer it,
I said.
Tell them what you did. Just fucking kill me, you coward.
I'm not the coward. Ian, tell your daughter you're leaving her. His phone was relentless. Missed call after missed call. I'd snatched it up and was struck by the familiar number on the screen. My brother's. Why was Danny calling Ian? My fingers left behind traces of blood as I clicked through. Ian had called earlier that day while Danny was at my house, and again while picking up the Pontiac, and several other times in the days prior. It didn't make sense. Danny found out about him this morning.
What the fuck is this?
I asked. All I got back was the sound of Ian's labored breathing under streams of rainwater dripping from somewhere above. He struggled to prop himself against the workbench, so I helped him up by the collar of his shirt and took hot coughs to the face.
Why have you been talking to my brother?
He remained silent and stone-faced, more afraid now than when I was beating him to death. His puffed eyes cowered beneath their brow, unflinching. A look I hadn't seen since catching Katie down the block on her bike.
He wanted to see the car,
Ian said. I shoved him back against the drawers.
At midnight on the 28th?
He was searching for what to say. I had a better idea.
You know what? Let's give him a call and find out. Wait, don't, please, Jack. I need the money.
I clicked onto the recent calls.
We were never buying the car, you stupid fuck. Not the car. Stop. Stop. He said if I did this.
He coughed up blood and continued gasping for air, halting me with a flailing wave of his hand. One of his fingers was pointing the wrong direction.
If you did what? This, you being here.
I stood idly in my spot, treading in confusion until a wave of clarity crashed upon me. He knew from the start. The conversation Zoe overheard in the basement. It was Ian and Danny, plotting the entire thing, scheming in the night. As stunned as I was, it was exactly the kind of thing Danny would do. In all his righteousness, consensual revenge. How could he walk into my house earlier and lie to my face the way he did? I'm sure he justified it as an act for my own protection. Dad's mantra forever haunting me. I could see it now. Danny telling Ian exactly what to say over a drink. The extra glass of whiskey on the countertop. He would have needed all the liquid courage he could get to go behind my back like this. He was never going to let me hurt Ian. He was babysitting. A failsafe to prevent me from doing exactly what I had done. Ian must have shit his pants when I showed up 2 days early without his bodyguard. So he stuck to the script. A dramatic reveal of the real killer. Epilepsy. A tragic accident for all involved. I was supposed to just let it go. Ian would return the bracelet, and I would be healed. Manipulated closure. Fuck both of them.
How much is he paying you?
I asked, pacing back and forth. A chill shook through me despite the humid summer air.
Please, Jack, I'll give you half. He doesn't have to know that you know. How much? 50,000? Christ, more money for booze, right? To take care of my family.
Ian cried.
Yeah, you're doing a great job.
The slight hit him harder than the metal. He slouched in defeat and didn't bother fighting when his phone sizzled in my hand again. I answered. Danny's voice chopped in and out of the static.
Hello?
He said.
Ian, can you hear me? Is he still there?
I'm still here.
It took him a moment to figure it out.
Jack?
Words struggled to get past the lump in my throat. I feared something else might escape with them, something I've long held in.
$50,000, Danny? $50,000, Danny?
More static sloshed around my ear, along with my thumping pulse. It drowned out my brother's reply. I screamed anyway.
How could you do this to me? How could you give anything to this piece of shit after what he did? He killed her, Danny.
The service was failing. I couldn't make out a single word he was saying, his muffled cadence repeating the same line over and over. Once the static settled, his voice broke through.
It's not him, Jack. It's not.
The call ended. I let the phone fall to the ground. I thought I might fall with it. It's not him? In an instant, the room had shrunk. I looked down upon the beaten man before me, whose blood painted my body. Innocent blood. Fractured bits of glass and plastic crunched under my feet. From a car Ian knew nothing about. Because it wasn't his. Hector. Green Street Auto. I didn't want to believe it. This was the one. This was the guy who ruined my life. But it wasn't. It was just a father, fallen from grace by his own hand, dragging his family down with him, desperate to atone for tearing them apart, but too afraid to do so. Instead, spending his time fixing everything around the house while those living inside it remained broken. My brother offered him green salvation, provided the car, the information. All Ian had to do was pretend to be a murderer. I was dizzy.
Why? Why would you let me do this?
I said. The lacerations on his head spilled along his nose.
You know why.
I thought back to our conversation in the bar. Everything he'd said now cast in a very different light, and in its shadow he wept. His sobbing whimpers that would have once been music to my ears now shrill and uncomfortable. I got down to his level, a father once more, teaching his child a valuable lesson.
You didn't have to do this,
I said.
All they want is you. They don't even know who I am. I missed everything. And the times I was there, I don't remember.
Bloody tears streamed down his cheeks.
Will they remember me?
I was afraid of the answer. Of what story Zoe would tell her future spouse. Would she have any to share? Or would she cling to their fragments of joy, the way I clung to mine? Someday, when my nieces Scarlett and Ella asked for stories about their cousin Katie, will I remember the time she called 911 because we were out of syrup? Or when she carried around that worm while trick-or-treating? The name she'd given it had already escaped me. It was as gone as she was. My wife, Ian, still had them. His weren't lost yet. He'd built a wall between them to hide behind. They were right there on the other side, waiting for him. I took his head in my hands, and his eyes rolled back.
You want to make things right?
I said.
Quit drinking. Call your doctor, your therapist, your sponsor, whoever the fuck you gotta call, and figure out what you need to do.
Ian was fading, so I spoke louder.
And then join your family at the fucking lake house, because one more day with them is worth more than whatever my brother was going to pay you.
His head hung low, too heavy to tilt, the swelling of his face a monstrous deformation.
I'm dying, Jack. You're gonna be fine,
I said. I wasn't convinced. I fetched his phone to dial 911 and tossed it to him as it rang.
Go see your kids.
The dispatcher's voice called out from his lap. Ian ignored it and used his last bit of strength to hold something up for me. Katie's bracelet. The smoking gun. It came from Danny. He must have found it lodged in a sleeve from one of the many sweaters he'd taken. Or perhaps Ella did, just as Zoe had in the car. I tried taking it, but Ian pulled back, my knees buckling under the weight of everything that had happened.
I'll go. If you go,
he said. We held for one last look, his dying eyes firmly fixed on me. I refused to acknowledge what he'd said. I gave one good tug, and the bracelet was mine. It slid perfectly down to its twin, the closest I felt to Katie's hand in mine in a long while. She walked with me to my truck and held on tight as I finally got the hell out of there. I changed into a dirty work shirt and threw the other out the window. Evidence for later, though I doubted anyone would notice. Fallout from the storm littered the empty roads, leaves and branches floating in deep puddles, blinking streetlights calling for help, and lawn furniture sitting dangerously across both lanes far from home. Didn't slow me down. I still had more leads, assuming the police hadn't taken the list into evidence by now. I planned to swing by Methadone Mile to find that junkie. He'd sworn one of his dealers drove the car I was looking for. Stewing over a new prospect was normally an adrenaline boost. Not this time. I couldn't stop thinking about something Ian had said. You know why. He was willing to die rather than live without his family. A notion I didn't want to understand. But with each passing light, exposing the blood on my hands, I thought about how easily they could have turned the wheel toward an oncoming semi. It wasn't the first time it crossed my mind. The phone vibrated in the cup holder at exactly 9 o'clock. I knew it wouldn't be long before Danny called. But the ruminative drive with the windows down did little to allay my anger.
I got nothing to say to you.
I spat.
That's okay. Hope everything went all right.
In the background, Julia hushed my nieces and told them Daddy was on the phone. He couldn't say it, but he wanted to know if I killed Ian.
Your pal's fine,
I said.
Where'd you meet him? Your bookie?
A low blow, one that must have stung. He let the brooding silence sit for a second.
Listen, Jack, you need to meet us at St. Mary's right now.
No, you listen to me. I don't need to do shit. You lied to my fucking face.
As I crossed the line from Westfield to Dartmouth, the pavement beneath me got smoother. The bumpy rattles now a deep, soothing rush of white noise. I heard a quiver in my brother's voice that I couldn't before. It burst through his words like hiccups.
The doctor called.
He said.
They don't think Dad will survive the night.
Something heavy leveled my chest, smothering, like the neighborhood around me. Porch lights and decorations for the 4th of July reflected along my windshield. Flickers in living room windows where families were ending their nights together. Small signs of life. And yet I felt like I was the only person left on Earth.
Please, Jack. I need you. I can't.
I hung up. The leather of the steering wheel peeled from my hand as I reached to wipe the tears away. Small bits of emotion slipping through the cracks. Eyes darting, breath short. My mind waiting for a safer reality to hit me, as though I'd simply woken from a nightmare. I knew this was coming. Danny had even given me an urgent reminder earlier, one that I brushed off. Now that it was happening, it was the only thing I cared about. I stepped harder on the gas and ignored my phone in the passenger seat. There was a stretch of road between Dartmouth and Beaumont, with varying speed limits, switching from 40 to 25 to 35. I blew past it, going 60 and merged onto the highway as recklessly as when Dad first took me out onto the interstate. The angry horns had said enough. I didn't need to hear one of his lectures, and if I didn't get to the hospital in time, I never would again. It wasn't long before the Boston skyline appeared, illuminating the distant fog. Pockets of traffic materialized the closer I got. I weaved through it with no regard, pushing 90 down the open lanes beneath an overpass. I didn't notice the cruiser hiding until it turned on its lights. My stomach sinking at the flash of blue, I couldn't pull over. One quick run of my license and they'd take me in. I accelerated faster, the bright orange bulbs above whizzing past. It finally sank in that this was it. It's over now. Everything I had been running from seemed so far away now that I yearned for it, with the trouble I'd left in my wake right on my tail. I cut across several lanes and turned hard over an exit, almost venturing onto the grass. Dad's voice in my head told me to stop and do the right thing. I ignored it. I ran the light at the end of the off-ramp and turned down an empty street. More cover would have been nice, but it appeared the storm sheltered most people in for the night. I didn't know where I was. Somewhere near Grandland or Stockton. St. Mary's wasn't far. The back roads to Route 60 would get me there. Just had to pray that Statty didn't catch up to me first. I let more of Danny's calls go unanswered, with sirens not far behind me. I couldn't afford the distraction. Would the next time we spoke be behind bars? Would he even visit? As badly as I wanted to kick his ass, I'd already forgiven him. Or maybe the flashing lights in my rear view softened me. There was more than one set. The sign for Route 60 clung to its crooked pole, as though someone had hit it with their car, probably as fast as I was currently driving. Visions of Katie spilled into every crosswalk. My hands gripped the wheel as tightly as they'd gripped her handlebars that day she seized into the street. The first time I realized my father was right about everything. Another symphony of sirens shot me back into the moment. I couldn't tell where they were coming from or where I should go. My heel trembling upon the brake at a four-way stop. One wrong turn and I was done. The chance of seeing my father again hanging on every move. The car behind me honked, adding to the chaos. 2 fire trucks and an ambulance whipped around the corner and flew past. I was close. I retraced their path and spotted a glowing sky amid the darkness. St. Mary's lights a little further down the road. I followed them and pulled into the lot, parking crooked into the closest available spot to the ER. A quick check of my phone, a message from Danny saying he'd be here in 15. I had to go now. The few heads in the emergency room paid no mind to my frantic arrival. An older woman was already speaking to the receptionist, so I waited with crossed arms and did little to hide the rush I was in. I kept glancing over my shoulder and caught eyes with one of the men waiting in the lobby. He was sitting in the same chair I had sat in when they told me Katie was gone. A faint glimmer of blue shined through the windows and ran along his face. 2 cruisers pulling into view by the automatic doors. I took off, the young receptionist calling after me. I slipped into a stairwell and skipped up the stairs as fast as I could. I was hazy on the room, but I knew the floor. If I could make it there. 3 levels up and I was already out of breath. I had to push on. I couldn't let my father's last experience be another one of my failures. My entrance into the 6th floor was much too boisterous. I shoved the door to the wall, a major disturbance among the steady humming and beeping of machinery. Nurses huddled at the far end of the hall, gazed my way with worry.
I'm here for my dad,
I declared, as though it was some spell to do whatever I wanted.
William Holloway. What room is he in?
One of the nurses started marching over to me. I didn't have time to wait for her. I kept moving down the vaguely familiar wing.
Sir, you need to sign in.
The nurse called. I was already checking the rooms. 603. A woman flat on her bed, her tired eyes stuck awake.
Sir.
The nurse tried again.
Just tell me what room he's in. William Holloway.
Sir, I'd be happy to do that for you if you checked in at the desk first.
The door to 605 was shut. I peeked in and startled the man inside. The nurse continued pursuing me and instructed the others to page the doctor. I moved faster. 606 was empty, but when I got to 607, my heart stopped. I wasn't prepared to see him that way. It had only been weeks since I'd visited last, yet the difference in his condition was unsettling. A corpse clinging to life, more dead than alive, surrounded by machines and tubes. His eyes were closed. 2 troopers burst through the doors down the hall, guns drawn. I threw myself into the room and looked around in a panic. There wasn't much. I spun my father's bed and used my whole body to push it in front of the door. Even with the wheels locked, it wouldn't hold for long. There was already commotion on the other side, my father unresponsive to the noise. I took his limp hand, but felt no reciprocation. It was like holding a doll. For the first time in a while, I started crying. A real cry. All my pent-up emotion finally made its way out.
Danny. Dad, it's me. It's Jack.
His fingers gained life and gave mine a small squeeze. He could hardly keep one eye open. He looked me up and down and turned to the banging behind us, officers demanding I let them in.
What did you do?
Dad asked. I was sobbing.
I fucked up. I tried to make it right. I tried. I'm sorry.
He dropped his head. For a moment, I feared he had died right there in front of me. When he opened his eyes again, they were full of the same disappointment I'd long grown accustomed to, which was almost worse.
Oh, Jack.
He whispered.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
The The troopers threw their shoulders into the door. The bed was slipping away from me, and with it, my father. He kept repeating his apologies, the guilt growing with each slam upon the door. He reached for my face but didn't have the strength to get there.
You know I love you, right, Jack?
I couldn't see through my tears.
I know, Dad.
I said, but I hadn't. Not until that moment. I put his withered hand to my cheek and held it there. He then uttered the last words I'd ever hear him say.
She knew too, Jack.
A warmth spread throughout my body, one I'd never felt before. I wanted to stay in it forever, but the door opened just enough for one of the troopers to slide through. He ordered me to the ground and threw me down anyway, pressing his knee hard into my back while the other put me in cuffs. The floor was cool against my face. Vinyl, like Ian's basement. They read my rights and informed me of the warrant out for my arrest. An assault on one Gerald Cooper, the one before Ian. My father peered down in a panic, his outstretched arms still reaching for me. A splash of vibrant color stood out behind his pale skin. A flower pot on the counter, green stems standing stiff, their bright petals pink and orange. Gladioli, a gift of strength for someone who needed it, from someone who was fighting the same battle. Ian wasn't my brother's friend. He was my father's. They'd met during treatment. The final piece to the puzzle. Cancer. Ian was a dead man long before I showed up. Running away, his break from sobriety, actions of a man whose days were numbered and doomed to suffering. I wondered why he hadn't told me. He couldn't have presented me with better karmic justice than that. A deserved decay. One that might have saved him from the beginning. But I suppose that was the original plan, wasn't it? The real reason he didn't care if I killed him. Why he needed the money so badly. He wasn't choosing to leave his family. He was being taken from them. He wanted to provide for them without them knowing the truth. He didn't want them to see his deterioration, nor did he want their undeserved pity. Something I understood very well. And for our shared suffering, I paid him with more. Parts of my body were still dotted in his blood. I felt sick, and it only got worse. The troopers picked me up and dragged me out before I could give my father a proper goodbye.
I love you too, Dad, okay? I'll come back. I'll see you soon.
We were already out the door. As they hauled me off, I begged for one more minute with my father continuing to shout over my shoulder for him. If he replied, I couldn't hear it. Only the brisk stomps of the troopers' steps and the frantic chattering of nurses standing by.
Tell them,
I begged.
Tell them how sick he is. I need to be with him.
They gawked at me like the lunatic I knew I was. All the days I'd wasted hunting someone I was never going to find, punishing innocent people for driving a car I wasn't even certain was responsible. I should have been here instead. What I would give to exchange every swing of that crank arm for another day. My cries echoed throughout the stairwell and followed us into the lobby. Danny and the girls were waiting. Their faces dropped when we walked past, my niece's nervous gasp breaking my heart even further. Danny rushed over and was asked to step back as we spilled out into the lot. Other onlookers appeared like moths to the blue light, local PD arriving on scene as well. One of the troopers pulled them aside, where they each took turns shooting me stern glances. I was more concerned about the little redhead cowering behind my brother, watching me get frisked against the back of the cruiser.
Look at all these lights, huh, Ellie?
I said. Her mother came and backed her up. Danny was wide-eyed. Where's he going? He asked the trooper.
Suffolk.
Can I talk to him first?
Just stand back, sir.
The trooper stuffed me in the back of his cruiser and joined the others, leaving Danny dumbfounded. I couldn't remember the last time my little brother looked so little, like he actually needed me.
It's okay.
I called out the barred window.
Go see Dad. I'll be all right.
Danny sucked in his lower lip, eyes red. You're going to prison. He was right. I hit Gerald Cooper so hard his teeth came out. I hoped the 4 other men were more forgiving, or that my situation would garner leniency. If not, I was looking at a hefty sentence. It was what I deserved. Not Danny. He deserved better. So much better.
Think Ellie will still be playing soccer in 15 years?
I cracked. He wasn't in the mood. I'm sorry. I tried saving you from this. I thought I could help.
You can post my bail. Don't say you don't have the money.
The gathering of law enforcement dispersed and returned to their vehicles. The trooper was ready to take me away. He hopped in and said something into his radio, clicking away on his laptop as he spoke with dispatch.
There's a man in Westfield you should check on.
I blurted.
His name is Ian Grant. Yup, they got him. Is he all right?
He didn't respond. He kept his attention on the computer screen and carried on with the back and forth on his radio. Out the window, I saw Danny and the girls huddled together. It crippled me. If this was anything at all like how Ian had felt today, then there was nothing I could have done to hurt him any worse. In fact, much of what he had said was genuine. The struggles of being a father and of losing one. I really hoped he was okay. The other cruisers started rolling out. The worry in my niece's eyes put my stomach in knots. I had obsessed over Katie for so long. I forgot I still had anyone else to care about. And now that I was being taken away from them, they were all I wanted. I shuffled around the cramped space for a better look. The cuffs a bit tight on my wrist. The bracelets pushed too far up my arm.
Wait, sir, I need to give them something.
I cried.
They can get it at the courthouse. No, please, it's for my nieces.
He turned his lights off and motioned for the other trooper to pass.
Are you a father?
I asked.
My daughter, she was killed. That's what all this is about. Please, sir, my niece was there when it happened. Let me give her my daughter's bracelet.
A quick glance in the rearview mirror. A sigh. He muttered something into his radio and hopped out with Pep, meeting me on the other side. Danny and the girls were still standing there, confused.
Take both,
I said.
For the little one, too.
The trooper leaned me forward to remove a cuff. I didn't care that he put it back tighter than it was before. A great weight within me lifted when he walked the bracelets to Scarlett and Ellie. Their mother was hesitant to take them.
It'll keep you safe, Ellie.
I shouted.
Go score some goals. You too, Scar.
Their faces were blank. Danny thanked the trooper, who gave a swift nod and got back into the cruiser, bemused and ready to go. I pressed my face to the bars and continued calling out to them as we drove off for good. They looked lost. It wasn't often that a brother or uncle's arrest was the second most overwhelming part of someone's day. A terrible palate cleanser. Dad was still up in his hospital room dying. The added pain I caused them hurt me more than anything their sulking shuffle into the hospital could. But as the cruiser pulled me out of the lot and around the ascending bend, I caught a glimpse of Ellie turning back with a wave, Katie's bracelet dancing upon her wrist. I never felt more foolish. I should have been heading in there with them, mourning, grieving, healing, sending my father off the right way. Instead, I was locked away in this box, alone, taunted by the mere margin between us. They were right there. They always were. I hoped they would be when I got out. My brother died on December 13, 1997. That day is no longer just a memory, but instead plays like a Super 8 film that is constantly looping through the spools inside my head. It was an unusually bright day, but as my brother and I would soon learn, still bitter cold. We ran out of our home, wearing our puffy winter coats, laughing like mad children as our mother called behind us, telling us that we should make sure we were home by lunch. As I looked back at my mom, I saw that she had a smile on her face. It would be the last time I'd see her smile. We had no grand scheme. We were children on winter break. It had just snowed the night before, so there was fresh powdered snow everywhere. Our neighborhood had been transformed from boring suburbia into a winter wonderland. We ran through our neighborhood and found ourselves at the park that was just 5 minutes from our home. I don't know how long we played. It could have been an hour, it could have been 10 minutes. But at some point, my brother found it, the stick. The stick had been half buried under the snow, and when my brother pulled it out, he looked like Arthur pulling sword from stone. The stick even looked like a sword, with two symmetrical protrusions, giving the stick the appearance of a cross-guard hilt. My brother began to swing the stick around wildly, pretending to fend off some great imaginary army, and almost immediately I asked if I could try.
Go find your own stick,
my brother said. I spent a few minutes trying to find my own stick, but all the sticks I found were puny and insignificant when compared to the greatsword my brother had found. Again, I asked my brother to let me play with a stick, and again, my brother told me to go kick rocks. We were standing under the large oak tree which dominated the center of the park. Its branches were bare of any life. I'm sure that the greatsword had once been a part of that tree. I looked up at the naked tree and its branches moved jaggedly back and forth in the cold wind. Then, in a fit of rage, I reached for the stick my brother was holding, attempting to yank it from him. I almost got it out of my brother's hands, but he caught on to what I was attempting and tightened his grip. We both wrestled with a stick in a tug-of-war match that must have only lasted a couple seconds, but felt like an eternity under that bare tree.
Fine, keep it,
I yelled at my brother and all at once let go. My brother, who at the very moment was pulling the stick, was caught off guard by the sudden change in tension and fell backwards violently. The stick flew from his hands as he fell, and he let out a short gasp on his way down. As my brother hit the ground, there came a sickening crunching noise. His legs jerked for a moment as if he was trying to tap dance the air, and then he went still. It had all happened so fast. I approached my brother. His eyes were staring open at the sky, but they were vacant, like doll eyes. I noticed my brother's head was resting on something that I had not noticed until that moment. It was a large rock buried in the snow. Crimson rivulets of blood were pooling down the rock and into the snow, which was absorbing my brother's blood, like some demented version of a red snow cone. I screamed my brother's name, begged him to wake up. He did not move. His doll eyes continued to stare up at the sky. I ran home screaming, with the wind howling after me. It sounded like laughter. I was 10 years old. My brother had been 12. He would be 12 forever. My brother's death destroyed my parents' marriage. Though they never separated, they became strangers to each other, both of them secluding themselves to a separate corner of the house, letting their grief fill the empty space like a noxious gas. They spoke to each other less and less as the years went on, until they were like silent ghosts haunting our home. And of course, there was the other terrible thing that hung in the air, the silent accusation. My parents never outright blamed me for my brother's death, not out loud at least. His death was deemed by all responsible authorities to have been a tragic accident. How sympathetic the adults of the world were towards me. How kind, how understanding. But there was the silent accusation that said otherwise. This accusation could be heard every time a door slammed shut in our house. It could be heard every time my father opened a new can of beer. He never used to drink. It could be heard every time my mother scrubbed the dishes, for minutes on end, even after the plate had been cleaned spotless. It was in every corner of the house. It was in the wind outside, the one that sounded like laughter. While other children my age were collecting Pokemon cards, I was collecting therapists. These kind-hearted, soft-spoken adults always said the same thing. It wasn't your fault. The words never struck, and neither did they. I moved from one sympathetic professional to another. The only thing that stayed, the only constant in my life, was the silent accusation. 2.5 years after my brother died, my father suggested that we go to the county fair. I couldn't remember the last time we had done something together. Something that didn't involve therapists or counseling or yelling or crying or, worst of all, silence. Something fun. As a family. My mother simply nodded and then, staring into her coffee cup, said,
"That could be nice."
We got into the car and my dad, on one of his rare sober days, drove us to the fair. Well, sober-ish. It was a relatively cool summer evening. I had spent so much time in our quiet home or in quiet offices that the energy and noise of the fair was jarring. There was so much laughter and music and pleasant smells. There was popcorn and donuts and snow cones that were doused in red sugary syrup. I watched as people went on the merry-go-round or up the Ferris wheel, as they tried their luck at rigged carny games. It was also overwhelming. My parents and I were like black and white characters who had stepped into a technicolor world. It didn't feel like we belonged. We lived in a fairly small town, so underneath the noise of the fair there was another noise. Whispers that sounded like howling wind. There he is, brother killer. I heard he bashed his skull with a rock. What a little psycho. Shouldn't he be institutionalized? It's just like Cain and Abel, man. What a freak. The whispers, whether or not they were really there, overwhelmed my ears. Everywhere I turned, people were staring at me, licking their red snow cones in accusation. I stepped away from my parents and then saw her. Tucked away at the back of the fair was a stall. It was just at the end of the fair where the light stopped and the darkness of the fields beyond began. There was a big cartoonish sign over the stall that read, "Sink a fish, make a wish." As I approached the stall, the sounds of the fair receded. There was a woman in the stall. She had silver gray hair and wore a purple robe. She had piercing green eyes, and although she looked old to me, her face showed no signs of wrinkles. It was creaseless, like a mannequin or a doll.
Hello there.
She said in a voice that was smooth and warm.
Care to play?
Sure, I guess, I said in a small, reedy voice. But I don't know how. The woman smiled and brought out 3 plastic fish tokens. She then pointed to a round jug at the back of the stall and said,
All you have to do is try to get all 3 fishes into the jug. You do that, you win.
How much to play?
No charge.
Really?
Really?
I picked up the 3 fish tokens. The jug hole wasn't exactly small, but it wasn't huge either. I could easily miss. I took a deep breath and tossed the first fish. It went in.
That's 1,
the woman said, holding up her index finger. I noticed, unlike her wrinkle-free face, her finger did look old. I tossed the second fish, and it went in too. The woman gave an excited cheer and raised another finger, giving me the peace sign, then said,
1 more fish, and this one is for all the marbles.
My hands started to feel sweaty. I almost dropped the fish. I took another deep breath, feeling like a fish myself, one that was out of water, desperately gulping for air. I tossed the fish. It hit the edge of the opening and seemed to rattle there for what felt like an eternity, and then it fell in. The woman gave a gleeful laugh and said,
Well done, you win.
She offered her hand for a high five, and I returned the favor. I smiled for the first time in 2.5 years. So, what do I win? I asked. There weren't any prizes hanging on the stall. Normally, you would see stuffed animals and the like.
It's just as the sign says,
the woman said, and now her eyes narrowed.
Sink a fish, make a wish. Well, really, sink 3 fishes and get a wish.
Wish?
That's right, and whatever you wish for will come true.
The sound of the fair had all but vanished at this point. Without really thinking, and in a voice that was hollow and breathless and desperate, I said, I want my brother back.
Granted,
the woman said almost immediately. She was still smiling, but now her smile bothered me. I realized for the first time just how far away this stall was from the rest of the fair, how dark the field beyond it was, as if her stall was the only thing standing in between the real world and oblivion. Then I heard a familiar voice. It was my mother calling my name. Sorry, I have to go, I said. The woman said nothing, just continued to smile at me. One of her fingers, and God, that finger really looked old now, was twirling her silver gray hair. I slowly backed away, then picking up speed ran towards my mother's voice. When I reached my mother, she berated me for leaving her side. She had understandably become overprotective since my brother's death.
Don't ever do that again,
she said, and in her voice I could hear the silent accusation. I decided not to tell my parents about the woman, and especially not about the wish. The rest of the time at the fair went normally, but I noticed as we were leaving, both the woman and her stall were gone, as if she'd never been there. My parents and I did not speak on the car ride home, and not 5 minutes after we left the fair, it started to rain. That night I could not sleep. Maybe it was due to the rain splattering against my window, or that I could still hear the whispers of the fair people, but for whatever reason, sleep would not come. When I looked at the clock next to my bed, it read 2:05 a.m. in bright red. And then I heard it, the sound of something or someone moving in the room next door, which made no sense. That was my brother's room, and no one had been in there since he died. It had become a tomb or a holy shrine to my brother's memory. My mom refused to move any of his belongings, and so the room looked exactly as it did the day my brother left the house and never returned. Once, a couple of months after his death, I put my hand on the doorknob to his room, thinking of going in. When my mother came into the hallway carrying a laundry basket, she saw me and dropped the basket. White socks went sprawling across the floor. My mother never even said a word. She just glared at me. A glare that said, "Don't you dare. Don't you know this is all your fault? Don't you dare go in there." I let go of the door and walked away. Now, on this rainy night where I could not sleep, I found myself tiptoeing into the hallway. To my shock, the door to my brother's room was open, and I could hear someone moving in there. "Mom? Dad?" I called softly into the room, hoping it was the latter and not the former. My dad drunkenly stumbling into the room I could handle, but I didn't know what I would say to my mom. Outside, thunder roared. I stepped into the room. There were glow-in-the-dark stars on the ceiling of my brother's room that had been there since he was a kid. The glow had faded, but the stars still illuminated the room in a sickly green color, just enough so I could see. There was someone in the room. The thing that was sitting on my brother's bed could not have been my brother. It looked all wrong. Its face was too long, its eyes too far apart. It looked like a grotesque cartoon caricature of my brother, but it was wearing the same puffy winter jacket my brother was wearing the day he died. And then I noticed what the thing was holding in its hand. It was the stick, the great sword my brother and I had fought over. The thing turned to look at me, and as it did, white lightning blinded the room for an instant. I couldn't breathe. I stared at the thing, and it stared back with red, bloodshot eyes. Staring into its terrible eyes, I was hit with an unavoidable truth, one that might have driven me insane if not for the fact that I was too stricken to feel anything but fear. The truth was this: those were my brother's eyes. The face and body might have been misshapen, but there was no mistaking the eyes. They were the eyes that used to wink at me across the table when we ate breakfast and made jokes in the morning. They were the eyes that would glare at me whenever I accidentally used his toothbrush. They were the vacant, dull eyes that had stared up at the sky on that fateful day in December. And now, they were looking at me, piercing me.
"My stick,"
the thing croaked. Its voice was hoarse and jagged, and as it spoke, some kind of slime dribbled down its chin.
"It's my stick. Go get your own."
Not real, I stammered. To my horror, the thing had gotten off the bed and was walking, no, lurching towards me. Its legs seemed to move at impossible angles. Its bone made horrible cracking noises. Not real. You're... Before I could finish, the thing that was and was not my brother swung the stick and it collided against my head with a loud thwack. Either by intention or supernatural coincidence, the thing had timed hitting my head just as thunder roared outside. I crumpled to the floor in a pathetic heap. My head was spinning, and then I felt another thwack on my ribcage. The thing that was and was not my brother began to beat me with the stick. Then it dropped the stick. Its cold, slimy hands wrapped themselves around my throat.
"All your fault,"
the thing said. It lifted my head and brought it down on the floor.
"It's all your fault."
No, I said in a strangled voice. Its hand squeezed harder, and in the horrible green glow of the room, I noticed its hair was silver gray, just like the woman at the stall. I could feel myself slipping in and out of consciousness. It brought my head up again before slamming it back down. In one last desperate bid, I grabbed its hands and tried to pull them off my throat. I alleviated some pressure. Outside, thunder and lightning boomed, and I could smell county fair donuts.
"I'm sorry,"
I croaked. Now my voice sounded just like the thing, jagged and pathetic.
"It's all my fault. I'm sorry for everything. I'm so sorry."
The thing stared at me. Its eyes turned from a glare to a suspicious squint. Mucus dribbled down its chin and onto my face. There was another flash of lightning, and I felt the thing let go. I coughed and sucked in the air and looked around. thinking that at any moment the thing would be back on me. But I was alone in the room. There was no sign of it, or that anything had been in the room in years. Only that wasn't exactly true. There were two things I noticed. One, there were wet shoe prints that went out the room and into the hallway. And two, in the corner of the room, resting gently against the wall, there was a stick that looked a lot like a sword. I did not tell my parents about that night in my brother's room. No reason to tell them something they would not believe. I rehearsed some lines to explain my bruises, and I did have several of them, but it ultimately proved pointless to come up with answers to questions my parents would never ask. The only sign that what occurred that night in my brother's room did in fact happen were the wet shoe prints that ran up and down the hallway. My mother blamed those on me when she saw them the next morning. I didn't deny it. My parents never asked about the stick, and I never brought it up, and though I never touched it, since that night it would appear now and then in different corners of the house. Someone was using it. I spent the next couple of years avoiding that house for as long as I could, staying out, partying with kids who only pretended to be my friends, and eventually left my parents' house as soon as I turned 18. I didn't look back. I thought I would never be back, to be honest. I wanted to find a life of my own, one that didn't involve wishes or whispers or horrible things lurking in the shadows. For a while, I thought I did escape it all, the way a person wakes up from a bad dream. But I returned home last December, exactly 26 years since the day my brother died. I've been here since. My parents are old and seem even more like ghosts now. My mom in particular is not doing well. Even after all this time, I want to be there with her when she passes. And although the years seem to have softened my parents in some ways, I'll still see the silent accusation in their eyes. They can't hold their glares as long as they used to. They're too tired now, but it's there all the same. I guess it will always be there. I don't know how much longer I can stand being in this house. At night, I hear the wind that sounds like laughter. I smell county fair donuts and red sugary snow cones. I see wet shoe prints running up and down the hallway. And when I try to sleep, I swear I hear something or someone moving in the room next door. But I don't go in there anymore. God help me if I ever do. They don't always feel like sweets. Daddy told me that for the first time when I was 7. I guess you could say he was planning ahead. Then again, I guess you could say he was protecting me too. Not that it did his old self any dang good. You can try to keep death out of your own home and out of the homes of others a long, long time. But when the chips are down, that old gray bastard's gonna come along, waving his sickle in the air. Folks always correct me about that, say death carries a scythe, but they don't know their asses from their elbows. Death moves too quick to swing a big old scythe around every time, whereas a sickle, you can at least hold one of those in both hands. Not that he needed 2 hands to get dead, but I thought he'd at least need him to get me. Went and got someone to cry to the cops. Doing it this way is cheating. Anyway, you want me to confess to killing? Let's see, 3 dozen people in the past 3 dozen years, right? No? What do you mean, y'all only identified 10? Well, this is awkward. But whether it's 10 or 36, y'all can relax. You're gonna get a big, fat bonus this year at Christmas time. If you're still around to enjoy it with me dead. Just remember, boys, I'm only gonna tell you one time. Don't let any of your family go out after dark on Halloween night. And don't sleep at any place that someone you love has died. But I'm getting ahead of myself, aren't I? Alright, I guess we ought to start with that there thing my pa said to me. They don't always feel like sweets. Pa first hinted at what was to come in the spring of 77. The same year, appropriately, that I was 7. Pa said he'd normally have waited till I was 8, but that kinda coincidence of age 7 lining up with 2 more 7s, he was a big believer in omens, and that one was too good to pass up. Anyway, he told me that on Halloween night that year, I was gonna come with him and take care of some business. Men's business. Now, I don't mind telling you, I was excited, and a little intimidated, because you don't to take part in men's unless you're a man yourself. And I wasn't sure if I was ready for that, but Since my birthday was in the spring and Halloween wasn't for many months, I eventually forgot about it. Until the night before, when my mama and my pa got into a screaming match. Omen's matter in my business, Charlene.
Oh, Omen's my ass. Henry Mills, if you think you're taking my baby out on one of your nasty-ass little errands...
You knew all about those errands when you married me, Charlene.
I know there was something you and your daddy got up to, and my mama begged me not to go steady with your ass 'cause she knew it too, Henry. But I was so sweet on you, I was fool enough not to care. But he's too young. You said your daddy didn't do it till you were 8.
Is the way it's gotta be. We talked about this ever since you gave birth to the little... I stepped out of my room and the fight stopped. Figures. They never talked about this kind of stuff when they knew I was listening. But I was a man now, according to Papa, and I wanted Mama to know I was brave enough to handle whatever it was. It's a man's job to look after the women in his life, and now that I was a man, that made Mama being scared my problem too.
Ryan,
Mama gave me a haunted look when she saw me.
go back to bed, baby. Your daddy and I are just having a discussion.
The way she looked when she said it made me scared, but I didn't let that stop me. I heard you, I said, trying to sound like a Rocky Balboa in a 7-year-old body.
I heard you, Mama, and I ain't scared. I can handle it.
See? Papa didn't miss a beat when he heard me.
He ain't complaining, is he? He knows what needs to be done.
Mama gave Papa a look that would have killed at 20 paces, and then she closed her eyes and clenched her fist.
Damn you, Henry Mills.
She whispered.
Damn you to hell.
Papa didn't react, even though I would have been scared to death if she looked at me like that.
Hell's full enough without me, Charlene,
He said warily.
I'm just trying to keep it that way.
With that, he sloped off before Mama could yell at him anymore. And even though I had nightmares something fierce that night and was stone tired on Halloween, I still knew I had to be strong and stick out whatever Papa had in store for me. 'Cause I was a man, and men do what needs doing. Let's just say it was the first of many surprises I was in for that night when Papa told me he, not Mama, was going to take me trick-or-treating. It wasn't until later that I realized why, but seeing as I was scared I was going to miss all the candy doing whatever Papa wanted me to do, this was all too much of a relief to question it. For the next few hours I trundled around the neighborhood, getting candy from every door that would open. What was weird, though, was that Papa wouldn't walk me up to the door of all those houses. Sometimes he'd just leave me about 20 feet from the door and run off around the back. Again, I didn't understand this, but in the fullness of time, I understood more than I wanted to. However, eventually, and sooner than I liked, my trick-or-treating time had to end. Specifically, it had to end right when the sun started going down. At that point, Papa took my bag, which was honestly not nearly as full of candy as I hoped, and gave me a funny look.
Now, listen to me, Ron.
He said, kneeling down so he could look me in the eye.
You handle the night like a man, and I'll take you any damn supermarket you want and buy you enough candy to fill up that bag till Christmas. But you've got to promise me first, Ron. You got to start learning how to do something that, when I die, is going to be your job. Got it?
Yes, sir.
Good. Then come on back in the truck.
I did as I was told, and soon as I'd shut the door, Papa gunned the engine on his truck and took us far out of town, into the woods, deep into the woods. But he seemed to know where he was going, because once we were there, he pulled over sharp and got out to check something. I was about to follow him when the back seat's one working door swung open, and Papa deposited something that made me want to upchuck all the candy I'd already eaten. The carcasses of 3 dead squirrels. When Papa saw the nausea on my face, he barked at me to cover my nose, and then he got back in the truck and started driving again. He made 4 more stops just like that one, and at every one, he'd drop another pack of rotten, dead animals in the back seat. However, eventually, he got done with this and drove us back into town. But we didn't go home. No. Instead, we stopped outside a house that I dimly recognized from trick-or-treating earlier that night. I seem to remember that it housed a sweet, little old lady who'd had trouble opening the door when I knocked, but had handed me a full-size Snickers bar when she did get the door open. I was confused. Was Papa taking me back to get more candy from her? Because if so, I wasn't complaining. Then, Papa turned to me.
Now, you listen, Ron. I want you to stay here in the car. You're not old enough to see what I gotta do now, so stay here. Whatever you hear, even if something scary comes out of that house, you stay put. If everything goes well, I should be back in about 15 to 20 minutes.
I wanted to argue, not least of all because I was still stuck next to about a dozen rotting animal carcasses, but I could see from the look in his eyes that Papa wasn't going to take any backsass. So I just nodded. Yes, sir. Papa gave me an absent smile and then shut the door behind him, locking the truck. Then he approached Snicker Lady's house. Of course, he didn't go straight up to the door, but doubled around the back again until he was out of my sight. I sat there for what felt like hours, my nerves and the smell of dead animal flesh both making me feel sick. For a moment, I started to be really afraid that Papa wasn't going to come back from whatever he was doing, which, based on the look in his eyes, seemed like it was something dangerous. I was right. It was dangerous. But about his not coming back, at least, I turned out to be wrong. Papa was as good as his word and appeared just barely over 15 minutes later, coming back around the house, but he was moving slower, and after a second, I saw why. He was pulling something behind him, something that looked like a trash bag full of something cumbersome and wet, as I realized when he got closer and shoved it into the truck bed with a nasty squelching noise. Then Papa got back in the truck, and without saying anything, started it up again. From there, we drove around town, stopping seemingly at random outside individual houses, at which point Papa would get out of the car, pull open the one working backseat door, and fish out one of the dead animals, which he'd then drop outside the front door of whatever house we were stopped outside. It wasn't until he exhausted his supply of these, except for one limp squirrel carcass, that he eventually started walking back to the truck bed and pulling stuff out of that trash bag he'd brought. It was too dark to make out what it was at first, but eventually we landed outside a house that had a porch light, and I got a good look at what he was carrying. I wish I hadn't, however. You'd probably guess that it wasn't something you could get from an animal, but it was part of something dead. It sure was part of something dead. Anyway, he dropped it on that particular porch so casually it was like he was delivering mail. We must have made 24 stops like this, where Papa would fish around in his trash bag of horrors, pull out something bloody and mangled, leave it on a porch. Then, eventually, when the bag was finally empty, he got in the car, turned back to me, and gave me a cryptic, a genuine smile.
"You've done good, Ron,"
he said.
"You've done real good. Let's go get you that candy now, and I'll explain what we've been..."
Papa?
There was a quaver in my voice.
Did you do something bad?
Papa went pale for a second, then sighed, and climbed into the back seat with me.
"Yes, Ron, I did,"
he said.
"But, and you're too young to understand this, what I did, while it was bad, it also stopped a lot worse from going on."
Why?
My eyes must have looked like dinner plates.
What could have happened?
Papa gave a grunt of resignation.
How much you know about Halloween night, Ron? Besides the whole candy and costumes thing.
Nothing,
I said honestly.
Well, Halloween night sometimes gets called All Hallows Eve. And the reason it's called that is because tonight, all the souls of dead people are supposed to walk the earth and go visit their loved ones. So I guess they're supposed to feel a bit better about their grief, knowing they can see their dead relatives every Halloween. Or at least, that's the story.
He rolled down the window and spat on the pavement.
"It's bull, Ron. It's all bull. Truth is, the spirits of the dead are too goddamn hungry to remember who they are. Now, fortunately, some enterprise and marketing genius got hold of this little story and figured he could sell candy with it. So most folks leave out a basket of candy on their porch, not realizing that basket might be the only thing keeping the hungry dead at bay. But..."
And that's when he looked me in the eye and said the thing that's the reason we're all sitting here.
"They don't always feel like sweets."
He didn't say anything after this, and I knew better than to ask. Besides, even at 7, I could figure out enough of what he meant, and what that meant about what he'd been doing. Anyway, he did buy me all that candy, though I wasn't really in the right mood to enjoy it. The only other thing that happened that night that bears mentioning was that when we got home, Papa pulled the last squirrel's carcass from the back seat and laid it on the porch next to our own basket of candy. Then he turned to me and said one more thing, which I now absolutely consider the moment my childhood died. Your mama don't know the whole story, Ron. As far as she know, I've just been carting you around and leaving dead animals on people's porches all night. And that's all she will ever know, isn't it, Ron? 'Cause I guarantee you, if she finds out about the trash bag and whatever you might have seen me taking out of it, you'll never see her ass again. And you don't want that, do you, Ryan? I shook my head with tears in my eyes, and Papa smiled. Good. Then give me your word as a man that you won't say nothing about that, Ron. Your word as a man. If I'd been a little older, I might have realized how fanciful it was to think Mama would just leave me with a man capable of what Papa had done that night. But I'd seen how mad she looked the previous night, and I was still too scared to think straight. So I gave him my word, and I kept it. Right up until Mama died, I kept it. Though, by then, that lie was to protect me as much as Papa. Because that wasn't the end of it. Oh, no, sir, not at all. That was just the start of what became a yearly ritual with Papa, and every year, my involvement in the night's errands deepened. At first, when we made the initial circuit of the traps Papa laid every year the night before Halloween, he'd tell me to come out and fish out one of the animals, then 2. Then, over time, he'd have me empty a whole trap, then 2 traps, then all the traps. And finally, when I was 14 and didn't even flinch at the thought of touching dead animals, he initiated me into the other part of his errands. The real bad part. Now, because I was too old to trick-or-treat by then, we had to come up with a different cover story for what I now realize was Papa scouting all the houses in town to find out which ones either left their doors unlocked or had locks that were easy to pick. Papa always used to say we had to take the people with the least life left and with the weakest defenses, because that way it wasn't like we were picking and choosing our targets. More like we were a natural disaster that'd wipe out whatever unlucky son of a bitch wasn't prepared. So it wasn't really our fault. Anyway, eventually Papa hit on a really ingenious ploy to hide what we were doing. He took a shift as a part of the neighborhood watch, which had really only formed because every Halloween someone would unaccountably disappear. Say what you like about Papa, but he sure had a hell of a sense of humor to come up with that. Anyway, that year it turned out that our most promising prospect was an old-timer named Jerry Knowles. He lived on the outskirts of town, so Papa thought any noise we might make wouldn't be as much of a problem. Since it was my first year, you see, he figured noise was probably going to be unavoidable. Now, I won't insult your intelligence by pretending that what we did that night came as a complete surprise. I'm no Einstein, but I wasn't so stupid that I couldn't work out what Papa had been doing. Even so, knowing and doing were clean different. I was already shivering by the time Papa told me to pick the lock on old Jerry Knowles' back porch. Not 'cause of the cold. I couldn't hold the tool still long enough to make the lock break. When Papa saw that, he shoved me aside roughly and did it himself, before turning to me with a hard expression and thrusting something heavy and metallic into my hands. I looked down and saw that it was an old-fashioned snub-nosed revolver with the silencer attached. "Wanted to spare you this, Ron," Papa growled. "But if you can't pick the lock, then I guess you're going to have to do the only other useful thing there is. Don't worry, I'll get him nice and unconscious so you can't miss." "Papa, I don't think I can." "You can, and you will, Ron. I didn't raise no sissy. Can't afford to have done." There was no room for argument in his tone. "Now come on, before things get harder." We found Jerry Knowles in his sitting room, sleeping in a recliner with the TV showing static and an empty bottle of whiskey in his lap. Probably for the best, honestly. Made it even harder for the poor bastard to hear us or to resist, though he still tried. Oh God, he still tried. Now, Y'all already know I killed a lot of people, so it might surprise you to hear that I can still remember what happened in such detail. The murder, not that you'd know, is like sex in a lot of ways, and most predominantly in that you never forget your first. Here's what happened to Jerry Knowles. Papa crept up behind him and grabbed him by the throat with both hands and started squeezing. Even with the booze in his system, Jerry woke right up at that, and sure enough, he started kicking and clawing at Papa and making these weird little hacking noises like he was a goddamn cat trying to spit up a hairball. I couldn't see his face when Dad did it, but I could still hear the shock and terror he must have been feeling in those last few minutes. Then, he went limp, like he'd just fallen back asleep. And that's when Papa stepped back around the chair, grabbed me by the shoulders, and shoved me in front of poor Jerry Knowles. His chest was still rising and falling slightly, even though his throat kept on making his nasty whistling noise every time air came in and out. Before I knew what was happening, Papa had seized the hand I was holding the gun in and pressed the muzzle to old Jerry Knowles' wrinkled forehead. "And now, run," he panted, still getting his breath after strangling the poor old bastard. "One between the eyes, and one in the heart, nice and clean like. I'll keep holding the gun so your hands can't shake. And do it." But I couldn't. I just kept staring at Jerry and thinking about all the people who were going to lose him when I pulled that trigger. "Do it," Papa repeated, harsher this time. "We ain't got much time before he wakes up and he gets messier." Still, I couldn't pull the trigger. Papa sighed, and then, with his other hand, he grabbed my fist and squeezed. The gun went off, and Jerry slumped, the whistling of his breath stopping. Papa pulled my hand roughly down to his heart, and this time, I didn't need his help. The deed was already done. I fired that second bullet, and felt my stomach boil. I started to retch, but Papa cuffed me across the face before I could do it, to shock me enough to make me stop. "You stupid," he barked. "What do you think's gonna happen when the cops investigate and find your vomit on Jerry Knowles' floor? Outside, Ron. If you gotta upchuck, do it outside in the back." So I did. Walked out of that house through the same door we'd used to get in. I spilled everything I'd eaten that day out onto the dirt. When I'd finished, I saw Papa coming out of the house, dragging Jerry's body behind him. He gave me a disappointed look and jerked his head at the fence. "We're in the car, Ron. If killing a man's gonna make you lose your lunch, then it's just as well you don't see what comes next." I swallowed. "What?" "I gotta cut him up, Ron, because this is just like one of my buddies in Nam told me. He came from the engine stock, and he said his people believe when you kill something valuable, you gotta use every part. Well, that's what we're gonna do, Ron. That's what we're gonna do." I went back to the truck, and sure enough, about 10 minutes later, he came back to the car, dragging one of his trash bags full of wet things. Only, he wasn't the one who emptied it that night. He made me take every single one of Jerry Knowles' bits and stick them on the porches myself. By the time it was over, I was too numb and too empty to do anything but stare as we drove back home. And say what you like about Papa, but hard as he was still a father, and he noticed how I looked. He got this queer, tender look on his face, and then he reached over and squeezed my shoulder. "It gets easier, Ron," he said. "I know you're probably mad as a wet cat at me right now for making you do that, but I promise it gets easier, and it has to be done." But I didn't believe him, which was the worst mistake I ever made. By the time I had to go back to school, I'll admit I was still a mess, but not so much of one that I couldn't put on a brave face around everyone. The only place I really let my feelings out was on the football field, and truth is, that night was probably what got me on the varsity squad, even though I was still just a freshman. God, I wish it hadn't, because if it weren't for that, I probably never would have started dating Lola Barnes. Lola. If I'm sorry for anything connected with what I'd done, it's her. She was the prettiest little thing in my grade. Could have been a movie star or a beauty queen, probably, after a few more years. She was certainly the best dancer on the cheer squad, at least for her age, and wouldn't you know it, the fact that I was so fierce that I could knock down boys twice my size on other schools' offensive lines impressed her. We started going steady that winter. After the first 3 months, I thought I was going to marry her. After we took each other's virginity, ironically, in the same damn flatbed where Dad laid out corpses every year, I was sure I was going to marry her. She was the only pure thing in my life. The only innocent thing. The only good thing. But nothing good lasts, which is why, when I showed up at Lola's house to take her to the movies that next spring, only to find her crying on the front porch, I should have guessed where things were going to go. She looked up at me with this look in her eyes like a wounded deer, and told me both her folks had died. A car crash, she said, caused by some drunk. He was gone too, which I guess was some kind of justice, but that wasn't the important thing. The important thing was that now, the only person she had left to take care of her in that house was her grandpa, Kid. Now, I didn't pay much mind to that when she first told me. Because from where I was sitting, the only thing that mattered about it was that she wouldn't have to leave town. Besides, I knew old Kit Barnes. I liked him. I thought together the two of us could maybe help poor Lola recover, that maybe we could put her back together. Not as good as new, maybe, but good enough for her to be happy again. To smile and laugh again, and to one day be my wife. That's what I thought. Big dumb fool that I was. That is until Halloween rolled around and Kit forgot to lock his door. When I saw that and realized what it might mean, I silently prayed that someone else in town would be equally careless, but they weren't. Which meant that this year, Papa was gonna kill Kit Barnes and steal the only other person Lola had in her life. That is, unless I stopped him. Papa, I said as we drove out to the first trap, I need to talk to you about something. Grunting. What is it, Ron? Well, you know I'm sweet on Lola Barnes, don't you? What about it? Well, see, she just lost her folks this year, and it's her grandpa who left his door unlocked, and Papa jerked the car to a stop and gave me a long look. And what? I just thought maybe we don't have to take him. And do what instead? I should have paid more mind to the danger in Papa's voice, but I went on like a fool. Well, maybe we just, I don't know, grab a box of chicken legs at Sam's Club and leave those out instead? Chicken legs? You lost your wits, Ron? The things we use gotta be fresh dead. You know that. Well, then maybe, I don't know, maybe we find someone else. Papa's eyes narrowed as he looked down at me. I see. What you're really saying is maybe this time we could pick and choose. Well, yeah. I could hear Papa's teeth grinding as he glared at me. Then he reached over and shoved the passenger side door open. Get out. What? Get out. In fact, you know what? I think I missed a lesson with you, Ron. Take the night off. Take the night off and go spend it with your girlfriend. I don't... Papa, I can still... Go spend the night with your girlfriend. His voice sounded like a razor being sharpened. Aunt says don't try to come home till it's light. Go and sit outside her house all night if you have to, since you're so bent on protecting her and her grandpappy. Go on, get. Papa, get. I got out of the truck and he peeled off, spraying dirt in my face. Suddenly, and for no reason I could understand, I felt deadly nervous. But I knew that trying to catch up or apologize would just get me in the same pickle I'd been in before. Having to kill my girlfriend's last remaining family member and somehow still live with myself afterwards. So instead of going after Papa, I did as he said. I went back to Lola's house, and even though it was late, there was still light in her window. So I picked up a pebble and threw it. It was hard enough to get her attention. A second later, I saw her face at the window, and in a few minutes she'd crept out of the house, wearing a tiny little red devil costume that made every part of me stand at attention. However, before she could come around the house to meet me, something else, just out of my field of view, distracted her. Her eyes went wide, and a delighted, if uncomprehending smile came over her face.
Mom?
She breathed.
Dad?
Immediately, I felt something foul pull in my stomach, as I remember what Papa had said about the spirits of the dead coming back on All Hallows Eve, particularly the part about how they were too hungry for any kind of happy reunion to result from their appearance. Without even thinking, I sprinted for Lola like she was a goddamn quarterback about to make a game-ending play, but as I moved, I saw what she was looking at, and halted ever so slightly as the horror of it struck home. Her mom and dad were indeed in the street. However, they didn't look quite like themselves. For one thing, they looked mostly solid. There was just enough transparency to their bodies that I could almost make out the street behind them. For another, they weren't. Well, the only way to put it is that they weren't in color. Everything about them was a shade of gray, almost as if I was watching people who'd been filmed in black and white walking around in a full color world. And that's before I saw how they moved. I know what you're probably expecting me to say, that they shambled like zombies or something, but it wasn't like that. If it was, the threat would have been obvious. It was more like, again, I can only really use film as a reference, but it was like they walked normally, except every few seconds there'd be a frame missing. They just jerk into a new position. It was so subtle you almost wanted to think your eyes were playing tricks on you when you saw it, but I knew better. And knowing better, I also knew what needed doing. "Lola," I said over my shoulder. "You get on in the house now, yeah? Get on in the house and don't come out no matter what happens." But I didn't hear no footsteps.
That's my mom and dad, right?
She said,
Why are you trying to keep me from my mom and dad when you all know I missed them so much?
her mom and dad were less than 10 feet away from me by this point. I raised my voice, hoping she'd get the picture. "They ain't your mom and dad no more, Lola. They ain't gonna love you. More like they'll eat you." 5 feet away now. "Get on in the house. I ain't saying it again." Something in the way I said it must have clued Lola in that something was really wrong, because I heard her take a few hesitant steps backward toward the house. I backed up as well, trying to keep as much space between me and the dead things that were advancing on us. "Y'all get gone now," I said to them. "This house is protected. There's dead flesh other places y'all can eat. Go on." Lola's mom craned her head sideways and considered me for a second. Hearing this, I guess she and the dad must have understood what I said. Then they disappeared. I thought for just a second that maybe that meant they got the message. They did, but not in the way I was hoping. Not at all. When I heard Lola scream from behind me, I prayed at first that she might be crying at them disappearing on her again. I hoped and prayed as I turned around that that was all it was. The screams of grief don't come that high-pitched, and they definitely don't end in choke gurgles. Even so, what I saw when I turned around is going to live behind my eyes till they close forever. Lola's mom and dad had popped into existence right next to her, and her dad had hold of her by her throat, and her mom picked up her legs. They were holding her horizontal, like between them. Then, both their jaws unhinged, revealing nothing but hungry, sucking blackness underneath. The sight should have frozen me to the spot, but that fool that I was, I tried running toward them, hoping I could tackle her away, and in a technical way, I suppose I did. But not before those black voids in their mouths sucked everything off her bones, so that when I finally grabbed Lola, and pulled her away, it was only a skeleton I was holding, I kept on holding it until dawn came. I guess you might as well know that whatever took Lola that night also went in the house and took her grandpa when they were done. That's the only conclusion I can draw, seeing as there wasn't nothing left of either of them but their skeletons. To tell you the truth, I kind of wish they'd taken me too after that. I was already thinking of cutting the middleman and killing myself when I got home that day. Hell, maybe I would have, if not for what happened when I got home and found Pa sitting there in the living room cleaning his gun and whistling. And the door shut. He looked up at me with this queer, old look in his eye.
Been waiting on you, boy,
He said.
How's yours all the way? Lola okay?
My hands balled into fists.
No, she ain't. She's dead.
And I'm betting you knew that already. He nodded, that queer, old look getting stronger. I took a step toward him, but he raised his gun and cocked it.
No, right. Don't you go doing something we'll both regret.
He growled.
I don't want to take out one of your legs, but I will if you raise a hand to me. Why?
I spat, trying to force all the pent-up aggression in my body into my voice.
Why'd you do that, Papa? Why'd you let me go and watch her die? Why?
Papa gave me an insolent shrug and his lip curled in disgust.
I don't know what y'all are so upset about,
he said with icy unconcern.
You wanted to pick and choose, didn't you, Ron? Well, you done picked. You done chose.
He stood up and walked toward the stairs, keeping his gun trained on me.
I'm going upstairs to have a little rest, Ron,
he said.
If you start thinking you want to do something about all this, just know I'm a real light sleeper.
And with that, he vanished up the stairs. I realized now what lesson the old bastard was trying to impart to me. That if you go picking and choosing who dies, sooner or later, that's gonna pick for you. But right then, all I could think was that if Papa wanted to get so far up his ass about whatever code he used to justify what we had to do, then I was gonna break that code every chance I got, and I did get a chance, eventually. Not right then, not even for a couple months, but eventually, I think Papa must have convinced himself that I'd moved on. Or maybe he just needed my help bad enough that he asked me to come out that next Halloween. And when he handed me the gun to kill whatever poor old biddy we were supposed to get rid of that year, I did pick and choose who died. I put one in his head and one in his black heart, just like he taught me. What I didn't know at the time was that I should have just waited a little longer, because there was one lesson that Papa hadn't taught to me yet, and one that I found out very quickly I needed. See, Papa, he was a town mortician. So if someone died, he already knew if they had grieving family left over to eat, which is how he knew which houses to drop his little offering at in the first place. But what he didn't tell me was how he picked which ones had visitors who'd want human remains, and which ones who had visitors who'd want dead animals. Which is why, as soon as I started doing his duty, folks started waking up to find their neighbors turned into skeletons, with the severed hands and lungs and God knows what else of complete strangers outside their doors. Papa had a system, and if I had been a little less hot under the collar, I'd have known I needed to learn it to do the job effectively. That's why, sooner or later, I realized I had to run from town to town and change my name each time just to avoid suspicion. In the course of 36 years, keeping people safe from the hungry dead, I went from being a mortician to an elder care worker to a bartender, and finally to being a bouncer at the Cute Kitty Club. And one thing I've done effectively, far better, in fact, than Papa did. I've picked and I've chose. That's why I eventually started working in dead-end jobs where folks who sell drugs or drink to excess or pimp out women for cash run around. Because those folks are throwing their lives away, so why not just take these lives to keep everyone else safe? I'm sorry for any of it. Truth be told, boys, I think of myself as almost one of you. Except you've got the luxury of being able to lock up the folks that kill. And while I know most of y'all are gonna say I'm crazy, and probably clap like trained seals when I get sent to the chair, I figure maybe one or two of you are gonna listen to what I'm saying. Maybe one or two of you lost someone inexplicably on Halloween, or know someone who does and will realize what needs doing. Especially in a city this big, which, let's be honest, one man can't protect alone. So if that's you, then all I ask is that you remember what my papa said and what I had to learn over the dead bodies of those I loved. The dead do come back on Halloween. And when they do, they're hungry. Leaving candy out might work 9 times out of 10, but you just remember it now. They don't always feel like sweets. Sometimes they want something a little more savory. Mr. Jackson had been an honorable man and a good neighbor and friend to his fellow men. He had never been the kind of man to give in to earthly pleasures like drinking and gambling. He went to work each morning and came home after 5 each day, wishing everyone a good day he met on the way. All around what one might call a happy chap without any troubles. Successful as he was, it came to pass that he married a woman of noble standing, and although she was mannered and never showed a frown, one sometimes got the impression that a demon might possibly inhabit the human body. But Mr. Jackson didn't let coursing rumors destroy his joy, even if he someday started to work longer in the evenings or rose earlier in the mornings. Sometimes he wouldn't come home at all. Perhaps those subtle signs of a somewhat disharmonic relationship were the first steps to what occurred a year later, and perhaps one might have prevented the tragedy altogether by just speaking to Mr. Jackson if anything was the matter. But none of the people in Mr. Jackson's life had poked him about his private struggles, since he never showed any signs of having them, until one night, police cars' blue lights illuminated the neighborhood. The uniformed men went inside, and only moments later, without indicating a fight, they came back. With them followed a black bag and a cuffed Mr. Jackson. Here and there, a curious pair of eyes peeked through the curtain of their bedroom, the source of the coming gossip. The trial was a short one. All evidence was clear. Mr. Jackson was sentenced to spend a few years in prison for murder. His house stood abandoned ever since. No family or friends seemed to take interest in the wicked member of their lives, nor did Mr. Jackson get any visitors. The first weeks, everything went according to the natural order. Like every other criminal, he was sitting in his cell, waiting for his time to be over. Unlike most of the others, however, he made no ruckus or attempt to tackle the obstacles fate threw at him. In fact, he was bullied in a way that left him ripe for the hospital time after time. The man in charge had no choice but to put him into solitary confinement. Not that Jackson minded. Showing no change in behavior, he continued sitting in his cell as if it was just another day to him. Guards checked on him, even attempted to make contact by speech. Seeing their efforts in vain, they soon left him alone in his misery, far enough to not disturb him, and yet close enough so they could hear if there should ever be trouble. It was then when Carver Jackson's nightmares really started. It was a clear, calm night. Carver could tell by his restless soul. He was always restless in those nights. In vain he tried to sleep away the turmoil in his mind he could not name. The creaking sound of a metallic door caught his attention. Listening carefully, he concluded the sound came from somewhere out of his view. Without a sound, he sat up. A strange sensation, as if he had snakes in his stomach, made him uncomfortable, which was unusual, for he had welcomed the lonely cell. There was nobody to disrupt the few moments of peace of mind he could muster, nor did he stand up for himself when some broad-shouldered inmate deemed it necessary to punch him. His thoughts wandered to his future and how his life had been turned to ashes. He would never be able to go back to his hometown, and his family had abandoned him without further inquiry, and made him wonder if he had ever meant something to them. Those people who had asked him for favors but never asked to return them. A familiar melody ripped him out of his distraught mind. It was hummed by a woman with a heavenly voice, and yet his whole body went rigid at the recognition. Only seconds later, the figure belonging to the voice appeared in front of his cell. Slowly, she turned around. The blonde, curly hair was loose. Her clothes consisted of a blouse and jeans, just like the last time he had seen her. When her blue eyes met his own, a shiver ran down his already stiff spine. Flames of vengeance burned brightly in those hollow orbs. Not a word she uttered as they stared at one another. A soft breeze blew back her hair, revealing the marks on her throat, the marks he had left that fateful night. Carver shuddered as the image slowly faded into nothingness. When he asked the guard on the next day about a woman entering the prison, the man, quite surprised to be talked to by Carver after weeks of silence, only denied the knowledge of anyone entering the institution. Obviously worried, the policeman asked Carver if he was all right, to which the man replied that he felt fine and probably just had a nightmare. The guard cast him a sympathetic look, mingled with the disdain people use to regard a murderer with. Carver slept soundly the next night, not overthinking the latest occurrences. It was not before a whole week had passed that a similar incident kept the prisoner awake. Awoken by the same melody, Carver found himself face to face with the ghost of his wife, and again she glared at him. But this time he gathered the courage to speak.
"You are dead,"
he said with a hatred he had forgotten he harbored.
"What do you want from me?"
No redemption for you,
she said with a gentleness that belied the vengeful eyes.
only hellfire.
The certainty with which the specter spoke caused Carver to feel unbearably cold. A pit opened up in his stomach, settling free in uncontrollable rage.
"Go to hell! Leave me be!"
He screamed while rushing to the bars where the woman stood. Ignoring his anger, she placed a hand on his shoulders and smirked wolfishly. Carver suppressed a shudder as he stared in the maddening pools he once had loved.
I'll come for you,
she whispered with an unsettling, growling undertone. At once her skin turned gray like the one of a corpse. Frightened, Carver stepped back as the entity in front of him decomposed. Unable to watch, he covered his eyes. The next time he looked, he was alone. Rubbing his face, he tried to explain the phenomenon with a rational theory. He turned back to the place serving as a bed when his heart stopped. Only inches from him, the deceased's uncanny face had appeared, with a monotone, ghoulish expression. With a shriek, he stumbled backwards and fell, but the face had disappeared into thin air. Carver could feel how his life slowly but steadily spiraled downwards, if that was even possible after all he had done to himself. The vengeful spirit haunted him many a night, taking from him the ability to sleep, and if he managed to sleep, he startled awake, bathed in sweat and with a mind full of terror. The guards remarked often enough that he had screamed in the night. Eating too. He had given up, and the theory of him trying to starve to death circulated among the policemen. By the time they called a doctor, his dead wife had already become a constant part of his day. Just as in life, she was now harassing him in death, mocking him with insults or haunting him with grotesque images.
"Who are you?"
Carver asked from his blanket as a tall man in white entered.
He's the one to take you away, silly.
His wife only replied, delighted.
"Shut up!"
He only muttered towards where the specter was sitting.
"I didn't say anything, Mr. Jackson."
The man in white said, surprised.
"I didn't talk to you."
Carver apologized to the man he assumed to be a doctor.
Oh, my poor husband.
She continued.
He's going to put you into a nice white cell. Then we can have even more fun.
A sinister giggle followed the comment. Carver only shot her a warning glance, to which the doctor reacted.
I am.
Carver confirmed while nodding several times, but his scattered brain would not let him have his way. Elegantly, the spirit rose and went behind the doctor, as if savoring every moment. She took a knife out of her pocket, which was far too small to harbor such a long blade. Like a priest performing a sacrifice, she gripped the hilt with both hands and raised it high, the end pointing at the doctor's back.
"Don't you dare,"
Carver only said sternly, to which the doctor only replied confused.
"I have to examine you, Mr. Jackson."
Still grinning like a hyena, the ghost fixed Carver with her maniacal blue eyes. Not waiting for the outcome, Carver jumped the doctor, but when he looked down into the face, it was his wife who was staring back at him. Before he could see the light dim in the eyes of his victim, Carver's vision went black. Coming back to himself, he was questioned for the reason of his assault. The doctor whom he had tried to strangle had barely survived, they told him. Carver, however, could remember no doctor.
My wife
Was all he managed to stammer. He fell silent as the specter once again appeared behind one of the policemen in the room. Pointing at to the other men, invisible figures, he started screaming again.
There she is, the wretched demon.
Feeling his sanity slip away from him, he got up, kicking over the chair in the process. His dead wife only smiled again, with laying her arm around the policeman's shoulders.
But honey, I don't think they see me.
She mocked in the voice of a spoiled child. Wielding the kitchen knife once again, she held it to the oblivious man's throat. Carver exclaimed, shocked as he ran to the officer, but this time he was too late. Holding the place where a cut had become visible, the man in uniform sank to the ground. His colleague quickly reacted by pointing his gun at Carver.
His blood is on your hands, my love.
The woman rejoiced while walking up to the other man.
Stop this madness.
Carver started to plead at the coldness of the spirit in front of him. In the blink of an eye, the other policeman fell over with the knife in his back. The specter had disappeared. Trembling from head to toe, Carver sank down in the corner of the room, farthest away from the blood of the corpses. His claim that his wife had killed and assaulted the man only gave the judge more proof of his insanity. The sentence was the last push for his already fragile mind to go over the edge. Seeing his life and sanity shattered, Carver started to laugh in a frenzy in court. He couldn't name the reason for his sudden ecstasy. He just knew everything was so unbelievably futile. The man couldn't but laugh at the dark twist his life had taken. Carver awoke in a padded cell restrained by a straitjacket. The sudden ecstasy had gone the same way it had come. Upon examining his surroundings, he saw his wife standing in front of him. Who else could it be? He thought ironically, all but the vengeful spirit of his wife had abandoned him. Like in the night of her death, she wielded the kitchen knife ready to attack. Carver only looked at her, asking in sincere sorrow,
Why did you want to kill me?
Why did you love her more than me?
She countered with tears in her eyes, and then it dawned on him. It had all been a misunderstanding.
There is no her,
he replied.
I worked night and day so we could have a child. I was saving money for the future.
With a thud, the knife fell to the ground as the specter sank to her knees.
Oh, darling, I destroyed our lives.
Sliding up to her on his knees, Carver tried to comfort his wife.
We both did.
A forgotten warmth spread through Carver when the ghost embraced him. Her skin didn't feel cold, it felt alive, and to her hair clung the smell of spring. And for a moment, he thought the past year to have been a dream. She felt so real. Closing his eyes, he pictured himself with her in their kitchen. Out of nothing, a sharp pain emerged from his back, causing him to gasp.
Minimum wage living, that trash is for the birds. Clocking in at some half-filthy fast food restaurant or unloading truckloads of cheap junk into a big box store, hauling a metric ton of stacked shingles up a rickety ladder in the July heat, back-breaking labor for the uneducated or recently released felon. I was both. After a 7-year stretch in one of the state's most charming maximum security prisons, I found myself desperate for work. As a high school dropout with a list of petty theft and robbery convictions, I managed to shorten my 10-year sentence with good behavior. But I was still stuck with finding bona fide employment. Those are the words of the Department of Corrections, not mine. They barely pay me anything to babysit you and watch you piss in a cup every week. Gene Hoskins had said he was my probation officer and was supposed to help me find a decent gig, but he let me know early on that he wasn't going to be much help. You want work? Hit the unemployment office. I played the game, though. Got a little part-time job at a mom-and-pop grocery store in my old neighborhood. Da Benedito's. The place was an institution in my neck of the woods. Old man De Benedito and his wife were so old they probably babysat Jesus.
but they were still alive and kicking when I got released and were kind enough to give me 20 hours a week sweeping up and running the register. Pay wasn't great, but it kept Hoskins off my ass most of the time. My old man used to take me to the very same shop after school to get a soda, and he'd buy one of those scratch-off lotto tickets. We did that every day until he got tossed into the slammer himself. Petty theft and robbery, just like his boy. You see, me and my pop come from a long line of shitty criminals. Our heart was in it, but our skills never matched. Every man in my family did time as far back as my great-grandfather, so far as I'm aware. Ain't got no guardian angels in this family, Polly. My old man would tell me when Ma and I came and saw him every other week in prison. Ain't nobody watching out for you but you. At least my luck was better than my dad's. My stint wasn't too bad. Got a job in the commissary, so the other cons tended to like me. Fellas wanted to enjoy staying on the good side of the guy who brought them their snacks and toiletries. Kept my head down and my nose clean, at least as far as the guards were concerned. A little bit of pot or hook here and there got a blind eye when you stayed quiet. Passed the damn time, too. My dad, though, no, not so lucky. Peter Havel was a little man with a big mouth. Got fleeced at a game of cards and lost a few more smokes than he thought was fair. Gave a fellow a bit too much lip and got a sharpened toothbrush handle hammered through his eyeball. Ma didn't mind too much, though. When he died, the government sent a tidy little Social Security insurance check to the house each month.
More than he ever did.
You'd say, damned if she wasn't right. Pop was too, though. No guardian angels for this family. The De Beneditos treated me pretty good, though. At least 20 hours a week, like I said. More, if I wanted them. They were old, and staying on their feet all day in the little bodega was a lot for them. I'd usually pick up an extra 10 hours or so, sometimes a full work week. Things would have been a lot better if I'd stuck with that, but it didn't last long. Things took a turn when my old pal Tony popped back into my life. "Who's this sad sack of shit?" I heard a familiar voice say from over my shoulder. My head was craned into the cooler, pulling gallons of milk to the front. I recognized the nasal tone. Turning toward the voice, I smiled. "I knew it was you, Polly Havel." It was Tony, all right, but he didn't look like I remembered. We'd been pals since 2nd grade, and he'd always been an ox of a kid. Almost 6 feet by the end of 8th grade, and he shot up another half foot before I dropped down my sophomore year. The boy had been a slab of muscle and built like a brick shithouse, but the guy that stood in front of me looked like a scarecrow. If it wasn't for the black slick back hair and the shark's grin, I may not have recognized him. "Tony Tennant," I bellowed. "How you been?" "Better than you, jailbird. Some of the boys from the good old days told me you got picked up a while back. Surprised to see you here keeping shop for Mr. and Mrs. D. Smells like parole requirements to me. Hard for a man to make a decent living with a PO breathing down his neck." We laughed and gave each other a back-slapping hug before slipping through the front door and lighting up a couple of smokes. Tony jabbered on about some of our old acquaintances and the various prisons they were currently cooling in. I threw back a handful of inflated jail stories myself, and he listened and laughed, coughing violently on occasion as plumes of cigarette smoke spilled from his nostrils. "You ain't looking so good, Tony," I said, crushing my cigarette beneath my heel. "Never seen you this thin. You alright?" "Never been better, Polly," he said with a smile. A thin circle of blood rimmed his wide nostrils. He dabbed at it with his coat sleeve. "Doing real damn well, as a matter of fact. Been on a bit of a winning streak. May want to get you in on it." I smiled in response, but there was something hollow in his words. The man looked like he was in the late stages of cancer or some other terminal illness. His skin was ashen, all of his bones seemed to be trying to rip out of his skin, and his teeth had gone the worst shade of yellow I'd ever seen. His hair, which looked black from a distance, was heavily peppered with gray streaks. "If I know you, may not be the kind of winning streak I need to be on. Seems like you and I were in the same line of work, but that ended with me heading upstate for damn near a decade, my man. Can't go back. You enjoy that winning streak, Tony. I'm gonna stick to stocking shelves here instead of another decade of passing out prison commissary. It's foolproof, Paulie." Tony's eyes locked on mine with an intensity that I'd never seen before. They look like predator's eyes focusing on some poor critter with its head in the grass and ass in the wind. Meet me at Mar Park tonight at midnight, and I'll cue you in. You ain't one to skip out on easy money, if I remember. Tony, you had all the luck, but I came up with the short end of the stick. I gestured to the bodega behind me. I'm gonna make this work here. Look, I'm just saying this, Polly. He responded. You can spend the next few years wasting away mopping floors and slinging cigarettes to the nobodies wandering around here. You're gonna die broke and frustrated. What I'm offering you is money, big money. It's safe too. Mar Park tonight at midnight. If you don't show up, I get it. Mop floors and sling cigarettes. He turned and headed down the block without another word. For a moment, I thought to yell at him and tell him it was past my curfew. My PO could check in on me at any time, and I'd be back upstate on a thin bunk mattress trying to ignore the nighttime screams on the cell block. I didn't, though. But I wish I had. I turned the lockpick over in my hand beneath the streetlight. It looked simple and unimpressive. The only difference I could see was the sharp knife at the end of the handle. I'd owned at least half a dozen through the years and never had much luck with them. Breaking a window had always been easier, but I guess that's how I ended up locked away in the first place. Speed was never a replacement for caution, but I had never been able to stick with that line of thought. Tony, what the hell am I supposed to do with this? I said, feeling pissed off. You told me you had a foolproof gig for us, but you just brought me here to give me a fucking lockpick? It ain't just a lockpick, Tony said with a smile. His yellowing teeth looked like sulfur in the streetlights. That thing will pick any damn lock you put it in, I guarantee it. I call bullshit. I spat and pushed the pick back toward him. I don't need to get caught with this garbage anyway. My parole officer can smell a problem a mile away. He brags about sending guys back to the pen all the damn time. Jackass would love it if he popped in for a visit and saw this little beauty sitting on my kitchen table. What have you got to lose, Polly? They got you working part-time at a bodega just to stay out of prison. You can't use a little more cash in those pockets? I'm just trying to help a friend out. Tony paced, seeming agitated that I hadn't accepted the pick like a godsend. He muttered under his breath as he walked a tight circle. I was getting ready to drop it on the ground and head home when he finally stopped and faced me. If it don't work on your first try, I'll give you $1,000. Honest to God, there's an abandoned house just on the other side of the park. You go over there now and try it on the front door. If the lock don't pop, you get $1,000 from me first thing tomorrow. What do you say? Against my better judgment, I agreed. He beckoned me out of the streetlight and I followed him down the narrow gravel trail through the park. Park was a generous term for the tiny patch of grass and withering trees in the middle of the city, but it was as close as you got living in the center of a major metro area. The sound of sirens from miles away drifted through the calm night air, while my head scanned side to side, looking for any signs of life. There it is, Tony said, pointing to a solitary row house across the street. It was surrounded on both sides by the crumpled remains of burned-out buildings. I could remember the houses from when I was a kid, all painted bright colors, stoops always littered with kids wasting away summer afternoons. It sent a chill down my spine to see the block it turned down while I was locked up. Somehow, it had left a single house standing, its color faded and covered with soot. Test the handle first so you know I'm not fooling you. It's locked tight, but that little pick will open it up like a hot knife through butter, Polly. I tried to reply, but my throat was parched and scratchy. It always got that way when I was nervous. Scanning down both sides of the street, I searched again for prying eyes. I expected to see some kid out sneaking a smoke or some old lady walking her dog, but the streets were empty. Nothing but me, Tony, and the ruined house across the street. My footsteps were audible as I made my way toward the house. There were only 2 steps leading up to the concrete slab of the stoop and nothing to block the view on the other side. So I sank to one knee and examined the lock, gripping the knob. I turned it in both directions, but the door didn't budge. It was locked just like Tony said it would be. After a final test, I decided to give the pick a try. Pulling it from my pocket, I examined it again. The tooling on the end looked too large to slide in a lock, but Tony seemed so sure it would work that I wanted to give it a try before I went back to tell him how full of shit he had been. I pushed the end of the pick to the lock and tried to push it in. but it met resistance almost immediately. The tool end was flexing and bending like it was trying to make its way in, so I decided to give it a little more force. Holding it tightly, I pushed my pick harder against the lock. My hand was sweaty and began to slide down the shaft of the tool when the tiny spike on the end bit into my hand. I winced in pain and was preparing to pull the pick back out when it slid gracefully into the tumbler. Without even wiggling the damn thing once, the lock clicked and the door popped open. Like a hot knife through butter, Tony had said. He was right. It hadn't taken any effort after I applied a bit more force. The spot that the end of the pick left in my hand throbbed like a bee sting. I looked at my hand expecting to see blood, but to my surprise, there was only a tiny hole, raw and pink. "Damn thing works, Tony," I said in a low voice. "But that spike at the end bit into my damn hand. Why didn't you file this thing off?" There was no answer. I pulled the pick from the lock and slid it back into my pocket before standing up. Once I had safely stashed it away, I turned around to find Tony, but there was no one there. The street was completely empty. The sirens that had been far off in the distance seemed much closer than they had when I first approached the house. Looking down the street, I could see the first sign of strobing red and blue lights bouncing off the wall of one of the burnt-out houses. My heart began to beat quickly as I realized in just moments a cop would see me standing on the stoop with a lockpick in my possession. It wasn't illegal to own one, per se, but any cop with half a brain could string together that an open door on an abandoned property probably meant that lockpick at some point. I was just getting ready to run to the other end of the street when the same dull flickers painted the walls of the apartment building across the street. "Go into the house," a silky voice said from somewhere nearby. I jumped and spun around, but there was still no one in sight. The lights of the police cars were getting brighter, the sirens nearly deafening. "This is a setup courtesy of your ne'er-do-well friend, Anthony Tennant. He has contacted the authorities who will find you in mere moments if you do not go inside. Do you understand me?" "If I go in, I'm cornered," I shouted to the disembodied voice. All logic and reason had fled my mind under the deafening roar of the sirens. "I've got to make a break for it. Go into the house, fool," the voice demanded. Mind-numbing pain erupted from my palm where the pick had broken my skin, and I fell to one knee, clutching my hand to my chest. "We have work to do, and if you aren't able to follow my simple directions, I will be forced to find another vessel." "Vessel?" I questioned, fainting and reeling from the pain in my hand. "What the hell is happening?" "Mr. Havel," crooned the voice. My hand screamed with pain again, and I thought I would vomit or pass out soon if the wave of agony didn't go away. "I'm usually more in favor of the carrot than the stick, but if you don't go inside the house, I am afraid the discomfort you are currently feeling is only a trickle of what I am capable of providing." My hand felt like I'd stuck the damn thing in a blender. Looking down at it, I could see that the hole was still no more than a small, dry opening in my palm. From the corners of my eyes, the glint of headlights rounding the corner at the end of the block and turning in my direction sent my pulse racing. With no other choice, I stepped inside the abandoned house. The door slammed behind me, and I heard the deadbolt slide in place with a dull crack. "Come the stairs, Mr. Havel. I have taken the liberty of locking the door behind us. My connection to the lock will not remain long, and I will not be able to keep the inquisitive officers from gaining entry. There is a doorway immediately to the right when you reach the second floor. Go inside and look through the window. Once you see the patrol vehicle is out of sight, open the window and move slowly down the fire escape. Walk 3 blocks in the direction of your boarding house. There will be a police officer on the way who will stop us, but I shall handle that." I opened my mouth to question the voice, to argue in favor of just hiding out until the cops left, but the white-hot pain in my palm made my jaw clench. As quietly as I could, I started to pad up the stairs to the landing and fiddled with the knob to the door on the right. The frame was warped with age and bowed out from water damage, so I threw my shoulder into it, sending the door arching quickly and smashing against the wall. I winced at the noise, afraid the officers outside may have heard me, but it seemed unlikely over the sound of the sirens. There was a single window in the dusty bedroom covered by a yellowing sheet. The smell of mildew and rot was so thick I could have cut it like a loaf of bread. It was hard to breathe the stagnant air, so I pulled my t-shirt over my mouth. The bright lights of a police car were strobing in the darkness, piercing the dry rotted cloth on the window. It milled slowly down the street, the spotlight sweeping from side to side as they looked for signs of intruders. After scanning the alleyway behind the house, the engine revved and it quickly moved out of sight. Now, the window of escape is short and time is of the essence, Mr. Havill. The cloth fell apart in my hands as I pulled it from the window. There was a dull squeal as I thumbed the rusted window locks open and lifted the bottom pane into the frame, into the track above. Looking out, the fire escape had seen better days. Rust, cobwebs, and garbage were strewn all over, and there was a section near the end that had been eaten away, leaving a gaping hole leading to the ground 2 stories below. "Oh man," I said aloud. "This damn thing isn't gonna hold me." "It will hold, but you have to move now, Mr. Havill. The officers are almost to the door, and once they set foot on the stairs, your chance will be gone." Ducking my head and lifting a leg, I straddled the window frame and planted a foot on the metal grating outside. It creaked and bowed beneath me as I shifted my weight onto the landing, but it managed to hold together. I inched toward the railing and stepped over the hole in the mesh, vision blurring as I looked at the drop below. Metal buckled and popped as I placed my hands on the ladder and made my way down. I made contact with the concrete below and bellowed a sigh of relief. Through the open window of the abandoned house, I heard a loud bang and the voice of 2 police officers asking anyone inside to identify themselves. Their loud footsteps going up the stairs rang out in the alleyway, and I made a break for the street, running as hard as I could. "I told you to walk, you simpleton. There are 2 cops behind me, asshole. You want me to saunter off like I'm heading to the boardwalk? You gotta be crazy." "Mr. Havill, walk or I will be forced to hurt you. Have I led you astray thus far?" "No, but I gotta..." The pain in my palm erupted again and my knees buckled. I fell hard, my face scraping against the concrete, and the feeling of hot blood spread across my skin. My whole body ached like I had the flu, and I rolled onto my back. The sound of the pursuing police was washed over by a ringing in my ears. The pressure in my head was building to a crescendo, and I felt like my temples were going to pop. "Up. Walk. Slowly. I had so hoped that you would be a bit more intelligent than Mr. Tennant, but I see that my hopes were all for naught." My head felt clear again, and the pain in the rest of my body drifted away, leaving only the sharp sting from the scrape on the side of my face. My feet stumbled to life, and I walked slowly, dabbing at my cheek and pulling my hand away to see fresh blood under the streetlights. I brushed at the wound again, knocking away dirt and a small rock that had dug into my skin. "Take a left at the end of the alley and walk 3 blocks. The police officer I spoke of will be standing on the corner. When he sees you, do not attempt to flee. I will get us out of this." "What the hell are you, man?" "Be quiet and walk, fool. We will have endless time to speak when we are in the safe confines of your boarding house. I ain't doing shit else you tell me until you tell me what you are. I don't know why I'm even talking to you. One of my screws is loose and I'm losing my damn mind." "I assure you that while you are not mentally ill, you are not an ideal vessel. I am a passenger with a noisy means of conveyance at the moment. Now shut your mouth. The officer is just ahead, and I will need to attend to him." I could see them just ahead, standing in the dull glow of a flickering streetlight. The tail end of a police cruiser poked out from the side of a house, and the officer was leaning against it, looking down at his cell phone. My throat felt dry, and I began to slow my pace for a moment, but a small throb of pain in my palm spurred me forward. A rock skipped down the sidewalk, knocked away by my foot, and caught his attention immediately. "Hey!" he shouted and started walking in my direction. I saw him unclip the holster of his gun and rest his palm on the butt of the pistol. "Come on over here, nice and slow, sir. A little bit late to be out for a stroll, don't you think?" "My apologies, officer," the voice said through my mouth. My heart hammered against my chest. I tried to stop walking, but I no longer had control of my body. "My vehicle is currently not in an operable state, and I was forced to take the pedestrian route to my place of employment." "Why are you talking like that, huh?" the cop asked, his body tensing. "Why don't you stop right there where you are and show me some ID? Get it out real slow. No surprises, you hear? My body stopped and I could feel my left arm rise slowly in the air, and the right slip behind me to fish my wallet from my back pocket. My hand rested on the dull leather and froze. Sweat was beading on my forehead, not out of nervousness, but from a sudden rise in body temperature. Suddenly, I felt like I had the worst cold of my life. My body was covered in perspiration and my shirt was clinging to my chest. Unless you want me to get nervous, you better get that ID, the cop said again. His hand was wrapping around the handle of the gun. If I had control over my body, I would have pissed my pants. Mr. Havel, I'm going to need you to go to sleep for a brief period. We will talk after I've completed my interaction with this man. I shall get us back to your abode. Who are you talking to, freak show? The cop said, and everything went black. I woke up in my bed, head throbbing and my throat dry as paper. My tongue felt fuzzy, like it did on nights when I had a few too many shots of whiskey. My bedside clock read 4:32 a.m., and I couldn't remember how I had gotten home. Hell, the whole night seemed like a blur. My head throbbed and a dull ache pulsed from my palm into my upper arm. Sweat covered my body, making my shirt cling uncomfortably to my chest. I felt like I had the highest damn temperature of my life. I let out a deep sigh of relief, happily realizing the night's events had all been a fever dream. There was a bottle of off-brand NyQuil in my medicine cabinet, and I kicked my legs over the side of the bed. The cheap linoleum floor felt cold and soothing under my sweaty feet as I walked on unsteady legs toward the bathroom. I turned the corner of my bed when I saw something in the darkness of my bedroom. 2 red eyes, burning like embers in the darkness. Good morning, Mr. Havel, said a low, calm voice. I was beginning to think you would sleep until daylight. Such a dreadful time with all of that sunlight. I panicked and tried to run, but the dull ache in my palm spread through my entire body and I crumpled to the floor. The muscles in my jaw flexed and seized as I opened my mouth to scream, but no noise would come out. Sweat beaded onto my skin and pooled in my eyes, but no matter how hard I fought, I couldn't close them. It felt like someone was holding a cigarette lighter to them. If you are not able to act as though you have a bit more common sense, this relationship is going to be very painful indeed. I'm going to allow you to stand up now, but you will return to the edge of your bed and have a seat. If you attempt to flee, you will find that your current predicament is not the full extent of my authority over you. The wave of agony went away, and I pushed myself from the floor, weak and unbalanced. I fell backward onto the bed, the cheap springs bouncing and creaking. Smells of heat and rotten eggs filled my nose and my stomach turned. I stared in fear at the glowing eyes in the corner. You're not real, I muttered. I'm sick and you're just something my brain cooked up. I need to see a doctor. I am quite real, Mr. Havel. You are not the first to wish I was some figment of their imagination. Let me see you, then, I said. The words came out like those of a whimpering child. Are you certain that is what you want? While I'm happy to oblige, you may not like what you see. I'm sure, I said, feeling more certain of myself than I had a few moments before. Sweat was pouring down my face. The vice had to be a hallucination. You're nothing but some damn fever dream. Once my temperature drops, you'll be gone. If you insist. Every light in the room turned on at once, washing out my vision like the brightness of the morning sun. My eyes struggled to adjust, and I could make out a figure sitting in the ratty old chair in the corner. Nothing more than a brilliant orange blob at first, but when my vision came into focus, my heart skipped a beat. My father sat in the chair, elbows propped on the armrest, wearing a blood-covered prison jumpsuit. He smiled at me. His thin, oily hair was combed back over his scalp, making his head shine under the abrasive light. The end of a white toothbrush poked out of his left eye socket, gore dripping from the wound. His other eye had the milky white sheen of a cataract, but I could feel it locked onto me. Polly,
he exclaimed. My boy, look at you. Gotta be at least a foot taller than your old man. Come give me a hug, kid. I've missed you. Awful damn lonely in that cheap pine box. Nothing but the maggots keeping me company.
I jumped up, dizzy, and ran for the door. My hand gripped the knob and I turned it frantically, but it only rattled in place. The chair behind me groaned as my father stood up and started padding across the floor. My fists beat against the door and I screamed for help, but only hoarse whispers came out and the violent hammering on the wood seemed like nothing more than soft taps.
Sorry about the smell, Paulie.
My father's voice said softly.
After old Monty Blanton shoved his shank in my eye, it seems like the bowels didn't hold up so well. Died covered in my own filth, my boy.
You're not my father, I croaked, turning to look at the thing creeping up behind me.
You ain't him. What the hell are you?
Peter Havill stopped a foot away from me and reached out a hand, caressing the side of my face. The stink of rot and feces surrounded me, making my eyes water. The touch of his hand was cold and clammy. A chill crawled down my spine as his sickening, soft hands ran over my cheek.
I ain't no guardian angel,
he said soothingly.
That's for sure. I told you before, my boy. Ain't no guardian angels in this family. But I'll take care of you.
The lights faded away again and I collapsed on the floor, sobbing and retching. A police siren screamed by the open window, making me jump like a frightened kid. My stomach was beginning to settle as the smells of decay faded a little.
You do not seem to have enjoyed seeing me, Mr. Havill. I confess, while I did enjoy watching your state of fear and agony, I tried to warn you. I lack a true physical form, so however I present, it is always something more unpleasant. As a service to my avatar, I do my best to remain out of sight.
I don't want this, I muttered over and over.
Please, for the love of God, leave me alone.
I am afraid I cannot do that, Mr. Havill. You see, I am in need of a permanent vessel, lest I become trapped in that thief's tool for the remainder of time. I have tasted your blood and soul, and we are bound for now. Perhaps you will be my permanent sanctuary, but there are some rules I am bound to share with you. Have a seat, Avatar, and listen. I remember going to Sunday Mass when I was a kid. Mom would drag me to the Catholic church down on Maple Street every Sunday. I'd sit in the dark, echoing sanctuary and listen to the priest tell me 1,000 ways I would go to hell if I didn't mind my P's and Q's. But for some reason, only one verse stuck in my mind. Matthew 6:34. Quote, "No one can serve two masters, for either he will hate the one and love the other, or he will be devoted to the one and despise the other. You cannot serve God and money." End quote. That was the first time I was introduced to the concept that money was the root of all evil. Seemed stupid to me as a kid. I would see these fat cats rolling around town in fancy cars, eating at nice restaurants and walking around with beautiful women on their arms. It looked like money brought a lot of happiness. Not for me. The year after Tony gave me that infernal lockpick was the most prosperous of my life. I pulled off break-ins no man had any business walking away from. Bank teller drawers, jewelry stores, ATMs, nothing was out of reach. I would just slide the pick in my pocket and tell the voice what I wanted, then I'd black out. When I woke up again, I was in the little rented room, a pile of cash or jewelry on the bed. No memory of how I had gotten them, but I knew the voice in the pick took care of it. "Tell me what you want, Mr. Havill, and it will be yours," the voice told me that first night. "But it comes with a price. I will bring you all of the riches and comfort you desire, but it will cost a piece of your soul. Each time I taste your blood, I take a sliver of your essence. Delve too deeply, and I will own all of you." That's what had happened to Tony, the voice explained. He used the key too many times and his soul got thin. One or two more jobs and the voice and the pick would have taken over his body for good. Tony had almost pressed his luck too far, but there was a catch. I am bound to tell you that if you pass the pick on to another before I consume the last of you, you will no longer be bound as my thrall. The portions of your soul I have collected shall not return, but you will avoid paying the ultimate price. I am trapped in a thief's tool, and as such must be passed on to another thief. This is likely why Mr. Tennant chose you. I just won't use the pick, I said. I'll just toss you in your little prison in a drawer and forget about you. That is certainly an option, Mr. Havill, the voice said with a low chuckle. But you will begin to unravel at the seams. It will be slow at first. Your health will begin to fade. Perhaps you can manage that, though. My voice, however, no. It will drive you mad. No matter how far away you are from the pick, you'll hear me whispering in your ear, day and night. There will be no peace. If you don't use the pick, I do not feed. I will take your sanity or your soul. The choice is yours. I tried calling the thing's bluff, tossed that lockpick in a kitchen drawer and didn't open it for nearly a month. Everything went fine for a while too. Spent my days sweeping up and stocking shelves at the bodega. Spent my nights reading old paperbacks and watching DVDs from the public library. Then the tremors started. They were minor at first, barely noticeable. I'd be standing outside the shop smoking a cigarette and watching the ember trembling in the dark. I thought it might be a side effect of my increasing lack of sleep, but it only got worse as the days went on. I could barely hold the mop as I cleaned up at the end of the night. Cans fell from my hand as I restocked the shelves. Change scattered from my hand when I would ring up a customer. It got so bad that Mr. D gave me a few days off work, telling me to go see a doctor and get some rest. Not that I could afford a doctor. I could barely afford the shitty flophouse room I rented. As I lay in bed that night, body shaking and eyes clenched, that's when the whispering began. This is what I warned you about. I rolled over, pulling the blanket over my head tightly. All you have to do is take me out of the drawer and put me to work. I tossed again, picking the covers off as my body shook violently. Tell me what you want, Mr. Havill. Money, jewels, treasures. You can have anything your heart desires. Just hold the pick and give me control. I don't know how many hours I rolled and thrashed in the bed, but eventually I gave in and pulled the lockpick from the drawer, gripping it in my shaking hand. As soon as the pointed end bit into the flesh of my palm, my body calmed and I felt calm again. A sigh of relief escaped from my mouth. Let's just do something small, I said reluctantly. Just some little job, a few bucks to buy some groceries. Nothing major. Don't go hurting no one, okay? Close your eyes, Mr. Havill, the voice said soothingly. When you awake, all will be as you have asked. Just like it said, I woke up the next morning. The sun was piercing through my cheap window blinds and the rays of light danced over a pile of crumpled bills on the pillow beside me. The 20s, 50s, and $100 bills scattered from the bed as I jolted up. I scooped up the cash and started counting and nearly started to cry when I finished. It was over $1,200. I couldn't remember the last time I had that much money in my hands. It was enough to cover my expenses for the next month with a few hundred left over. I folded it and slid it into my pocket, my fingers brushing against the metal pick inside. I shuddered, suddenly wondering what the thing had done to get the money, wondering where it had come from, worry that whoever it had been taken from may have actually needed it. I went to the bathroom to wash my face. As I looked into the mirror, I saw the slightest trace of crow's feet in the corners of my eyes and a sprinkle of gray in my dark hair. I couldn't remember noticing them before. It was as if they sprang up overnight. I went a little overboard at first, taking more cash than I needed, but I slowed down when it seemed like using the pick was making me feel a little dog-eared. So I started using the pick sparingly. Just enough cash to supplement my pay from working with the De Benedito's bodega. Most of the money went into a cigar box I kept on the top of the fridge. No way I could put it in the bank. I may not be a genius, but the authorities probably kept an eye on cash going into bank accounts that seemed to come from nowhere. I just wanted to save up a couple $1,000 and then I'd pass on the pig to some other unsuspecting bastard. Ma got sick a few weeks later. Lady cancer, she said. Her doctor gave her a decent outlook on recovery, but the chemo and radiation were vicious. She'd worked as a night shift cleaning lady at an office building downtown for as long as I remembered. But as she got weaker, she had to cut back her hours until she wasn't working at all. It wasn't long before I was keeping her afloat. She was hesitant at first to take the money, worried about where I had gotten it, but she believed the thin lies about the extra hours I was picking up at the bodega. At first, I took the cash directly to her, but she was getting concerned with how shabby I looked.
You've aged a decade, Polly,
She'd say, bony hand caressing my face.
When'd you get all those gray hairs and wrinkles?
I tried to laugh it off and told her working like an honest man wore me down to the bone, but she needled me about it. Thought I might be doing drugs or had cancer myself. When I tried to change the subject, she'd always manage to shift it back. It's not like I could tell her about the lockpick and the demonic hitchhiker in my body, so I did the only thing I could think of. I stopped visiting. Just slipped the cash under her door in an envelope every week. Mom wasn't wrong about my looks, though. The lines on my face were getting deeper every day, and my once black hair was almost a damn field of gray. Only a few strands of black remained. My head was starting to slump forward like a vulture, and I was skinnier by the week. I never felt sick, really, but I never felt healthy either. I was starting to look like Tony did the last time I saw him. Tony, that bastard. He'd been near the end of his ride with the pick, found a way out, and passed it on to me. You can't blame a guy for wanting to live, but as I fell deeper and deeper under the weight of the voice inside the pick, I grew angry with him for giving it to me. He was one of my oldest friends, and I couldn't understand why he would have done it to someone who was close to him. But I guess I could understand. I was desperate and trusting. He looked like he was near the end when I saw him. I'm not sure he had me in mind, just saw me at the store that day and knew I'd trust him. If he had given the pick to someone random and it hadn't bit into their flesh, maybe they would have just thrown it away, still bound to him, left to drive him mad. I still hated him for it. My body felt like it may give out at any time, and I knew I'd used the pick too often. Never heard the damn voice anymore, just held it in my pocket and let the spike bite into my palm as I whispered what I needed. Never anything huge, just a few bucks to get through, something small, something I hoped wouldn't take away too much of my soul, just to give Ma enough to get by. I never took her calls anymore, but she always left me a voicemail. Her voice sounded stronger every time I listened to the messages. She kept me up to date on her treatment and said she was feeling better. Thanked me for the money too, but she always sounded uncomfortable about that. She danced around where she thought it came from until her last call. I kept working at the De Benedito's shop a few times a week to keep my parole officer off my ass and usually kept my phone on silent. At the end of the night, after I locked up, I'd light a smoke and pull my cell phone from my pocket, turning my ringer back on and checking my messages, few as they were. Ma's number and a voicemail notification flashed on the screen, so I hit the button and held the phone to my ear.
Hey, baby, it's your Ma. Look, I'm feeling a little better, and I'm going back to work next week. I can't take any more money from you, Polly. You're a sweet boy for taking care of me, but I'm worried about how you're getting it. Maybe you're working hard, and I hope so, but you always had a lot of your dad in you. Father Donahue was talking about money on Sunday, and it broke me, Polly. He said the Bible talks about what a man gets if he gains the world but loses his soul.
Her voice trailed off for a minute, and I could hear her sniffling.
I don't want you losing your soul, Polly. Not on my account. You're getting more money than a fella can make working a bodega. However you're making it, it's gotta stop, baby. You're a good boy in your heart, taking care of me how you have, but it's done. I love you, my son.
I listened to the voicemail over and over sitting in the ratty chair in my room. What does a man get if he gains the world but loses his soul? Couldn't get those damn words out of my head. Ma was speaking metaphorically, but she didn't know that she'd hit the nail right on the damn head. I hadn't made a deal with the devil, but I'd made a deal with something just like him, and it was eating me alive. I don't want to do this anymore, I said, rolling the lockpick between my thumb and forefinger. Gotta be done with this. I want rid of you. Mr. Havel. The voice sounded for the first time in months. Have I not done everything you have asked? Why would you want to rid of something that has benefited you so greatly? I know I'm near the end, I said, and waited for the voice to respond. It remained silent. It may not be next time or the time after, but this is almost done. You've almost taken everything in me. I feel hollow, almost like I'm not even here anymore. I've got to get rid of you. Should have a long time ago. The room was quiet for a long moment, and I continued to roll the pick in my hand, the rough grooves of the grip sliding over my calloused fingers. My joints ached, and my breathing was labored and rattling. If you had, what would have become of your mother? I don't know, but she wouldn't want this for me. She wouldn't want to die either, Mr. Havel, destitute and alone. Her only son refuses to visit. I can make her sick again. My heart jumped, and I nearly dropped the metal pick. Sweat began to bead on my forehead, and I felt sick to my stomach. You made her sick? I stammered. No, not the first time, but it is not out of the question that I could, Mr. Havel. I have been so very close to freeing myself from the damnable tool, and I am afraid that if I cannot complete the ritual with you, I will punish you before I am passed on to another. My mind reeled, and I thought I was going to pass out. One more use of the pick, and you will be my new vessel, and I will not give that up lightly. It will be your life or that of your mother. Make your choice. I sat for a moment, staring into the dark, pulse thundering and feeling the spike on the end of the pick pressing gently against my skin. What if there was a third option? I asked. You have my attention. It's true that I wasn't a smart criminal, but that doesn't mean I don't know a few tricks of the trade. Halloween was one of the few times of year you can walk around the big city wearing a mask and people don't think you're up to something. A couple of cheap masks in a backpack and a man could go change them every few hours, go unnoticed. Especially if you were following someone. I picked a target to pass the pick off to in the late morning of Halloween. It wasn't even lunch and the city was teeming with kids and adults dressed up like monsters and spooks. I fit right in with my devil-red mask and nondescript clothing. There was a skeleton and mummy mask in my backpack to swap out so my target didn't get wise. Watched him all day at a distance, left his apartment just before noon, stopped by a little corner store for a pack of cigarettes, spent a few hours reading a book in the park. It wasn't until around dark he finally settled down a bit, dropped into a dingy watering hole called O'Malley's. It was the shabby kind of place a man only went into if he planned to dip his head into a well drink until closing time. Watched him have a round or two through the window before I headed back to his apartment building. He'd be in there for a few hours, at least, bullshitting and knocking back cheap liquor. I know the type because I was the type, before prison, anyway. The briefcase knocked against my leg as I walked down the street. You best hope this works, Mr. Havel, or the disguise you wear may become a bit more realistic. I sat in the dark stairwell for hours, chain-smoking cigarettes and staring at the briefcase across the hall. It had black hand-stitched leather with chrome fixtures. The dull yellow light on the ceiling reflected off the latches that stood at attention, unengaged. I'd been watching it for nearly 4 hours, sitting untouched in the dim glow. Had to wait for the last of the trick-or-treaters to clear the halls before I sat it by the door. Didn't want one of them getting too curious if I left it sitting out. As I finished the last crumpled cigarette from my pack and struck my Zippo, I finally heard footsteps at the other end of the hall. Afraid I would startle the person from the darkness, I licked my thumb and used it to stub out the end of my freshly lit smoke. The thud of footfalls echoed through the hall as they grew closer until I could finally see the silhouette of a man stop a few feet from the briefcase. "The hell we got here, eh?" he said, head scanning from side to side. "Someone's gone and left their kid here in the hall. Any takers?" He turned and looked behind him, still darting his head wildly, looking for any potential owners in sight. His hands rested on his hips as he turned back, staring down at the case again. Smiling, he leaned over and slid his fingers through the handle, thumb resting on the end. "Ow, shit!" he screamed, dropping the briefcase carelessly to the ground and sticking his thumb in his mouth for a moment. "What the holy hell?" I lit the end of my stub cigarette again. The light from my Zippo illuminated my face for just a moment, and the man looked up at me, his salt and pepper hair reflecting shallow light from the bulb overhead. His eyes grew large as our gazes connected. A thin, weak smile stretched across my face. "Paulie?" the man asked. "Paulie Havill? What you doing here, my man? Haven't seen you in a bit. Doing okay?" I didn't answer him, just pulled in deep drags of the cigarette and let the smoke drift into the hallway, filling the space between us. Tony Tennant, my old friend, shifted nervously in place, bleeding thumb still held near his face. He looked down at the briefcase and back to his thumb before returning his gaze to me. "Paulie," he muttered. "Hey, man, come on, you didn't... Oh, shit, what was in that handle?" "The pick, Tony," I said between drags. My eyes drifted down to the briefcase, a faint glint of light shining on the pick I had carefully hidden in the handle. "You just had to taste your blood one more time, didn't it? That's why you passed it on to me, cursed me, your friend. I was your friend, Tony, but you tried to stick me with that. What is it? A demon?" No, he muttered, staggering away from the case. "I got rid of it. You took it. The cops were supposed to find you in that damn house and send you back upstate. I figured you'd be safe in prison if they took the pick away and I'd be free from that damn thing." It was never certain the voice had told me the truth until that moment. Tony had set me up. I was about to respond when Tony's body began to shake violently. He fell to the floor, his head connecting with the worn linoleum, arms and legs writhing in pain. Loud, wet coughs and grunts spilled from his mouth as he flailed wildly, slamming into the wall and turning onto his face. Tony fell still, and silence filled the hallway. I stood from the steps and walked carefully toward Tony. Foamy spit and blood were smeared across the floor. I nudged him with my foot, but he didn't move. His body was completely still, not even a rise or fall of breath. Turning him over with my shoe, he fell on his back with a thud, glassy eyes staring at the ceiling. I waited. For what? I don't have a damn clue. Anything other than for him to lie there lifelessly. Coming into contact with the lockpick a final time would be enough to take the last of Tony's soul, but I figured the damn voice would take over his body. I half expected him to stand up and attack me or turn into some nightmarish creature. Kneeling down, I reached for the briefcase to pull the pick free and wipe it down with my prints, but I saw it had turned to ash. It scattered from the hole in the handle onto the floor, mixing with drops of Tony's blood. Looking over the shoulder at the lifeless body, I shook my head. Things have more or less gotten back to normal over the last few months. I watched the news every night for a month, waiting for a reporter to mention a cop finding Tony's body in the hallway, but no news came. I kept myself busy with work, actually putting in a full week of work at the corner store. Even worked a few hours of overtime now and again to help out Mr. and Mrs. D. Ma and I eat dinner together once a week. Missed out on a lot of time with her, and the cancer could have been the end. She nags me about how bad I look, but I tell her not everyone can age as gracefully as she has. She laughs, but there's always a look of concern in her eye. Ma knows I'm full of shit, just like my old man, but he lets it go. I never got all my strength back. Most days are a struggle. Even in my mid-30s, I feel like some codger. My knees ache, I get tired quickly, and spend most of my free time sleeping in front of the television. It's decent, though. I'm legit these days. keeping my nose clean. For as bad as my body feels, my conscience has never felt better. Earlier this morning, I was working the counter at Benedito's. It'd been quiet, so I leaned against the wall and pulled an old Louis L'Amour paperback out of my pocket to pass the day. The bell jingled, and I shouted a hello, but no one responded. Looking up from my paperback, I saw a stooped man standing in the doorway. He was tall, about 6.5 feet. His grease, salt, and pepper hair reflected the morning sun, and a shark's grin ran across his face. His eyes, nearly black, locked with mine as he waved. The paperback tumbled from my hands, and I rubbed my eyes. When I opened them, he was gone. A chime from the bell rattled again as the front door slammed back into place. My palm ached softly as I massaged it with my fingers. Tony had been there for just a minute and was gone just as quickly. My old man told me our family don't have no guardian angels, and he was right. We have something worse.